Orders of the day.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Convention relating to the distribution of program-carrying signals transmitted by satellite, then at Brussels on May 21st, 1974. Monsieur le Président, en vertu du règlement.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the convention entitled Convention relating to the distribution of program-carrying signals transmitted by satellite done at Brussels on May 21st, 1974.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government, HoC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 31 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
You teased us.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations. Honourable Member for Dalier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of presenting to the House in both official languages the following report. The Internet Association of Canada-France meeting that took place in France. Thank you. Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of presenting to the Chamber in both official languages the fourth report of the Francophonie report. The first one has to do with its participation in the meeting in Rabat in March 1st to 3rd, 2023. The second has to do with the participation of the Africa region of the AFP in Niamey, Niger, from May 15 to 18, 2023. And the third one has to do with the participation to the mission of the United Nations in New York in June. And then the other one has to do with the participation to the Jeux de la Francophonie Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo in August 2023. Thank you very much.
Présentation de rapport de...
Introduction of committee reports.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the ninth report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to Bill C-320, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment.
The Honourable Member from Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 108.3.1, I have the honour to present in both official languages the eighth report of the Standing Committee of Science and Research entitled Government of Canada's Graduate Scholarship and Postdoctoral Fellowship Programs. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
I understand for dissenting report, the Honourable Member from Saskatoon University.
Yes, sir. The Conservative Party disagrees with the recommendations in this report. We do not support unfunded spending. We agree that the important roles that graduate students and postdoctorates fellows play within our universities, and they are disproportionately affected by the carbon tax, the runaway inflation, the doubling of rent, doubling of mortgages. And we all know that if government brings forward new unfunded spending, it is just future deficits for future generations to pay back. So we disagree with the recommendations found in this report. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 35th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Specific COVID-19 Benefits. There are also 3 dissenting reports to this committee report. I believe you'll hear from the official opposition on one of those in a moment. Puis aussi, conformément à l'article 109.
Pursuant to Article 109 of the Standing Orders, we ask the government to provide a comprehensive answer to this report. Thank you very much.
Report from the member from Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present the Conservative Party's dissenting report. $32 billion. That is the cost of the political interference by this government when they ignored CRA recommendations on prepayment controls for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy and the CERB instead of based a $100 billion plus program on the flimsiest prepayment controls. The head of the CRA actually testified in committee that the Liberal cabinet overrode recommendations by the CRA on setting up more stringent prepayment controls and instead forced the department to dole out taxpayers' dollars based on a mere self-attestation. Despite, as the Auditor General stated, knowing full well this would lead to very large eligibility problems. Despite the Auditor General's office stating $32 billion in questionable payments was very likely, or was very hugely understated, the Government of Canada, Employment Social Development Canada, and the CRA still question the feasibility and economics of pursuing ineligible claims. Thus, in order to correct this gross negligence from the Liberal government, the Conservative Party members submit 4 recommendations. Recommendation 1, that former Minister of National Revenue and the current Minister of Fisheries and Oceans apologize to the Auditor General of Canada for her politically motivated attacks on the Auditor General's integrity. Recommendation 2, the CRA immediately implement the Auditor General of Canada's methodology that calculated levels of ineligibility for the COVID benefit wage subsidy. Recommendation 3, the CRA and Employment and Social Development Canada accept the findings of the Auditor General in its entirety and perform immediate and extensive post-payment verifications to identify payments made to ineligible recipients. And finally, recommendation 4, the CRA and Employment and Social Development Canada end their post-payment verification delays and work immediately to retrieve all ineligible COVID financial aid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report on the Standing Committee of Canadian Heritage entitled Job Cuts Announced at CBC Radio-Canada. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled Job Cuts Announced at CBC Radio-Canada.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 54th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Into its mandate, Understanding Order 111.1, the committee has examined the proposed appointment of Mr. Eric Jantz to the position of Clerk of the House of Commons. The committee recommends that the House ratify the appointment of Mr. Eric Jantz to the position of Clerk of the House of Commons, and I personally would like to send my congratulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Peace River, Northern Rockies. I think I know. There's one missing. No. The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the attempt. So I have 2 petitions today, Madam Speaker. After 8 years, this Prime Minister has made life affordable for Canadians with his carbon tax. Mackenzie residents are simply asking for some relief from this Liberal Prime Minister in this petition. We, the undersigned residents of Mackenzie, BC, call upon the House of Commons to reconsider Northern Living Allowance classification for Mackenzie and change from its current prescribed immediate zone 50% deductions to full prescribed northern zone of 100% deductions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My second petition is from residents of Skeena-Buckley Valley. Sadly, their own MP would not present this petition on behalf of residents of Smithers, Prince.
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Westminster. New Westminster, Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, the member's experience, he knows that that's a clear violation of what petitions are supposed to be. They're simply.
The honourable member's point is well taken, and please do not refer to other members. As the honourable member knows, it's not admissible. The honourable member for Prince George.
My petition now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the point is being made, though, is that they've tried to get their local member of parliament to do this, and they won't do it.
I've already told the honourable member that is not permissible, and the honourable member should not refer to the person. And apologise, please, for making that reference.
Don't apologize.
Rockies. The honourable member for Kingston and the Isles on the same point of order.
Madam Speaker, you'll forgive the Conservatives. They're about to have to make a very important decision on a vote coming up in a second. That's why they're on edge. But you might want to ask the member to apologize. You've asked him to apologize. He hasn't apologized, and his own members are telling him.
I did ask the honourable member. He hasn't had a chance to actually do it. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Well, I guess if it's the rules of the House of Commons, then I'll apologize. But I certainly won't apologize for speaking on behalf of residents of Skeena-Buckley Valley. And I'll speak to the petition, Madam Speaker. They're trying to interrupt a very...
And that is the honourable member. All that the honourable member has to do is to speak to the petition and not refer to anything else.
Okay. We'll keep going. I'll finally get...
The member for Vancouver East on the same point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am asking for the member, through you, to retract those comments. It is out of rules. No, he did not. Madam Speaker, he apologized, but I am asking for him to retract those comments.
I will ask the honourable member to give me a few seconds. We'll allow the member to go straight to the petition. If not, we'll move to someone else. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Okay, so that's one more crack at this. I will get to the petition, thankfully, finally. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, draw to the attention of the House of Commons to the following petition. Whereas the Trudeau government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians.
Okay. The honourable member will give me a minute here to consult, please. The member knows that he cannot mention, even if the petition says it, he cannot mention names of current members of the House.
One more time. The Prime Minister. Okay, can I actually get this done? I mean, the truth hurts, I guess, eh?
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies has the floor, and I will allow him to present the petition without mentions of names.
Okay, so from the top, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, draw to the attention of the House of Commons to the following petition.
Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House
Madam
Leader
Speaker,
on a point of
members
order.
should also know he's not allowed to read the petition. He's supposed to give the essence of the petition.
I'm just letting him read the introduction to the petition, yes. The Honourable Member for Brandon Sur is on the same point of order.
If they would just calm down there, my colleague from Prince George would get to the intents of the petition.
Just said, that is exactly what I just said, that the Honourable Member will get to the essence. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University on the same point of order.
The government is challenging your ruling. You've asked the member to read the petition. He's reading the petition.
The essence of the petition, as is the rule for everyone. Yes. The Honourable Member for Prince George, please.
Okay, so from the top, thank you, Madam Speaker. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, draw to the attention of the House of Commons to the following. Whereas the Prime Minister's government has attempted to ban...
To read the whole petition, please. We're just the essence of the petition, as is the rule. You cannot read all the articles because you will read the whole petition. Yes. The essence of the petition.
You just asked me to read the petition, so that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, can I finally get to the petition? I'm trying. I guess the truth hurts, Madam Speaker, over there. The Liberals don't like us reading a pro-law-abiding firearms petition into the record in the House of Commons. The truth hurts. So the Prime Minister's government has attempted to ban and seize hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians. The targeting of farmers and hunters does not fight crime. And the Prime Minister's government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Canada to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Lloydminster.
Okay, I have a few petitions today. The first one on public prayer in the Canadian Armed Forces. So the recent directive that was issued to military chaplains banning religious symbols and prayer at public ceremonies like that of Remembrance Day undermines our religious freedom. So one of the very values, ironically, that our men and women in uniform have fought to defend. So the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to affirm the right of public prayer in our Canadian Armed Forces. I also am tabling another petition. So Canadians have the right to be protected against discrimination. Canadians can and do face political discrimination, and it is a fundamental Canadian right to be politically active and also vocal. So it is in best interest of Canadian democracy to protect public debate and the exchange of differing ideas, and Bill C-257 seeks to add protection against political discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. And finally, Madam Speaker, I would also like to present a petition. The undersigned understand that adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage when it comes to leave and time with their children. So all parents are deserving of equal access to parental leave benefits, and Bill C-318 delivers this equitable access. We understand that the Speaker has said that this bill needs royal recommendation, and the undersigned are asking that the government provide that royal recommendation to C-318. Thank you.
Well done. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be presenting two petitions today. The first is from members of my constituency that are very concerned about the climate emergency, and they are asking this government to reduce emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels, to make sure that the fossil fuel industry winds down and related infrastructure, ends fossil fuel subsidies, and transition to a decarbonized economy, and also, of course, focuses on protecting and strengthening human rights and workers' rights and Indigenous rights, sovereignty, and knowledge. I think this is very lots of signatures, and I appreciate their hard work. And of course, they want to talk about making sure that this transition happens by increasing the taxes on the wealthiest corporations and people to finance it. Madam Speaker, the second one is a big issue in the riding that I represent of North Island Powell River around foam that is in marine infrastructure that continues to pollute Canadian beaches. They are talking about expanded polystyrene, which is commonly known as styrofoam, in the marine environment, and the harm that it causes for marine life, seafood resources, and ecosystems. Madam Speaker, these citizens are calling on the Government of Canada to prohibit the use of expanded polystyrene in the marine environment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions today, both of the same petitions. One is signed by members of the North Addington Education Centre in Kingston, and the other is signed by St. Marguerite Bourgeois Catholic School Community. And these petitioners are calling on the federal government to implement a national food program, school food program through Budget 2024 for implementation in the fall of 2024. They are bringing to the government's attention Statistics Canada data from 2022 that indicates 1 in 4 children in Canada live in a food insecure household. They're also drawing to the government's attention that Canada is the only G7 country without a food school program. And finally, they're drawing to the government's attention that there are 388 million children throughout the world in developed countries who benefit from such a food program, yet we do not have one in Canada. Thank you.
Member for Mission, Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you'll indulge me for one moment. Joy to the Lord, joy to the world, the Lord has come. Let earth receive her King. In places of worship across this country, Canadians come together to sing Joy to the World and other Christmas carols during the Advent and Christmas season. Unfortunately, the Canadian Human Rights Commission recently stated that this holiday is discriminatory, a colonial, religious, and colonialist, and it's intolerant to Canadian society. Madam Speaker, my constituents reject that notion and call upon the Government of Canada to denounce the recent report by the Canadian Human Rights Commission, which discriminates against Christianity and the freedom of religion for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have 2 petitions today on behalf of my constituents. The first one draws attention to the fact that 41% of doctors with international credentials work in Canada, and 30% of nurses with international credentials work as a nurse in Canada. That's about 53,000 foreign or internationally trained professionals, many of which have a great difficulty, and we just had a case of that here in the Ottawa region where an Ottawa doctor did not get her PR status. So my constituents are calling for the following: for the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion to create a Blue Seal program that will make processes with a 60-day standard for licensing doctors and nurses to be more streamlined in order to help fill Canada's shortages for healthcare professionals. My second petition is drawing the attention of the House to the following. The value of the energy sector is about 10% of Canada's GDP, pays over $26 billion in taxes at all levels of government, and about $48 billion in royalties and taxes in 2022. So constituents are calling for the following: for C-50, the Unjust Transition Act, to be abandoned, and a central planning agenda is not fair, not just, and not right. Instead, they would like the acceleration of Canadian energy projects and infrastructure, technology and exports, and green mining, green energy projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present to the House today. The first is from some great people from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I want to thank them for signing this petition in support of Bill C-257. It's a private member's bill put forward by myself in this House to combat political discrimination. Petitioners note that it should be a protected right in Canada to be free from discrimination on the basis of political views, and yet there's no protection in the Canadian Human Rights Act against discrimination on the basis of political views. They support this bill, which would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Next, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table a fairly lengthy petition about human rights in Eritrea, organized and signed by the Eritrean Canadian community, who are deeply concerned about human rights, the human rights situation in Eritrea, and also about attempts at foreign interference by Eritrea here in Canada. To briefly go through the points, they note how Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator for the last 30 years with no constitution, no elections, no parliament, no freedom of the press, no freedom of movement and association. Eritrea has been called the North Korea of Africa. How Eritreans continue to flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, how hundreds of thousands of Eritreans have fled the country, how those who have managed to flee still face intimidation and extortion from representatives and agents of the Eritrean regime abroad. Their families in Eritrea are harassed and forced to pay tens of thousands of dollars simply because their children have fled. Petitioners note that the Eritrean embassy and other representatives of the diaspora have been utilized to surveil and monitor those in the diaspora, and various concerns have been raised throughout this petition about violence that is organized outside of Eritrea by the Eritrean regime. Petitioners also note the alignment of Eritrea's dictator with Vladimir Putin and the collaboration with Russia's aggressive agenda around the world. Petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to engage Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups, to take a leadership role among Western allies to challenge the Eritrean dictator's malicious conspiracy with Vladimir Putin, to do more to combat foreign interference in Canada by Eritrea, including rejecting the entry visas of those that are affiliated with the regime, to enforce Canada's asylum laws properly against those who provide.
May I remind the honourable member that we really just want a short summary of each petition and not the whole reading out of it. I know it's a lengthy one, but it does go into many details.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to commend petitioners who have worked very hard to put many different items in this petition. I am summarizing it, but there was a great deal that is raised in this petition. They want the proper enforcement of Canada's asylum laws, and they want strengthened sanctions against human rights abusers, and they also want Canada to call for the release of imprisoned journalists, including Swedish-Eritrean journalist Dawit Isaak, and 11 imprisoned parliamentarians, Petro Solomon, Mahmoud Ahmed Sharif, Haile Woldensi, Ogbe Abraha. These are political prisoners.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the member who has probably tabled more petitions than any other member inside the chamber is very much aware of the rule that the member is supposed to capture the essence of the petition, not read and the length of the petition.
I did remind the honourable member, and I would like him to proceed so that other members can present petitions. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I hope partisanship aside, I can just briefly read the names of these political prisoners, because putting their name on the record is important to them and their families. The 11 imprisoned Eritrean parliamentarians, I read some of them already. Ogbe Abraha, Hamid Himed, Salah Idris Kekya, Estefanos Sayum, Berham Gebrez Gab Ihir, Astir Fezhazian, Germano Nati, and Baraki Kebreselassie. Petitioners want to see those advocacy for their release. Thank you. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of Bill C-318 from my colleague, which petitioners want to see the government support this bill and provide a royal recommendation to allow all parents to have equal access to parental leave benefits, including adoptive families. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the decision by, according to petitioners, the decision by the Liberal government to cut funding from women's shelters. They say women's shelters are sadly seeing increased demand. They note the high cost of living and the challenges that those facing domestic violence and other areas of wasteful spending on bureaucracy and consultants, money that could be better spent on helping the most vulnerable. Therefore, they call on the government to restore funding to women's shelters. Next, I'm tabling a petition that is in support of Premier Blaine Higgs in New Brunswick and his policy to protect the rights of parents. The petitioners want to see the federal government butt out and not try to insert itself into decisions that should properly be made by provinces and parents. And the final petition I'm tabling today highlights the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Petitioners discuss the history of that petition, various human rights abuses that have taken place as part of that, and they call on the Canadian Parliament and the government to take action to raise the issues of persecution of Falun Gong more frequently and more forcefully in international fora. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I commend these petitions to consideration of colleagues.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1861, 1863, 1864, 1867 to 1869, 1879, 1884, 1886, 1891, 1892, 1896, 1901, 1903, 1905, 1909, 1915, 1919, 1922, 1923, 1925, 1927, 1933, 1936 to 1938 and 1942. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1862, 1865, 1866, and 1870 to 1878, 1880 to 1883, 1885, 1887 to 1890, 1893 to 1895, 1897 to 1900, 1902, 1904, 1906 to 1908, 1910 to 1914, 1916 to 1918, 1920, 1921, 1924, 1926, 1928 to 1932, 1934, 1935, 1939, 1940, and 1941 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions sous-mentionnées soient transformées?
It's the pleasure of the House to allow these questions to be tabled as documents to be tabled immediately.
Ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Madam Speaker, I would then ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Orders of the Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 69.1 to ask that you treat Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023, as an omnibus bill and divide it for voting purposes at the second and third reading stages. This argument is, of course, without prejudice to the arguments which were made last week by myself in respect of the rule against anticipation and Ways and Means motion number 19, which preceded the introduction of Bill C-59, for which the House is still awaiting a ruling from the Speaker. Section 1 of Standing Order 69.1 provides that, quote, in the case where a government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the questions for the purposes of voting, end quote. Section 2 of the same standing order makes an exception for budget implementation bills, quote, if the bill has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation, end quote. As Mr. Speaker Regan ruled on November 8th, 2017 at page 15165 of the debates, where a budget bill contains measures which were not part of the budget, this budget bill exemption applies only to those elements which were in the budget itself. The non-budget elements can be divided under the provisions of Standing Order 69.1, bracket 1. In the case of Bill C-59, calling it a budget implementation bill would be exceedingly generous. While reference to the March budget can be found in the long title, the short title ignores this, calling the bill the, quote, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act of 2023, end quote. Not even the government House Leader, the manager of the government's parliamentary program, views it as a budget implementation bill, judging by her remarks in the last two weekly business statements. On November 23rd, she told the House, quote, it is the intention of the government to commence debate next week concerning the bill relating to the Fall Economic Statement, end quote. This past Thursday, she said, quote, priority will be given to second reading of Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, end quote. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the evident treatment given to Bill C-59 by its own proponents would mean that its main purpose is, indeed, not the implementation of a budget. Accordingly, it would follow that the exemption found in Standing Order 69.12 cannot apply here. I would further argue that Mr. Speaker Regan's November 2017 ruling can be distinguished from the facts at hand today, namely that he dealt with a budget bill with a few extra add-ons. Here we have a bill which isn't even being treated in the main as a budget implementation bill, and therefore it cannot even benefit from a partial exemption since the main purpose of Bill C-59 is not to implement a budget. Having addressed that matter, I now wish to turn to the matter of treating a bill as an omnibus one, quote, where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions or where unrelated matters are linked. In my respectful view, the fact that a series of measures may have been previewed in a fall economic statement, that does not amount to a so-called common element. Given that fall economic statements are often popularly dubbed mini-budgets, and that the House itself recognizes that budgets often string together otherwise unrelated things, by creating the budget implementation bill exemption in Standing Order 69.1, it is my submission that the mere inclusion of an item in a fall economic statement cannot be sufficient to overcome the treatment required for an omnibus bill. Even if the chair might be persuaded that all of the measures are, in one form or another, a matter of broad economic policy, I would refer you to Mr. Speaker Regan's March 1st, 2018 ruling at page 17,574 of the debates. Quote, in presenting arguments relating to Bill C-63, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd raised an interesting concept from the practice in the Quebec National Assembly. Quoting from page 400 of Parliamentary Procedure in Quebec, he stated, the principle or principles contained in a bill must not be confused with the field it concerns. To frame the concept of principle in that way would prevent the division of most bills because they apply to a specific field. While their procedure for dividing bills is quite different from ours, the idea of distinguishing the principles of a bill from its field has stayed with me. While each bill is different and so too each case, I believe that Standing Order 69.1 can indeed be applied to a bill where all of the initiatives relate to a specific policy area, if those initiatives are sufficiently distinct to warrant a separate decision of the House. In this particular instance, I have no trouble agreeing that all of the measures contained in Bill C-69 relate to environmental protection. However, I believe there are distinct initiatives that are sufficiently unrelated that they warrant multiple votes. End quote. Deputy Speaker Bruce Stanton dealt with another similar situation when he ruled on June 18, 2018, at page 21,196 of the debates, in respect of a former Bill C-59 that it, quote, does clearly contain several different initiatives. It establishes new agencies and mechanisms for oversight of national security agencies and deals with information collecting and sharing as well as criminal offenses relating to terrorism. That said, one could argue, as the Parliamentary Secretary did, that since these are all matters related to national security, there is indeed a common thread between them. However, the question the Chair must ask itself is whether these specific measures should be subjected to separate votes. In this particular case, while the Chair has no trouble agreeing that all of the measures contained in Bill C-59 relate to national security, it is the Chair's view that there are distinct initiatives that are sufficiently unrelated as to warrant dividing the question, end quote. Therefore, I would suggest that today's Bill C-59 should also be divided for voting purposes at second reading and, if necessary, third reading. After a brief review and analysis of the bill's contents, it seems that it could actually be divided into several groupings, namely, Clauses 1 to 95, proposing amendments to the Income Tax Act and consequential amendments to other enactments, as well as the bill's short title. Clauses 96 to 128, proposing the creation of a digital services tax. Clauses 129 to 136, 138 to 143, and 145 to 167, proposing amendments concerning excise and the excise tax, other than the exemption of GST from mental health services, which is also contained in Bill C-323, a matter on which I will return later. Clauses 168 to 196, proposing amendments to the laws governing financial institutions. Clauses 197 to 208, proposing to create a leave entitlement related to pregnancy loss and to amend the law concerning bereavement leave. Clauses 209 to 216, proposing the creation of a Canada Water Agency. Clauses 217 and 218, proposing amendments to the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act. Clauses 219 to 230, proposing amendments to the Canadian Payments Act. Clauses 231 to 272, proposing various amendments to competition law. Clauses 273 to 277, proposing amendments exempting post-secondary schools from the laws concerning bankruptcy and insolvency. Clauses 278 to 317, proposing various legislative amendments concerning laundering, terrorist financing, and sanctions evasions. Clauses 318 and 319, concerning the information which is published by the government respecting certain transfer payments to the provinces. Clauses 320 to 322, proposing amendments concerning the Public Sector Pension Investment Board, and Clauses 323 to 341, proposing the creation of a Department of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities. Additionally, I would propose that Clauses 137 and 144, concerning the exemption of GST from mental health services, mirroring the provisions of Bill C-323, as well as Clauses 342 to 365, creating employment insurance and job protection benefits for adoptive and surrogate parents, replicating the substance of Bill C-318, should also be separated out from Bill C-59. However, in this instance, I would suggest that instead of a separate vote,
These provisions would simply not proceed further, given that the House has already taken a decision on the principle of those matters when it adopted the common-sense conservative private members' bills at second reading. Approaching it in this fashion might be an elegant solution to square the circle in the ruling which remains pending on Ways and Means Motion number 19. In short, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Bill, is an omnibus bill under Standing Order 69.1, qualifies in no way for the budget bill exemption in that rule, can and should be divided in separate votes, about 14 or so, based on the thematic groupings of the bill's clauses, and would, if so divided, offer an elegant solution for a pending Speaker's ruling to reconcile the long-standing rules and precedents of this House respecting multiple decisions on the same question which, for reasons we are awaiting, did not apply to Ways and Means Motion number 19, which saw the House vote yet again on the principles found in two conservative private members' bills which had already been adopted at second reading. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for all the elements brought forth, and they will be taken into deliberation. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-57, Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act 2023.
The sponsor of the motion, as well as the member who had submitted an identical notice, have indicated to the Chair that they do not wish to proceed with motion number 1. En conséquence, la Chambre...
Accordingly, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Pour
Mr. Duclay, for Ms. Ng, seconded by Mr. Wilkinson, proposes that Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be approved at the report stage.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is rising.
I'm very glad to see that the Conservatives chose not to debate the short title, so I would ask for a recorded division.
I think it's in for...
And just a correction, it's Mr. Wilkinson and not Mr. Williamson. My apologies. So call in the members. Yeah. Call in the members.
suivante. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Duclos for Madam Ng, seconded by Mr. Wilkinson, moves that Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, is accepted at the report stage.
And the House will now proceed to vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Sajid.
Mr. Sajid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Ng.
Miss Ng.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Anand.
Miss Anand.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Pitspot-Taylor.
Madame Pitspot-Taylor.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrara.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Cito Brampton East.
Mr. Cito Brampton East.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Miss Latenzio.
Ms. Latenzio.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Chattel.
Madame Chattel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlow.
Miss Idlow.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Order. Mr. Richards. Order. Let the vote continue. The Honourable.
Yeah.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie. Wow.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Tout le monde est bien. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 209, 209. Nays contre 112, 112.
I declare the motion is carried. When shall this bill be read a third time? Now. Agreed. Ms. Ng, seconded by Ms. Anand, moves that Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the words that come to my mind right away is the issue of saying all MAGA all the time, Mr. Speaker. To me, that's what this vote was all about. I think that the vast majority of Canadians, if they truly understood what we just finished witnessing, and this is not the first time, Madam Speaker, is a Conservative Party today that has gone so far to the right. A Conservative Party today.
For Selkirk Interlate Eastman is rising on a point of order.
I believe that standing orders are not allowed to reflect on a vote that's been taken in this House, and the member of Parliament, Parliamentary Secretary, is doing this. And also, I would just say this Parliamentary Secretary consistently rises in this place and extols, it's very toxic rhetoric. When we have the Minister of Trade sitting right here, and should she not be addressing this instead of the Parliamentary Secretary?
Well, that is definitely not up to the opposition to decide. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on the same point of order.
Madam Speaker, the issue of reflecting on a vote and talking about how one has voted previously is something that we all do in this House all the time. I don't know where the member is coming from, other than the fact that he doesn't want to hear the truth about how he just
we're not going to go
Ukraine.
to debate on this. I will make sure that that is the case in just a moment, please. Yes, just a moment, please. Okay, so we do have a ruling about, oh my God, a standing order 18 on page 12. That does say, no member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purpose of moving that such vote be rescinded. So this is in the standing orders, and I remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to retract, please.
Speaker, you know, I am going to continue to reflect on the behavior of the Conservative Party when the Conservative Party consistently, Madam Speaker, votes against Ukraine.
The Honourable Member was told that that is not allowed by the standing orders. Yeah, well, yes, it's the votes. The Honourable Member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, not only do I take great offense to the fact that he referred to the Conservative Party as being far right, I would also note that according to the standing orders, that is not according to the subject of the debate at hand today, Madam Speaker.
Yes, and I've reminded the Honourable Member that we shall not refer to votes taken in the House.
Madam Speaker, I can appreciate that the Conservative Party is a little sensitive right now. Because at the end of the day, more and more Canadians are going to come to the realization, just to the degree in which the Conservative Party of today is so far to the right that in fact the leader of the official opposition's office, and it is about a pattern, Madam Speaker. It's a pattern that we have seen now for months, where the Conservative Party is becoming as much as possible to the extreme right, and I think it is appropriate, Madam Speaker, to point...
The Honourable Member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, we all know that the Liberal Party members do not like to participate in debate, that they refer to the member from Winnipeg to do their dirty work.
Okay, no, we are not going to enter on that debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on the point of order.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Now, we've seen this happen before in terms of procedure in this House, and I know that sometimes when this member speaks, sometimes when I speak, there is a coordinated effort amongst Conservative members to stand up on points of order, quite often points of order that are not even anywhere near points of order, as the member just did. I'm looking for you for guidance, Madam Speaker, as to how you will deal with this procedurally if this continues and if they continually get up on points of order, especially when they are not relevant or not actually real points of order. How will you ensure that the member has the opportunity to properly debate in this House?
Speech, absolutely. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman on the same point of order.
My point of order was Standing Order 18, as you definitely ruled on. I still not heard the member from Winnipeg North retract his inflammatory statements.
Well, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on that specific issue.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I've been a parliamentarian for 30 years, and to say that a member cannot reflect on a vote, one has to take a look at the traditions. It's not just what is in the book, it's also on the traditions, Madam Speaker. And traditionally...
Well, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary knows that if another member feels that it is disruptive or offensive, that we have to act on that. And the standing order does say that we do not reflect on votes, so I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary kindly to retract.
Speaker, I'm looking for clarity on the issue because I think this is really important. At the end of the day, I can't imagine how a member of Parliament or any parliamentarian would not be able to challenge a member for the manner in which their Conservative or the caucus is actually voting. I can't imagine a world where that would be unparliamentary to do that, Madam Speaker.
They do it all the time.
Every political party that I am aware of has done that throughout my 30 years of being in Parliament, whether it's here or the Manitoba legislature, Madam Speaker. And I would ask that, with all due respect, that we reflect in terms of the traditions of the House. And just because one opposition party is sensitive to the truth, Madam Speaker, I should not be denied or censored from being able to express what is the reality on the floor of the House of Commons in Canada today.
Well, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary may be right in terms of traditions, but I have to refer to the standing orders as they stand. And the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, he rose on a point of order, and there is a standing order that reflects that we cannot refer to votes, so I have to apply it. And I ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to retract it.
Speaker.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I suspect that if we were to go through the standing orders today, that you will find that there's a number of standing orders that are somewhat redundant and not necessarily having a value. I would suggest to you that this is one of those standing orders, and I would ask...
I would agree with the Honourable Member, but it is not up to me to change one at a time, please. I would not be the one to change standing orders as we go. We have a process for that, and it's not up to me to change it. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
There's also another standing order, Madam Speaker, that says you're not allowed to sing in the House, yet the member from Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon, when introducing a petition earlier today, was singing.
Yes.
So I think that it would only be appropriate that that petition be removed from the record because he did it in a way that goes against our standing orders. And
there was nobody who raised it, but nobody raised it at the time, and so it was passed. The honourable member for Brandon Surrey's on the same point of order, I'm presuming.
Madam Chair, but I'll get to my point in a moment. If the member that just spoke calls the member from Mission Mashpee singing today, then he's pretty loose with what he calls singing. I just want to say.
Okay, we're judging artistic capacity here. Okay, the honourable member for Brandon Surrey's has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from across the way from Winnipeg North has challenged the Speaker's ruling.
I think the honourable member is trying to see if tradition has overrides the standing orders, if I understand correctly the point the honourable parliamentary secretary was making.
The same point of order, Madam Speaker. When I talk about the traditions, all one needs to do is to take a look at question periods, any aspect of debates that I have witnessed where the way in which members have voted is constantly being reflected on. And all I'm asking, Madam Speaker, is that there be some clarity, and I don't think that clarity can be decided instantaneously, Madam Speaker. I think it's something in which should be brought back and thought through, because I think it's a very important ruling that you're about to make, Madam Speaker, given the very nature of what I'm asking for.
And it will be taken under advisement because it has been raised. The honourable member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Understanding Order 11B, in the event of a member disregarding an order of the chair made pursuant to paragraph A of this section, the Speaker shall order the removal of the member. Madam Speaker, not only did the member from Winnipeg disregard your order, he then went on to state that the standing orders were not relevant. The standing orders under the Parliament of Canada Act are the rules by which we govern democracy in Canada. They are relevant, Madam Speaker.
I take the honourable member's point, and that's exactly why I stated what I did, and I invite the honourable parliamentary secretary to go back to his speech and avoid creating more dissenting. Yes, the honourable member for... Sorry?
Her and Bruce?
Yes, her and Bruce. I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I would just ask the parliamentary secretary retract his comments and apologize. And if he doesn't want to, then I would suggest we move on to the next speaker and continue debate on today. Thank you.
Well, since we are taking under advisement his comments on the standing order, I will not be able to proceed on that, but I did invite the honourable member to retract, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if at any point in time it's interpreted that I was challenging the ruling of the chair, Madam Speaker, I would apologize for that. And I'm glad that you have, Madam Speaker, recognized the very serious nature of what the Conservatives are suggesting by implementing that particular rule of the standing orders, because it will have a very profound effect on many speeches, not only for today, but well into the future. As I suspect, it will be something that will be referenced well into the future until the actual rule is changed, because I would suggest to you that that is a dated rule and taken out of context only because members on the opposite side, Madam Speaker, are against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, which is not a reflection on the vote, Madam Speaker. It is very clear that the Conservatives do not support the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Just like, Madam Speaker, as we went through the line by line. Remember the voting marathon that we had, Madam Speaker? Remember the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, when he said last week, you know, we're going to hold this government till Christmas. We're going to fight this the government over the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. We are going to fight them. We're going to keep them voting endlessly. 30-plus hours of voting. That was the energy that was coming from the leader of the Conservative Party. And, Madam Speaker, what ended up happening? Well, when midnight came close by, most of them, or a good portion of them, Madam Speaker, decided to have a nap and didn't necessarily participate in the proceedings. There were some that were ultimately, Madam Speaker, that caused a great deal of concern by the way in which, as we went line by line, we saw the true colors of the Conservative Party come out. The true colors, for example, Madam Speaker, and let me get my glasses here, on a couple of the motions. Funding to reinforce Canada's support for Ukraine, better known as Unifier. Canadians would be shocked to see the manner in which the Conservative Party dealt with that particular issue. Madam Speaker, people would be shocked.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park Fort Saskatchewan on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A moment ago, the member was reflecting on the presence or absence of members at the end of last week. I think you'll find very clearly that that's against the rules. This member is not a new member. He knows that reflecting on the presence or absence of particular members is against the rules, and I hope he'll bring himself to order.
Remind the honourable member that, yes, referring to presence or absence of members is against the rules.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, again, just for clarification, if one says that 40% of the Conservative caucus wasn't present for a portion of the vote, 45%, is that against the rules by saying that? I'm not talking about an individual. No, they didn't.
It is saying indirectly what can't be said directly, so I do remind the honourable member that we cannot make those inferences. Yes.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm going to continue on then. My apologies to the sensitivities of the Conservatives with regards to this particular issue. And, Madam Speaker, as I said, Canadians would be very much surprised and disappointed, because what we've witnessed, not only today, Madam Speaker, but we've witnessed the other day when we had the voting marathon. And that is that the Conservative Party and the influence from MAGA, from Deep South in the United States, where we see a movement that's there, that's very real and tangible, and how it's being brought into Canada, and it's being ushered into Canada through the leader of the Conservative Party. And today, when you take a look at the types of position that they are taking, Madam Speaker, what you will see is that it is now starting to impact Canadian public policy to the degree, Madam Speaker, that it's to the detriment of our community.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that Canada is a sovereign nation. For a member to suggest that we are influenced by certain... No. When the member brings into question whether or not Canada is influenced by a foreign government on certain policies...
It is debate, and we know that we cannot go that way. The Honourable Parliament. On the same point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am concerned that through points of order that the Conservative Party of Canada, the so-called Freedom Party, is trying to limit and censor what it is that I'm trying to say in the House. And I find that...
That is debate, and I invite the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to restart it. Well, no, not to restart, but to continue on his speech. Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if you factor out all the points of order, I would ask the table how much time I have left to 16 minutes. 16 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And where I was at was explaining that at the end of the day, we have the MAGA Conservative that has actually infiltrated the leader of the Conservative Party's office, and we see that, Madam Speaker.
I have another point of order. Please, I'm standing. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
According to Standing Order 18, I would consider that to be disrespectful and offensive language. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, but I didn't hear it, so I'll...
I'm not a MAGA. I don't refer to myself.
Well, that is another point of debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Little sensitive on the other side, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, take responsibility for your behavior. And the Conservatives, on the one hand, want to take certain actions, and then when they get called out on it, Madam Speaker, they get a little sensitive. And they say, well, geez, we don't want the member from Winnipeg North to be talking about this. We don't want the member from Winnipeg North to be talking about that. How they try to censor what it is that I'm saying. This is the first time, Madam Speaker, in which I've seen in 30 years where they're saying you can't tell people how we voted, Madam Speaker. Have I got news for you? Whether they try to prevent me from telling how they voted inside the chamber, they might be limited success inside the chamber, but I am going to be letting it known that the Conservative Party of Canada and their behavior and the influence that's coming from MAGA, the movement in the United States into Canada, that is very serious stuff, Madam Speaker. And they're not going to stop me from talking about that issue. It is shameful the way in which the Conservative Party today is playing a destructive force, not only on the floor of the House of Commons in terms of preventing legislation from passing, Madam Speaker, but from their behavior, as I have witnessed and others have witnessed, in terms of limiting the types of things that I can actually say. Think about it, Madam Speaker. They don't want me to tell Canadians on the floor of the House of Commons how they actually voted on legislation.
They're embarrassed.
Because they're embarrassed, Madam Speaker. And I'm not talking about any specific piece of legislation. I'm talking about the principles of me being able to tell Canadians through this platform how they behave inside this chamber. And they will not allow me to say the Conservative Party voted X on any piece of legislation or any motion, Madam Speaker. That's what they do not want me to say.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, it is not the Conservative members or the official opposition. It is Standing Order 18, which states no member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purpose of moving that.
And I did remind the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of that, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is making very broad comments on voting history.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member opposite, cry me a river. At the end of the day, you can cry all you want, but Canadians are going to know in terms of how it is the Conservative Party is behaving inside the House of Commons, how they're trying to limit debate, Madam Speaker, and the freedom of individuals like me to be able to tell Canadians specifically how the Conservative Party is voting inside the House of Commons. They find a standing order, and for the first time in 30 years, Madam Speaker, I see an opposition party that is so scared to be pointed out, to be told how they're behaving, to be in and I think, Madam Speaker, it's because they don't like what it is that they're hearing. I believe that there's a number of members of the Conservative caucus that feel very uncomfortable with the manner in which they have been forced to vote, Madam Speaker. And let me talk about some of the issues in which the Conservative Party of Canada demonstrates very clearly to the degree in which the MAGA movement in the United States has influenced them. When you think in terms of the Ukraine trade agreement, Madam Speaker, never before, no other trade agreement that I can recall where the Conservatives were actually in opposition to, Madam Speaker. This is the only trade agreement where they seem to be in opposition to, Madam Speaker. And I am being very generous when I say seem to be in opposition, because their actions clearly show over the last number of weeks, in fact months, that they've taken that far-right stand in support of Russia and against Ukraine, Madam Speaker. And all one needs to do is take a look at that so-called voting marathon in which the Conservative caucus was said that they were going to challenge the government of the day on, where we went line by line, discussions and votes had actually occurred, Madam Speaker, line by line. And I won't say how the Conservatives will vote, because, after all, they don't want Canadians to know how they voted, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you that Canadians would be very disappointed. It's consistent with what we saw today on this particular legislation when the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, when the issue of funding to reinforce Canada's support for Ukraine, or better known as Unifier, they'd be very disappointed to see how the Conservatives voted. I can't tell you, Madam Speaker, because apparently the Conservatives are super sensitive and they don't want Canadians to know.
They didn't vote the same way we did.
Well, I don't know if I could say that. They might jump up. You know? Yeah. Well, Madam Speaker, one member says that I can say that he voted no. Well, Madam Speaker, I don't want to be called for being out of order, but it was a Conservative member that said that I could say that. So I had permission to say that, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, Unifier is something that supports Ukraine in a very real and tangible way. And I think, Madam Speaker, that when you take...
Interrupt the honourable member. The honourable member for Sherwood for Saskatchewan on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair. You've made a ruling very clearly with respect to a standing order on reflecting on a vote. And this isn't a matter of what individual members want or prefer. It's simply a matter of enforcement of the rule. Absolutely. You made. This member is continuing to show disrespect for the chair, which is another standing order, by doing everything he can to make a point that you have said he can't make. Now, it's not for me to say what the standing order should or shouldn't be, or what the chair should or should not have ruled. But this member is showing.
Okay, I'm going to refer to the to our Bible, to our book, the Bosch-Gagnon book on procedure. On page 590, chapter 12, and it says, it is not in order for members to reflect upon, i.e. to reconsider or comment upon, votes of the House. And when this has occurred, the chair has been quick to call attention to it. Members have also occasionally called attention to the rule. So just to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that it's not only a standing order, it has been also treated in the standing orders in the Procedure and House Affairs.
Madam Speaker, and I look forward to the report back from the chair. And just on that particular point, and I'm rising on a point of order, I would like to emphasize that the member from Louis St. Laurent, and I use this as an example, Madam Speaker, when he stood up, and I'll quote what he had indicated. The Liberals voted against that request, and even the Bloc Quebec voted against it. It is outrageous. The Bloc voted in favor of Bill C-234, but it voted against asking the Senate to adopt it. Madam Speaker, there you will find endless examples, and that's the reason why I think it's important that we...
I agree with the honourable member. There have been many, many examples of references to votes. But today, it was, the article was invoked, and that is what we're dealing with. And until such time as the chair comes back with a decision, I think we have to abide by it.
And Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I was continuing to go through what it is that had taken place during the voting marathon, in which the Conservative Party continued to demonstrate its lack of support for Ukraine. When you think of Unifier, Madam Speaker, that is something that literally trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers, Madam Speaker, and contributed positively to the war. The way in which Canada contributes can be found in many different ways. One of those was on that particular vote, and that was actually vote 54. I would encourage Canadians that want to find out exactly how the Conservatives vote, that they would have to look it up, and it was vote 54. Madam Speaker, there was another vote, funding to reinforce Canada's support for Ukraine, which again complemented Unifier, and that was on vote 55. Again, I won't say how parties voted, but I would indicate that Canadians might want to take a look at our votes and proceedings to see how it is that the Conservative Party voted. Then there was vote 56, funding for military aid. Think about that, Madam Speaker. Military aid to Ukraine. This item received funding from the Treasury Board, vote 5, which is government contingency, funding for the expanded contributions to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is budget 2023, funding to reinforce Canada's support for Ukraine. Madam Speaker, when you think of these votes, what you'll find is that if those that are following the debate and they want to understand why it is that I have said what I have said and expressed my disappointment in today's Conservative Party. All one needs to do is to take a look at the voting record on those motions, and I would suggest the report stage of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, and what you will find is a lot of Canadians would be very disappointed in the official opposition, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to you the reason why we have seen that voting pattern coming out of the Conservative Party is because of the MAGA right movement in the United States of America, and how that movement is coming north, and it is being jumped all over on by the leader of the official opposition. In fact, Madam Speaker, as I've suggested in the past, we need to be concerned about patterns. And one of the patterns that I have witnessed coming out of the leader of the official opposition's office is the issue of misinformation, and how the official opposition is using that style of politics, that MAGA right, Madam Speaker, in order to generate the type of attention that they want. And they'll do it at all costs, Madam Speaker. Ukraine is but one victim.
Honourable member for Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, I continue to rise on points of order because the language we are hearing from the member from Winnipeg is contrary to Standing Order 18, because it is implying that the Conservative Party of Canada is in fact breaking laws related to treason in Canada. I, as a member of Parliament, find that offensive to assume that we are influenced by a foreign government.
I don't think the honourable member was implying such a thing. He was referring to influences, not necessarily being treasonous, but the honourable parliamentary secretary is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same point of order, I would point out that the Conservatives often make false claims about associations and such.
We are going to start. We are not going to start debate on this. Yes, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague knows well the rules about accusing people of lying or being liars in this House.
I don't think the honourable member did such a thing. She was just, no, she said that people on both sides accuse each other of different things. And I will let the honourable parliamentary secretary continue.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, guilt is a wonderful thing at times. And when I look across the way, I see a lot of heads, Madam Speaker, that are down and look a little somewhat depressed. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, it might have to do with something that has taken place in terms of their behavior with respect to Ukraine, Madam Speaker. Because as Canadians have unified and understood the importance of what's taking place in Ukraine today, that they are disappointed in what we've been witnessing coming from the Conservative Party. Imagine, if you will, Madam Speaker, the President of Ukraine, at a time of war, comes to Canada. And in Canada, Madam Speaker, he signs a trade agreement. A trade agreement that is very much meaningful, not only from an economic purpose, Madam Speaker, but also in terms of things such as morale and making a strong political statement to countries like Russia, that Ukraine is building relationships with the European Union, with North America, because it wants to be able to expand its economy and its relationship through trade agreements. Something in which, Madam Speaker, as the President during a time of war took the time to come here. And if you go back to when we first introduced it, think about it. September, he's here as the President. A couple months later, we're actually dealing with the legislation. And if you take a look at the comments that I put on the record, Madam Speaker, back then, was that I suspect that all members of the House would be glad to see the legislation and how wonderful it would be for us to pass the legislation before Christmas. And when I said pass, I meant that it had to go through the entire process, Madam Speaker. The entire process, including the Senate. The House rises it in a couple of days, and we haven't even got out a third reading. The solidarity for Ukraine, Madam Speaker, is not there because the Conservative Party of today has made the decision to do what it can to deny that unanimous support that's required in order to get this legislation through. And what we have seen today is the Conservative Party doesn't want us to tell anyone how they're actually voting because they feel ashamed about it, Madam Speaker. That's the reason why. And Madam Speaker, never before, as I said earlier, have I been limited in any way, and that's why I'm very anxious to see the ruling, of being able to tell Canadians how another entity in the House or individual is actually voted. But I will respect what it is that you have said, Madam Speaker, in hopes that we will get clarity on the issue. Because I suspect that there's many people inside this chamber that want to be able to say why and challenge the Conservative Party for their actions. The best excuse that they come up with, Madam Speaker, is because of the issue of the price on pollution. And that's all it is a red herring. Because the Conservative Party says, well, the reason why they're uncomfortable with the legislation is because it has a price on pollution. And Madam Speaker, what they don't say or they don't recognize is that Ukraine already has a price on pollution. They've had that for over a decade, Madam Speaker. The whole European Union is moving towards a price on pollution. Only the leader of the Conservative Party here in Canada believes that there is no need for a price on pollution. There is no need to have a plan for Canada's environment. You know, as one of my colleagues says, it's going back to the Stone Age, in which, in a very real sense, I can appreciate why she would say that, Madam Speaker, because they have climate deniers. They don't recognize. They feel all they have to do is, well, I'm scared because if I say the word mislead, they'll jump up like beans, Madam Speaker, saying I can't say that. But think about it. Here's what they actually say. Coast to coast to coast, Conservatives with their star shiny new leader, Madam Speaker, says, well, you know what, we're going to cut the tax, we're going to garbage the price on pollution. We're going to make life more affordable. Madam Speaker, that is what we see from the Conservative right today. I could provide a 20-minute comment in regards to their lack of respect for the whole issue of the environment. But rather, what I'd like to point out, Madam Speaker, is just to the degree in which they are misleading Canadians. Because this is what, in essence, they're saying. They're saying that they're going to get rid of the price on pollution for the residents of Winnipeg North, and that means they're going to axe the tax. That's what, in essence, they're saying. And they're saying that they're making life more affordable, Madam Speaker. I say balderdash, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, they are actually taking money out of the pockets of my constituents because 80% plus, Madam Speaker, get more money back in the rebates than they pay in to the price on pollution. That tells me, Madam Speaker, that they are taking money away from Canadians. But they don't tell Canadians that way because that's not part of the MAGA movement, Madam Speaker. The MAGA movement says you mislead. And that's what they are doing to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. They are deceiving people, Madam Speaker. Real people. They are hurting Canadians. They're not helping on the affordability file, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member's time is up.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Oppositions oppose, and they oppose legislation that they think is bad. And that doesn't cause harm to anyone. The parliamentary secretary's argument that somehow voting against a bill is bad makes no sense. But I'll tell you something that was bad. So that was this government granting...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member just told Canadians on the floor of the House of Commons that the opposition party voted against the bill, and that was just...
I'm sorry, that's not a point of order. That's a point of debate. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, on that point of order,
order on the question.
What actually has harmed Ukraine was this government's decision to grant a waiver to export a gas turbine. And it's interesting, President Zelensky they use his name all the time in support of their cause to try and score cheap political points. But President Zelensky had a few things to say about that. If a terrorist state can squeeze out such an exemption to sanctions, what exemptions will it want? Moreover, it's dangerous not only for Ukraine, but for all countries of the democratic world. Zelensky called on the Canadian government to reverse that decision. The Ukrainian ambassador went on to say Russia is using energy as a weapon in Europe and all over the world. This money and fuel are going to support the war in Ukraine. So do they regret that they actually aided President Putin in his war by exporting that gas turbine?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as the member tries to change the channel, we need to recognize the reality of today. And the reality of today is that there's one political entity, better known as the Conservative Party of Canada, that seems to want to take the side of Russia over Ukraine. And that has been clearly demonstrated, Madam Speaker.
The member had an opportunity to ask his question. Now, whether he likes the answer or not, he needs to take the opportunity to listen. And if he has other questions, he can wait until I ask for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. A point of order, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
For the member to suggest that I support Russia is despicable, and he should.
No. The honourable member actually, in his question, seemed to indicate that on the other side as well. So I would just ask members to please refrain from doing that. We know that everybody in this House does not support Russia, and that has been. That has been reaffirmed in the House, and I would ask members to please refrain from using that during their questions and during their comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I see some individuals on the other side, and just as well they should be, very ashamed of the way in which they have conducted themselves when it comes to issues with respect to Ukraine, where there should have been a unanimous support for Ukraine at a very difficult time in their history. We see the Conservative Party under its current leadership going and looking south to be inspired by mega politics, Madam Speaker, and that is to the detriment of Ukraine. They have to take responsibility for their actions, and by that, Madam Speaker, I mean their votes. Don't try to hide behind the Speaker's back.
Questions and comments?
Yes.
Or is it a point of order?
I guess point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to seek unanimous consent from the House to change my vote last night from a nay to a yay that was on Bill C-56, Division 606. I ran out of time, and I was unable to make that change then, and I'm hoping that the House will allow me to change my vote.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
Honourable member for La Prairie. Point of order. Honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to comment on the exchange that we've just heard when it comes to the member from Winnipeg South North, who referred to the way the Conservatives voted on Friday, among all the votes we voted on that day. He just reminded us how the Conservatives voted. They, I think, referred to Article 18. I will make this quick. I just want to know if this is a point of order. It looks like a point of debate. If you can come to the point of order, please. So the deputy for Winnipeg North mentioned that Article 18, which was mentioned by the Conservatives, that said it prevented them from going to a vote. You can invoke the vote. You can talk about the position that was taken during the vote. And the member for Winnipeg North did not criticize the vote. He just reminded that the Conservative Party had that position on a specific vote, and the chamber, the House, should not object to that, to what member from Winnipeg North mentioned. I just wanted to add my comment to what was being said about the article invoked by the Conservatives. Okay, we will consider that, and we will come back to the House if necessary. Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinonge. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If it is okay with you, we are now going to talk about maybe the bill that's before us. So the member for Winnipeg North, can they please explain to me their vision in terms of the free trade agreement with Ukraine? Because there are still shortcomings. Because we have been asking for this as Bloc Québécois for a long time, that private enterprises should be able to also get in the mix and get involved. We believe that this is a shortcoming that needs to be corrected. I'd like to hear him on that. Would he be open to improving that aspect of the bill?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member likely is aware, is that there's very serious limitations in terms of what it is that you can do in terms of making changes. For the simple reason is that you have an agreement that's actually signed off, and it's more of a ratification process. I don't know the details to what kind of modifications would in fact be acceptable without having to sign a different agreement. Having said that, the real benefits of both Canada and Ukraine deal with everything from infrastructure to high-tech companies to many agricultural benefits. It in essence enhances opportunities for both countries to be able to develop stronger and healthier trade links.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. The other thing that I very much appreciate about this free trade agreement is Chapter 7, which talks about trade and Indigenous peoples. I understand that in modernizing this important agreement is an important aspect, and ensuring that Indigenous peoples are allowed economic opportunities through this trade agreement is particularly important. But I would like to ask the member if he can make sure that his party, when they're creating the bilateral committee, will include Indigenous representation from all Indigenous groups.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm confident in knowing that when we talk about trade agreements and economic development and the social impacts of these trade agreements, that a wide spectrum of things are taken into consideration, including the absolute critical role, as the Prime Minister himself has indicated, of ensuring that we operate as two governments, making sure that Indigenous and Canadian interests are being served well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague spoke about the obsession that the Conservatives have around pricing pollution, and that will actually take money out of the pockets of his constituents. And he also spoke about the influences from the Trumpist, MAGA Republicans in the U.S. Is the member at all concerned that the Conservatives seem to be advocating for the far right in this country that support Russia, as well as big oil, instead of constituents?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question, and that's the reason why I would reference a pattern. And what we have actually seen is the Conservative Party of today is not the same Conservative Party, even of Stephen Harper, as this party, under the current leadership, continues to move further to the right. The MAGA right is very real. It is a movement that's in the United States, and it is coming north, and the one that's selling it the most, Madam Speaker, is today is the leader of the Conservative Party. And the price on pollution is an excellent example of that, because on the one hand, they travel the country as a bunch of conservatives saying that they're going to get rid of the price on pollution and make things more affordable, when in fact, it's just not true. A vast majority of Canadians will actually have less of a disposable income as a direct result of their policy, Madam Speaker. And yet, one wouldn't know that by what they're being told by the Conservative movement today. Canadians need to be made aware of it. It is American-style politics that's coming up north through the leader of the official opposition.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, different sovereign states disagree from time to time about policy. Last summer, the Canadian ambassador in Ukraine was actually summoned, and the President of Ukraine publicly, repeatedly expressed his extreme displeasure over the fact that this government granted a sanctions waiver for a turbine that was to facilitate the export of Russian gas. Now, this was a very serious issue for the government of Ukraine. You don't summon an ambassador lightly, and this is what the Ukrainian government did. I want to ask specifically, the member sort of on his high horse about how somehow you should never disagree with a country that you are friends with. Of course, Canada supports Ukraine, Conservatives support Ukraine, but this member is up on his high horse now saying we should do exactly what this government wants. I want to just ask him, where was he last summer? Did he make any statements about the sanctions waiver? Did he have anything to say when the Canadian ambassador to Ukraine was summoned by President Zelensky to express his displeasure? Where was this member, and what did he have to say when that happened?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to accept the changing of the channel. At the end of the day, whether it's the President of Ukraine, the Ukraine ambassador to Canada, the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress, not to mention millions of Canadians that can see the behavior of the Conservative Party today when it comes to the Canada-Ukraine agreement, when it comes to the line-by-line allotments of support to Ukraine. The Conservative Party has been nothing but a disappointment as the far right has taken over the Conservative Party on certain policies, and this is one of them. I say shame on them, the Conservative Party, for not getting behind and continuing to have that unanimous support, but rather catering to the far right, Madam Speaker. I think that does a disservice to all of Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon. I should have known that. I've said it enough.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I rise for this third reading debate, I have to express my, deep disappointment at the inflammatory rhetoric that you hear from this Liberal government as they sort of desperately try to change the channel from the misery that they've brought to Canadians, whether it's the millions of Canadians visiting food banks, whether it's the 800,000 people in Ontario who have to rely on a food bank now. It would be the fourth largest city in Ontario, completely dependent on the food bank to survive. That's the result after 8 years of this Liberal government. So they try to change the channel about a principled decision by the Conservative Party to vote against this free trade agreement. And there are many reasons why to vote against this free trade agreement. Of course, we've talked about the fact that there is a reference to carbon price and carbon leakage. there is also the, as they like to call it, the polluter pay principle, that policies that those who pollute the environment should bear the cost of that pollution. And of course, most Liberals say that emitting carbon, therefore, is pollution. So as Ukrainians are in the middle of a war and they are trying to heat their homes, this government is saying that they are polluters because most Ukrainians are using carbon-based fuels to heat their homes. So we get to have a principled objection to this free trade agreement on that basis alone. And there are many other reasons why we would be opposed to this free trade agreement that we haven't debated in great detail, but there are. And opposition parties get to vote against what they consider to be bad legislation. They say, oh, it's no big deal, there's some references to carbon pricing and carbon leakage, but what will they do in the next trade agreement they try to sign, Madam Speaker? This is the first time this has ever been in a trade agreement, carbon pricing and carbon leakage. Is it in the free trade agreement with the European Union? No. Is it in CPTPP? No. Is it in our trade agreement with the United States? No. Is it in any other trade agreement that Canada has ever signed? No. So this is the first time they've put it into a trade agreement. And what will be the next time? Will they mandate a certain carbon tax within a trade agreement? That's what they're trying to do. They are desperately trying to entrench the carbon tax and their version of carbon pricing now into international trade agreements, and what will be the next step that they take on that. So we get to oppose that on principle. But the really despicable thing that's happened as a result of that, Madam Speaker, is that they suggest that this is somehow the Conservative Party not supporting Ukraine and in fact somehow supporting Vladimir Putin and Russia. That kind of rhetoric, that kind of toxic rhetoric is actually, it's quite despicable. They should be ashamed that they are using that kind of rhetoric for a very principled position that we've taken on this free trade agreement. And as we know, there are two other parties in this House that have supported this free trade agreement. So this is actually going to pass. Our vote will actually cause no harm to Ukraine as we voice our principled opposition to this Liberal government's obsession with carbon taxes and carbon pricing. Now, but when we look at...
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Oh, seriously? Wow.
Order. I have recognized the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for a point of order. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Madam Speaker, as a member is not, if not directly, indirectly talking about how the Conservative Party has voted, and it was earlier ruled that you can't do that.
On the same point of order.
The same point of order, the Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, these far-left mega disruptive tactics in the House have no place from this member, and he should be ashamed of himself. The member in question was talking about his own decisions, which the member has done, and the member says should be allowed. So again, I encourage these far-left importing tactics.
Again, I think we're starting to go down the road of what was order. From what I can see, we're starting to go down that road again that was just ruled on earlier this morning based on all of the points of order that was being raised. I would just say that, I would recommend members go back and look at the rules of orders that we already have in place, and if they have a point of order, make sure that it fits within that point of order. That is, it is one that we can actually take in. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, the party that complains that points of order are disruptive stands up to bring a ridiculous point of order. I'll go back to my point, which is this. So the decision of myself as a Conservative to vote against this agreement, it's a principled decision because I will not stand for trade agreements having carbon pricing and carbon taxes in, because next time, who knows what they're going to do with it. I get to do that. And as we know, this legislation is actually going to pass. So there's actually no harm that's being caused by that. But when you look at, for just one instance, what happened with the waiver for the export permit that this government granted for a gas turbine. That actually caused significant harm to Ukraine. We know this. And why do we know this? Because President Zelensky said it. He said, if a terrorist state can squeeze out such an exemption to sanctions, what exemptions will it want tomorrow the day after? It is dangerous not only for Ukraine, but for all countries of the democratic world. And President Zelensky called on this Liberal government to change its decision. So they say we should listen to President Zelensky on the trade agreement. We get to disagree with him on that. We think it's not a good trade deal, not good for Ukraine, not good for Canada. But somehow President Zelensky saying that they should not grant the export waiver and it's actually aiding Russia, that's no big deal. Nothing to see here. So their hypocrisy on this is really astounding. And then for them to turn a principled vote in the House of Commons against including carbon taxes, carbon leakage, carbon pricing in a trade agreement for the first time ever, that somehow is aiding Russia or Vladimir Putin. I think that language, not only is it despicable, it's completely unhelpful. It's unhelpful for the debate. It's actually them saying that we're supporting Russia is actually giving Russia some kind of a win. Now, we, of course, are not saying that. We're saying it's a terrible decision, and the decision actually helped Russia pump gas, which has helped fuel their war. Now, who said that? President Zelensky, who also said that, the Ukrainian ambassador. That's their words, not ours. So if we look at who's actually causing harm to Ukraine, it is this government by the decision to grant that export waiver. Now, many members here stand up and claim that we're doing terrible things to Ukraine as a result of our principled decision. Where were they on this decision, Madam Speaker? Where were they on that? They aren't there, which to me is deeply, deeply hypocritical. And Ukrainian Canadians know exactly which government, which party supported the export of that gas turbine. But if that was enough, Madam Speaker, I would say it's pretty bad, but, you know, it's not absolutely awful. But when you look at what else has happened, we now have media reports that Canadian detonators are in Russian mines. Now, that is a complete lack of export control by this government. We know they're not very good at doing much, but to actually allow Canadian detonators to find their way, as media have reported, into Russian mines, that is inexcusable. And to somehow say that our vote, our principled vote against the bad things they put in this trade agreement is somehow aiding Russia and Vladimir Putin, but they exported a gas turbine that was used to pump Russian gas to fund the war, and Canadian detonators have found their way into Russian mines that are used during the war. I think if you compare these things, some things are desperately harmful to Ukraine, other things don't cause any damage whatsoever. Now, if that were enough, Madam Speaker, we would say, well, that's terrible, but it's not absolutely awful, is it? But guess what? There's more. There's actually more. Canada is the only G7 country that is not offering wartime insurance to businesses. Now, what does that mean? They say Canada's there to help rebuild Ukraine. Well, but they won't put wartime insurance in place for those businesses right now. So any businesses in Canada that want to help Ukraine during the war, they don't have wartime insurance. Every other G7 country has done it. Now, again, this causes real damage to Ukraine. And they have the audacity to say that our principled vote against the trade agreement is somehow aiding Vladimir Putin. No, these three things, these three decisions they made is exactly what's aiding the Russian war effort. So their hypocrisy on this is really stunning. Now, Madam Speaker, what we tried to do at committee was to actually improve the trade agreement. Now, one thing that the Ukrainian ambassador actually said recently was we could use in the future cooperation on energy security. And as we pointed out at the committee, there's nothing in this trade agreement on energy security. It's shocking. What they need is energy security. Why wouldn't they include a chapter on energy security? Well, I know the Liberals say, and all their proxies say, well, that's never been in a trade agreement before, so you can't put it in. Carbon pricing, carbon leakage was never in a trade agreement before either. Right. So very clearly you can put things into trade agreements that have never been in there before. Now they're going to say, well, why isn't it in there? Well, because when you negotiate a trade agreement, two sides decide what they're going to put in there. This Liberal government's priority was carbon taxes, carbon pricing, carbon leakage. We know the Ukrainians want energy security. The ambassador just said it recently on the news. So why wasn't there a chapter on energy security in the trade agreement? You have to only conclude it's because this Liberal government didn't want to put in anything in the trade agreement on energy security. You can come to no other conclusion. And Madam Speaker, we tried to fix that. We brought forward a motion at committee to expand the scope of what could be included in the review of this trade agreement to allow for, guess what? Yes, energy security. And guess how every single Liberal member on that committee voted? They all voted no, which is the exact opposite of what the Ukrainian ambassador was just asking for. So when you talk about what's causing harm, there is only one wrecking ball that's going through this, and it's the wrecking ball of the Liberal Party, because they exported the gas turbine, they won't grant wartime insurance, and Canadian detonators are finding their way somehow into Russian mines. So, look, I subscribe all of that to gross incompetence, because you see gross incompetence from this Liberal government on virtually every single thing they touch right now here in Canada. Now, if that was all, Madam Speaker, you could say again, well, you know, that's not such a big deal. But in fact, there were 8 amendments at committee, 8 amendments that we tried to improve the free trade agreement so that we could actually find a way to support it. In fact, Madam Speaker, one of the amendments that I put forward would have delayed the coming into force of the agreement until they removed the references to carbon pricing and carbon leakage. And if they had done that, well, I would have found a way to vote in favor of it. But again, they voted that down, like they voted down every single amendment that we put forward to make this trade agreement better, including to strengthen cooperation on matters relating to nuclear technology, including the export of Canadian nuclear equipment, expertise, and uranium to Ukraine. Ukraine has lost 50% of its electrician generating capacity as a result of this war from Russian bombing. So wouldn't it have been great to put in this free trade agreement cooperation on expanding nuclear capacity? Now, guess what? I know everyone's saying, well, surely they voted for that. It's what Ukraine needs. It's what the Ukrainian ambassador asked for. No, you would be wrong. They, of course, voted against it. So they want to include their ideological obsession with carbon pricing and carbon leakage, but they don't want to vote for cooperation in nuclear technology, cooperation on energy to provide energy security. Now, the other issue, of course, is this. There could have been cooperation on LNG capacity in Ukraine and increasing Canadian LNG exports, because as everyone knows, Russia's war machine is primarily funded by the exports of gas. Now, what did we do? I just want to explain a little bit. Ukraine is sitting on the 3rd largest proven reserves of LNG in all of Europe. Imagine a Europe that is getting their LNG exclusively from Ukraine as opposed to getting LNG from Russia. Imagine if Ukraine got the revenues from being able to export LNG to Europe and to other parts of the world to help them fight the Russian invasion. This is a double win. It cuts off the blood money that's going to Russia, and it would increase the revenues of Ukraine. They would have more money to fight the war. So surely they voted for the trade agreement to include LNG cooperation, right? I mean, it's a win-win for everyone. No, they of course did not. They voted against it. Now, why did they vote against it, Madam Speaker? Again, because the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party has an ideological obsession with carbon taxes and carbon prices and carbon emissions, even to the detriment of a country in the middle of a war, a country fighting for its very survival. What's the most important thing for this Liberal government? Carbon tax, carbon price, carbon leakage. So even in this context, they can't get out of their obsession with the carbon tax, something that absolutely would have helped Ukraine. Now, to go on with some of the amendments that were put forward. Now, we put in an amendment on the donation of Canadian military equipment because we have equipment that is somewhat past its functional life, but it's not completely unusable. This could actually be exported to Ukraine, refurbished, so they could have more Canadian military equipment to help them in their war. Again, Madam Speaker, surely they voted for that because it's a direct benefit to Ukraine. No, of course, they did not. And then they have the audacity to say to us that our vote, that if we vote against this free trade agreement, somehow it's a win for Russia and Vladimir Putin. I mean, the hypocrisy is really, really, it's unbelievable. And there are more and more and more amendments that were put forward.
Because I do think it's important that we get a ruling.
Recognize anybody else except for the parliamentary secretary. If anybody else has to add something, they should wait until they see what the parliamentary secretary has to say.
I rise only because I do think it is important that we do get some sort of a ruling sooner as opposed to later. The member has now on a couple of occasions been reflecting on votes, whether they're in committee or here, and that is a concern I think that all members should be having.
Another point of order, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On what the parliamentary secretary just said, a member is allowed to reflect on their own votes. And I don't believe that the standing orders in the House of Commons directly affect how committees have votes. I don't believe that has ever been part of the rules directly. Votes cannot be referred to in the House or are taken here. That should be part of the ruling that is made as well, whether we can refer to votes taken on committee, especially if they are a member's own votes, which a member is allowed to reflect on because it's part of the public record that should be public, and they can refer to it when speaking constituents and speaking in the House on it. That is what the member for Dufferin-Caledon was doing. If it wasn't for the interruption of the parliamentary secretary, I'm sure he would have finished by now.
On the point of order.
Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll read very specifically from the standing order that I think the member is trying to refer to. This is Standing Order 18, the second half of it. No member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purpose of moving that such a vote be rescinded. I think that makes fairly clear that reflecting on a vote of committee is not covered by the standing order.
So again, as we've indicated before, I appreciate the additional information that the honourable members have put forward. Come back to the House if need be. I do want to remind members that yes, they are not, according to the standing orders, they are not to reflect on votes that are in the House, that have been held in the House about other members. And so I will allow the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon to continue his speech. He has just a little under about 4 minutes to continue.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's amazing to me the member who complains about points of order during his speech continues to rise to interrupt me when I'm giving my speech, to continue to talk about motions that were brought forward to try and make this trade agreement better. Again, a motion was brought at the committee in order for expanded munitions productions in Canada and increasing munitions exports to Ukraine, and to support the development of weapons and munitions manufacturing capabilities in Ukraine by Canadian industry. A country in the middle of a war that's using thousands of shells a day, needs expanded munitions. So, of course, we brought forward this to say we want to directly support Ukraine because despite the desperate attempts by the Liberal government to say, and Liberal members to say we don't support Ukraine, we absolutely do. And, Madam Speaker, of course, that motion was defeated with all Liberal members at the committee voting against it. So when you try to talk about actual support for Ukraine, Conservatives have put forward real motions, real amendments to actually help Ukraine, to improve the trade agreement to help Ukraine. We've done that. What this Liberal government has done is export a gas turbine, be so incompetent and negligent to allow for Canadian detonators to end up in Russian mines. They don't provide wartime insurance for Canadian businesses so they can help rebuild Ukraine, the only country in the G7 not to do it. And then they have the audacity to stand here and somehow suggest that we are supporting Vladimir Putin. I mean, it's a disgraceful comment to make. They should be ashamed of themselves for making it. But
I got a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I think it would be really shocking if the Liberals accused the Conservatives of supporting Vladimir Putin, but I think the issue was that they voted against Operation Unifier on 3 separate occasions.
Again, and that's a point of debate. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So what we find is that the hyperbole coming from the Liberals doesn't match reality. Their criticism is deeply hypocritical. We all know it. They have done things that have directly harmed and continue to directly harm Ukraine with their decisions. And I can tell you this, Madam Speaker, they have become the party of disinformation. Disinformation to suggest we don't support Ukraine, disinformation that somehow our opposition to this free trade agreement is not supporting Ukraine. We tried to make the trade agreement better so that we could support the trade agreement and, of course, support Ukraine. This Liberal government did everything they could to make sure that wasn't possible. Why? Because they want to use the trade agreement in a desperate attempt to score cheap political points here in Canada with an incredibly false narrative. Now, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Calgary-Shepherd, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on International Trade with the view to amend the coming into force provision to allow it to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council after the removal of all references to carbon pricing and carbon leakage.
On s'attendait-tu à ça, oui? Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves the following amendment. It's by Mr. Genius. So Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Genius, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on International Trade with the view to amend the following into force provision to allow it to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council after the removal of all references to carbon pricing and carbon leakage. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Are we debating the amendment, or are we still in the original debate?
It's questions and answers on these.
Okay. The member spoke of the principled approach of the Conservative Party to this agreement. So let's talk about principles. This isn't about the carbon tax, but today the Ukrainians are running out of ammunition. Today, President Zelensky is in Washington, D.C., desperate to get military support from the United States, which is being blocked by the American far right. Today, more than ever, is a day where Ukraine needs the political support. And where is the Conservative Party? They voted against the free trade agreement today. On Friday, they voted against any military assistance to the Ukraine. Today, of all days, is a day where Ukraine really needs political support around the world. Why do they continue to oppose support for Ukraine?
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So of course we support Ukraine. That's absolutely true. We vote against the fall. We vote against the fall economic statement because we have absolutely no confidence in this incompetent, corrupt Liberal government. But the member's talking about munitions. That's great. Good for him. We had a motion at committee to support expanded munitions productions in Canada and increasing munitions exports to Ukraine and support the delivery of weapons and munitions manufacturing capabilities in Ukraine by Canadian industry. How did Liberal members of the committee vote, Madam Speaker? They voted against it. This member should perhaps get off his PMO talking points that he just read into the House and actually understand what his party's done with respect to munitions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member.
The honourable
member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The colleague mentioned the amendments that were proposed by the Conservatives at committee. Most of these amendments we disagreed with, but we think we should have been able to debate them because we have a parliamentary system and it's a democracy. But the way these treaties are negotiated in Canada, it's very special. This was done behind Parliament. We weren't aware of the content of the treaty, and parliamentarians do not have all of their tools to amend the treaty, either at committee or in the House. They're only able to pronounce their opinions on the rules of the way it's enforced. I don't think this is parliamentary. It's not what happens in the U.S. or Europe. It seems very anti-democratic, the Canadian way of proceeding. So I'd like to know, does my colleague think that this Canadian way of negotiating treaties is anti-democratic and it prevents Parliament from debating amendments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for an actually a good question. Look, when you come to Parliament and table drop a 700-page trade agreement and expect Parliament to just immediately rubber stamp it, that's the kind of arrogance that you get with this Liberal government. They believe that somehow they are so infallible, so perfect, that they brought to us, as we approach Christmas, like the birth of Christ. Here it is, the perfect child. And in fact, we get to have real criticisms of this bill. And yes, the challenge is, of course, this. There is a process to bring treaties and trade agreements to members so that they have an opportunity to have input. They did none of that. They brought it here, said it's perfect, and now criticize people for criticizing it. It's an embarrassing way for them to behave.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Selkirk.
And I want to thank our Shadow Minister for Trade for his very thoughtful and well-articulated concerns about the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. I think he was very clear that Conservatives support Ukraine. Conservatives are the party of free trade. But unfortunately, the Liberals have stuck in carbon taxes into this trade agreement, which is the first time in history. It's unprecedented, and we cannot accept that. We're the party that's opposed to carbon taxes.
But, Madam Speaker, I just want to point out, and I know the members already reflected on this, we've been calling on this government since 2018 to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine. They didn't wait 4 weeks to send lethal weapons. They didn't wait 4 months. They waited 4 years till the hot, full-scale invasion happened in Ukraine. And the member was very clear to say that. We've been asking for the government to do more in support of Ukraine. This free trade agreement does not provide the opportunity for Canadian defense industry to do business in Ukraine. There's no war insurance provided. And I just want to ask them, we have right now, the Canadian Armed Forces are decommissioning old light armored vehicles. They're Bisons, Coyotes, and Tracklabs, the M113s. Why are the Liberals sitting around? We've been asking since March of last year to actually export them and send them to Ukraine to help in the fight against Russia, and they haven't. Why haven't they?
Honourable Member Dufferin-Caledon.
Look, it's a great question. And this is actually where you get to where the rubber hits the road. There are real and concrete things that this Liberal government could have done and could be doing to help Ukraine. Instead, they wrap themselves in this free trade agreement to somehow suggest this is the only way that you can support Ukraine. And of course, they put a poison pill in it so that they knew that Conservatives couldn't support carbon pricing and carbon leakage, but real measurable things that would have made a difference. And we had a motion on the exact issue that the member has just raised to do that. And of course, that was defeated. So again, exporting a Russian gas turbine to Russia, the Canadian detonators in Russian mines, no wartime insurance, not sending these armored vehicles, not increasing munitions production. These are things that are actually harming Ukraine. Our vote does not. They should stop talking the way they are. It's disgraceful.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
In the member's remarks, he spoke about why all Conservatives oppose the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. He cited two things. He cited that there's the mention of carbon pricing in it, which is, of course, not a legitimate reason because Ukraine already has carbon pricing since 2011. They need carbon pricing to enter the EU, which they're desperately trying to do. And the agreement doesn't even force Ukraine to do anything on carbon pricing. So that is not a reason to oppose the agreement. We already know that. The other reason he said is because the government is somehow imposing this language about carbon pricing on Ukraine or imposing something on Ukraine that they don't want. President Zelensky signed this agreement. He came to Canada to do that. He's asked all parliamentarians to vote for it. The Ukrainian ambassador has asked all parliamentarians to vote for it. The Ukrainian Canadian Congress has asked all parliamentarians to vote for it. We had Ukrainian MPs visit Canada and ask all parliamentarians to vote for it. So the Conservatives seem to believe that they know better what Ukrainians want than the Ukrainians themselves. My question to the member is why is the Conservative Party and Vladimir Putin the only people out there who seem to think that they know better what Ukrainians want or need than Ukrainians themselves?
Hear, hear.
Again, and I want to remind members, if they don't have the floor, they shouldn't be yelling across. They shouldn't be trying to answer. I know that the members that have the floor and are able to answer, the honourable member whose responsibility is to answer is very well able to do that without the help of his colleagues. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The logical gymnastics that member just had to do is something that could probably have gotten a gold medal at a gymnastics competition at the Olympics. So President Zelensky actually asked them to not send the gas turbine. Did this member stand up against his government and say it shouldn't happen? No, he did not. There are currently no export controls that are in place to stop Canadian detonators from getting into Russian landmines. Has he stood up to criticize his government for doing that? No, he has not. But somehow, voting against a trade agreement, that is the cardinal sin. It's one of the 7 deadly sins. It's ridiculous. It's pathetic. They should be stopping the things that I've raised. They should be including the things I've raised. That's how you show support for Ukraine, not this fake straw man argument they're building up about voting against a trade agreement, which includes languages that we would never support because the next trade agreement, they'll actually mandate a carbon price in it if we let them get away with it this time. Canadians know the misery of the carbon tax. We're against it in Canada. We're against it in trade agreements. We'll be against it forever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a quick question.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
There's no doubt that we're in favor of Ukraine. I want to go back to 1991 and December 2nd when former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney was the first country in the world to recognize the independence of Ukraine. And so I would ask my colleague to elaborate on those kinds of dedication that this country has provided to our Ukrainian cohorts and friends and families in the Ukraine today, and just to justify some of the great comments that my colleagues have made, and to further denigrate, I guess, what the Liberal government has done in regards to putting a carbon tax into a trade agreement when a country's at war.
Answer from the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
This could be a meme, right? Send a gas turbine that Russia uses to pump gas and make money to fund the war, no big deal. Allow Canadian detonators to end up in Russian mines that are killing Ukrainian soldiers, no big deal. Don't give businesses wartime insurance, no big deal. None of this is a big deal. But vote against a free trade agreement that we think is a bad trade agreement, oh my God, you're supporting Vladimir Putin. Look, their arguments on this are pathetic, they're embarrassing. Canadians have always supported Ukraine. Conservatives have always supported Ukraine, just like when we were almost the first country in the world to recognize an independent Ukraine. I think Poland beat us by something like 25 minutes. That's the Conservative record. We support Ukraine. Don't listen to the misinformation and disinformation these despicable Liberals are trying to spread.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the
honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are at this time to debate at third reading with respect to the implementation of the 2023 Canada Free Trade Agreement with Ukraine. We were able to debate it at committee, and several of my colleagues were there during the study. So nothing much has changed. Fundamentally, because we support this bill, we're trying to flesh it out. In the former version of it, there wasn't a lot. It doesn't make Quebec and Ukraine a big trading partner of Canada and Quebec, but Ukraine will remain a partner of value. This trade agreement does flesh things out, even though while the former agreement was more like a declaration of friendship. In terms of pork production, there will be more exports to Ukraine. Also, since we have a lot of firms in Quebec and that will be able to be active in the reconstruction of Ukraine, we hope, as quickly as possible. Also, there'll be interesting contracts for our companies, and also we hope this agreement will be good for Ukraine as well. At committee, there was an article I voted against, a clause. I asked it not to be adopted on division, and I asked for a recorded division. It's with respect to the state investor dispute mechanism that was removed. It's in NAFTA, and how come Canada is still negotiating agreements with such clauses which put multinationals on the same footing as states? Yes, there are a lot of exceptions. It was more cautious than the former Chapter 11 that was in NAFTA, but it still allows multinational companies to send states before the courts when certain measures don't allow them to make profits. In the current case, it could mean, well, let's take the case we saw with Ukraine, who has seized goods from Ukrainian citizens because they funded Russians. Because of that agreement, saying that they're protecting foreign investments, they could do the same thing and seize assets of Ukrainian citizens because they support Russia here, and they could be taken to court by investors against the Canadian state. This is unacceptable. We still can understand that this clause is still here, and that's why we asked for a recorded division. This clause is anti-democratic. It limits the state's power to create legislation and to create policies, and I asked for a recorded division. The NDP member, the member for St. Central, Okanagan, West Kootenay, was the only one who voted with me on this. The Liberals and the Conservatives were in a rush to vote to keep this clause, and they didn't want to ruffle the feathers of their large multinational friends. So I just to mention, in the agreement, there is a chapter where there are a lot of nice principles and that were put forward. Principles stating that there is now responsible conduct from companies. Now there are Canadian companies that will behave properly, don't worry. But these are just pretty principles. But there's nothing binding in this agreement. That's why I'm very proud to say the only amendment that was voted on, the one I tabled, came from the bloc. So I will read it. Bill 56B amended after line 11 to respect the principles for Canadian companies. Clause 1.1, that the Minister of conducting activities in Ukraine respect the principles and guidelines under Article 15.5 of the Accord. And also there's a process for receiving complaints. 3, at January 1st, at the latest of every year, there should be a report that resumes the activities under these obligations in this article. Chapter 11, every table of House of the Parliament must receive a report. So thanks to the impact of the bloc and the work of the bloc at committee, we just had nice principles, but now we have an obligation to be politically responsible in this bill, and that is something I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the work we have done on this. Nevertheless, the question of respect shown by companies and Canadian companies of all human rights abroad is very far from being solved. In the 2023 budget, I'm going to quote it, what is written. The 2023 budget announced the government's intention to table a bill by 2024 to eliminate forced labours in Canadian supply chains with respect to goods from this sector. Legislation must respect the government's legislation to protect Canadian supply chains. This was written in March 2023. We said this has to be in place before 2024. The government has 3 days left to respect its commitment and table legislation, and the House will adjourn in 3 days. I'd like to remind them, rather than have them not keep their promise. At the Standing Committee on Trade, we wrote to the Labour Minister because we want to remind him of their commitment. My colleagues and even the Liberals voted for this proposal. The letter was sent, and I'm looking forward to see the government's reply to this. Or perhaps we'll have a nice surprise. Maybe we'll wake up tomorrow morning and there'll be a piece of legislation before us and they'll keep their promise. But I'd like to remind them they have 3 days left.
Of course, they can say, yes, then there was S 2011 that makes it compulsory for Canadian companies to file an annual report, but that doesn't solve the whole problem. It's not human rights per international conventions that are taken into account as a whole. So with S 211, companies that actually make no substantial efforts might still be in compliance with the law without any consequences or punishment or fines to pay. So the company can say, I declare I haven't taken any measures, that's it, see you next time. So it's only companies who have more than 250 employees and who earn above a certain threshold that are to comply with these rules. So this was moved by the NDP, but I co-signed it as well. And the idea here is to impose these rules on companies of all sizes, and it should also give concrete remedies to victims. There's a point of order.
Falkirk, Interlake Eastman, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I believe the member speaking right now inadvertently referred to the Prime Minister by his name.
OK, je sais pas si...
I did not hear it myself, but if the honourable member mentioned by name the Prime Minister, I did not even speak about the Prime Minister during my speech, Madam Speaker. Okay. So the honourable member thought the honourable member mentioned something, but the honourable member did not mention it. So, honourable member, back to you. Well, I will invite my colleague to listen before making points of order. So we come then to the question, and we come back to the agreement actually itself. So I mentioned this every single time that I was against because all of the Conservative amendments were deemed to be inadmissible. And I was against all of them. There was really irresponsible and dangerous things among them. For instance, the sale of arms was mentioned in one. We want this agreement to be a reconstruction and peace agreement, not an agreement within the text of which we imply that the war will be forever. But every single time the amendments were deemed inadmissible, I voted so that we could debate and hear them, because there's a significant transparency problem when it comes to defining these commercial agreements, trade agreements. We have to acknowledge that Ottawa is not transparent vis-à-vis its own elected representatives. We have to debate of different positions in this House, and whatever the color of the government of the day is, the government does not appreciate that the proponents of certain initiatives scrutinize things too closely. This takes us back to the culture of monarchy of Canada, because in agreements that are signed, we see this trace. And as a member of this House, I witnessed this in November and December 2020. Our committee was studying the free trade agreement between Canada and the United Kingdom without the text. So this was a piece of absurd theater, if you will. We had witnesses and experts appearing before us telling to us, okay, we like this, we don't really like this aspect that much, but each of these people, or rather none of these people had actually seen the actual text of the draft agreement. So what is the meaning of all this, Madam Speaker? The Minister of Foreign Affairs, a Canadian minister in 1909, made it compulsory for the ministry to report on its activities. So this concerned the discussions and engagements of Canada at the international level. In 1995, this act was amended, and the department was also given international trade as part of its mandate. The annual reporting obligation was removed at that point in time, but in 1926, the House of Commons actually had adopted a motion saying that the ministers, before ratifying the signing of an agreement or a convention affecting Canada or imposing military or economic sanctions, will make sure that it has approval from the Parliament. This was done at different levels, but it was completely abandoned in 1966, so after only 40 years. Therefore, there is need for tools that would increase democratic scrutiny on these instruments. Our political party, Bloc Québécois, moved 7 bill proposals to impose upon the minister to bring before the Parliament the texts or the drafts of such agreements and conventions before parliamentarians before the ratification stage. So this compulsory presentation within a reasonable time frame to the elected representatives should become a policy, but no government has actually turned it into binding piece of legislation. It's not the same thing. It might be a policy, but it's not a binding piece of legislation. Therefore, each government operates in an arbitrary fashion, but in the British parliamentary tradition, this should be respected. So what we have is ridiculously insufficient, and members of the parliament are put in a difficult position because this is not really involving members of the parliament into these agreements. These policies turn into an instrument to stifle opposition to these initiatives. Certain parliaments across the globe actually consult with members of their parliaments before starting negotiations on such agreements or conventions. For instance, there was one that impacted sugar and sugar trade. For instance, this is also a policy in the European Union. They ask members of the parliament about what kinds of agreements they would like to see. So parliamentarians are elected by the population. They are tasked with representing the values and the interests of their citizens. So before, during, and after these negotiations, Canada unfortunately missed the mark on consulting MPs. Now, during an agreement between the Liberal Party and the NDP, yet another agreement, you might say, this was in 2020, and we thought that this would improve the transparency of these procedures. We were examining the free trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico at our committee, and before adopting it, the NDP had come to an agreement with the Liberal Party of Canada, and they agreed to reducing the opacity of these negotiation processes. So the study of the new agreement was not very transparent, but we were being promised more transparency going forward. But what happened at the time, we spent many weeks studying it without having the text of the agreement. So that shows you how big of a success this agreement was, Madam Speaker. There have also been agreements with Indonesia, India, with the United Kingdom for a provisional agreement, and there will be one eventually with Mercosur. So on all of these questions, we don't know anything. We have no information. The International Trade Committee, as committee members, when Canadian negotiators actually come before us, we don't end up learning much. So this agreement between the NDP and Liberals did not really yield the expected results. But when it comes to transparency, we hope to do better the next time. Now, I'll also talk about transparency at the provincial level. There's nothing in Canadian federalism, and that is maybe not the best name for it, because it's actually a centralized unitary state, has more traits of it at least, but in this tradition, there is the obligation of consulting provinces, but with one exception. That was when we had the agreement with Europe. During negotiations, Quebec could have a negotiator, but the negotiator wasn't at the negotiating table. The lead negotiator of Quebec, former premier, told us that his role was very limited. And the actual negotiation was actually happening on the hallways. For the same agreement, Wallonia, because that's how the Belgian system functions, they almost blocked the entire agreement. So maybe Canada should take inspiration from such a system. That would be respecting the provinces, Madam Speaker. Of course, this is a reform proposal. My preferred solution is not that. My preferred solution is that Quebec sits at the negotiating table as an independent country. We should also add that if Ottawa is going to represent the entirety of Canada in international negotiations, and then we're not even able to do that properly, then Quebec actually is having more of a reduced presence at this parliament. So through electoral reforms from year on year, we are having occupying less of a space in this parliament, turning into a minority, because the electoral reform that will come before us, the number of seats given to Quebec will actually go down. So Quebec's political weight will still be reduced. It will go from 22 to 20% of the total number of MPs. But given the population of Quebec, it will go down, and its influence in the House of Commons also will move towards becoming more and more insignificant. And we see the reduction of the presence of Quebec in this institution that's key for the country. That is a dire problem, because our values are being diluted more and more in favor of the values of the rest of Canada. And these are the real consequences of our presence in this regime, the outcome of which is turning us into a minority as days go by. French Canadians should have an equal number of seats, but as soon as we started having smaller numbers, we magically somehow switched to a proportional system. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, a minute? Okay, I was about to conclude anyways. Just to reiterate that we are in favor of this agreement, but we would have liked a different method of proceeding, such a different method of proceeding where provinces and elected representatives could have a say in these negotiations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
I would like to thank the member for his speech, for his comments, and for his support, for the support of his party by voting in favor of the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. I'd like to ask the member if he could talk to why this agreement is important for Canada and for Ukraine. Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, as I've said, this will be an agreement that will be good, economically speaking, especially for Quebec when it comes to the sports industry, engineering industry. I think it will open interesting doors, and it will increase commercial exchanges, of course, and it will do good for Ukraine and for Ukrainian people. But again, I don't really understand why we are bringing multinationals to the same level as sovereign states. Since the change in the free trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico, we actually saw different examples of this, so I voted against this aspect. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for his speech on this free trade agreement and on this bill, which will implement it. I traveled with him many times. We went to Washington together, and he was a champion of workers' rights in the energy industry, for instance, and in different labor sectors, the batteries industry. I know for a fact that every single time we had a meeting with the Americans, he was very active. We were having difficulties even with our closest allies, the Americans. Us as Canadians, we have something that we can put on the table to help them out. So when it comes to Ukraine, the trade in services and goods we have with Ukraine is about $1 billion in value. And we as Conservatives, we brought forward 8 amendments to the free trade agreement in order to expand it further. So can the member maybe talk about that a bit? Because he referred to it in his own words. I'll try to resume it myself. That they would want a free trade agreement for peace. But, of course, in Ukraine, there is a war that's going on that is being imposed on Ukraine by Russia, by Vladimir Putin. So it is necessary that they receive weapons, that they are capable of producing weapons on their own territory. So should this not be in the free trade agreement? Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank my colleague with whom, of course, I traveled quite a bit, and he defended the interest of his region quite strongly in our discussions with American representatives. Having said that, it is the prerogative of every sovereign state to sell arms. Of course, there are conventions, rules, and regulations to follow, but it is their prerogative to support one of the belligerents in an armed conflict. But should the agreement include a provision to this end for the long term, that is where I have a problem. But I was radically against it. I insisted on it in the name of transparency. Even though I told them I was against all of the Conservative amendments, I was still favorable to deem them admissible so that we could have a debate, because this is going to impact people.
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Je veux remercier mon...
I would like to thank my colleague, member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, for his speech.
Him for his support in committee during the discussions on the investor-state dispute mechanism question. And I'd just like to give him some more time to expand on that, how the ISDS, he mentioned how it gives corporations the status of sovereign nations. It puts them above Canadian corporations here in Canada. And it really brings up the possibility that Ukraine would be on the hook for huge settlements if one of these disputes was made against Ukraine by a Canadian company. Just wondering if he could comment on that and comment on why the world is moving away from ISDS agreements and Canada seems stuck in that lane.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I also don't understand. In CUSMA, it was removed, so I don't know why it's in this trade agreement. Now, that having been said, the general consequences are as follows. ISDS means that profit can be a reason to sue. People sue for profit now instead of for valid reasons. This led to many abuses. Some countries have been sued for increasing their minimum wage. Some countries have been sued for cancelling oil extraction. Some countries have been sued because they no longer wanted to use dangerous chemical weapons. This was a step back in democracy. The United Nations noted that in 60% of cases, governments stepped back, either partially or fully. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquin-Angers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and the excellent way in which he defends Quebec's values. Earlier, before he turned up in the House, I asked a question. The question was, here we're approving this agreement, we're not amending it. My question to my colleague, how can we make sure that this isn't the case in our next trade agreement? How can we revisit the way international agreements are adopted here? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. There's a culture to change, Madam Speaker, simply put. We've heard all sorts of things, not all good, in the negotiations for this trade agreement. We did 2 tours of Quebec, one virtually and one in person. It was this year, time flies, and we heard all sorts of things, saying that Parliament shouldn't have its word to say because negotiators have no longer have their word to say. Mandates should be given upstream. Debates should happen upstream before we send negotiators abroad. And then, through a statute, not through policy, through statute, there should be a time calendar between tabling the report, debating it, and actually passing it.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question's in regards to, when we talk about the Ukraine-Canada trade agreement, there's a great deal of interest that goes well beyond this chamber, obviously, whether it's the ambassador from Ukraine to Canada, to the President Zelensky himself. And this is a letter that I've received from the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, in which it was sent to the leader of the Conservative Party. And what it's asking for, Madam Speaker, and I quote directly from the letter, the UCC therefore asks the official opposition to revisit their position on Bill C-57 and vote to support the bill. Madam Speaker, it would be, I would think, in the best interest. At one point, it seemed that everyone inside this chamber was behind the Canada, Ukraine, and Ukraine solidarity in terms of what's taking place in Europe. The trade agreement is something that's sound, it's solid. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to maybe the Conservative Party rethinking their position so we can get unanimous support for this trade agreement.
The honourable member. I also invite them to revisit their position, and I am fully against their arguments. Many things could be dismantled by facts. That being said, let us be clear on one thing. A trade agreement isn't a religion. We should be able to question it, to be against certain aspects, and if we are against most of them, we can be against. I don't want to go against the Conservatives because of their position. That being said, their arguments have some issues, and I would invite them to revisit their position.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to rise here today to once again speak to Bill C-57, the new Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And we're at third reading now, the final stage of debate. The Canada-Ukraine friendship is very special. Over 1 million Canadians are very proud of their Ukrainian heritage. And in fact, when Ukraine declared its independence from the Soviet Union in 1991, Canada was the first Western country to recognize that act. And shortly after that recognition, in 1995, Canada signed an early Foreign Investment Protection Agreement, or FIPA, with Ukraine. So we've always supported attempts to strengthen our trade with Ukraine. In 2017, Canada signed the first version of this free trade agreement. And it was recognized at the time, and remember at that time Ukraine was already involved in with conflicts with Russia. And it was recognized that a broader, more complete agreement would be needed, and the two countries agreed in 2019 to begin that process to create this new agreement. That treaty was completed early this year, early 2023, and signed at the end of September when President Zelensky visited Ottawa. The text of the treaty, however, was not released until this implementation bill, C-57, was tabled on October 17th, and debate on the bill began only a few days later. And the compressed timeline of parliamentary debate on this agreement is problematic, and I'll speak to that later. So, Madam Speaker, Ukraine is now literally fighting for its life in an illegal war instigated by the Russian invasion in 2022. Canada has been providing aid in many forms to Ukraine since that war began. With respect to trade, Canada issued remission orders to temporarily open up trade with Ukraine, allowing supply-managed products such as poultry to enter Canada. And we've heard some concerns about these remission orders in the International Trade and Agriculture Committees, but I think it's fair to say that most Canadians are happy to help Ukraine in any way during these horrific times in their struggles. Now, I talked earlier about I mentioned the FIPA agreement that predated the free trade agreements with Ukraine, an agreement signed in 1995. FIPA agreements allow foreign corporations to sue Canadian governments if they feel that new laws or regulations in Canada impact their profit. The most famous of these in Canada is the FIPA agreement that Stephen Harper signed with China in 2012 without any debate here in this place that still haunts us to this day. Now, FIPA agreements now find their way into broader free trade agreements in the form of investor-state dispute systems, or ISDS. And it's no secret that the NDP is not a fan of ISDS. When we have voted against free trade agreements in the past, whether it was the CETA agreement with the EU or the CPTPP agreement with Pacific nations, it was almost always because those agreements included ISDS clauses. We were happy when the new CUSMA agreement with the United States and Mexico eliminated the ISDS provisions that had been included in the original NAFTA. So we're very disappointed that this new agreement with Ukraine has inserted ISDS provisions in its investment chapter, basically rolls the old FIPA conditions into this treaty with some updated language. And we joined the Bloc Québécois, the member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bigotte, in committee to try to remove the ISDS implementation in this agreement, but we were voted down by the Liberals and Conservatives. The world is moving away from ISDS language in trade agreements, and Canada should be at the forefront of that trend, not a laggard trying to catch up. Australia and New Zealand have negotiated side letters with the United Kingdom, taking out ISDS language in the CPTPP agreement as part of the UK's accession process to that agreement. The UK Parliament is actively debating whether they want to include ISDS provisions in future trade deals. The European Union is moving away from ISDS, and Canada should do the same. Bill C-57 passed second reading on November 21st. Surprisingly, the Conservatives voted against it, voted against a bill, against a trade agreement that Ukraine very much wanted full support for. And why? Because they found buried deep in the environment chapter the words carbon pricing. They concocted a scenario of Canada forcing Ukraine in its time of need to agree to support carbon pricing. Fact is that Ukraine has had carbon pricing since 2011, long before Canada put the carbon tax in place. And they strengthened that resolve in 2018 as part of their efforts to join the European Union. So if anything, the Ukraine has been leading Canada in the carbon pricing scenario. And the mention of carbon pricing in this agreement is no way obliges either Canada or the Ukraine to implement or continue carbon pricing. And Ukraine and Ukrainian Canadians noticed that the Conservatives voted against the agreement. They pleaded for unanimity. So what did the Conservatives do in response to Ukraine's concerns? Well, they voted against funding for Ukraine aid in the supplementary estimates last week. They voted against funding for Operation Unifier as well. And the Ukrainian Canadian Congress commented online that, and I quote, "For the second time this month, Conservative MPs undermined support for Ukraine by voting against funding for Operation Unifier and other support for Ukraine in the supplementary estimates. Canada's support for Ukraine should be unanimous and beyond political games." Unquote. And just a few minutes ago, the Conservatives doubled down and once again voted against the Ukraine Free Trade Agreement at report stage. And then they had an amendment to send the bill back to committee, further delaying a bill that the Ukraine government has asked us to pass without delay. You can't make this stuff up. Now, I'd like to turn back now to the issue of how we debate free trade agreements in this Parliament. Too often in the past, we've barely known that a trade agreement is being negotiated before it is presented with a signed agreement and that we are asked to ratify. A fait accompli. The NDP thinks it's important to allow Parliament to have input into trade negotiations before they begin. When the government negotiated CETA and CPTPP, Canadians were kept in the dark about what was being negotiated. When we finally learned what was on the table, the deals were already finalized, The government said there was absolutely no way to change anything at that point. Now, it's not too much to ask for input to these important policies. The United States Congress has the right and ability to debate what priorities their country will be entering, the priorities of their country will be before entering into free trade negotiations. Now, the member for Elma-Transcona wrote a letter in December 2019 to the Minister of International Trade, who's now the Minister of Finance, regarding increased transparency around the negotiations for the new Canada, US, Mexico Free Trade Agreement. And in response to that letter, the Minister agreed on February 19, 2020, to change the policy on tabling treaties in Parliament. And those changes were, and I quote, to require that a notice of intent to enter into negotiations toward a new free trade agreement be tabled in the House of Commons at least 90 days, calendar days prior to the commencement of negotiations. That's 3 months. Under normal parliamentary procedures, the notice of intent would be referred to the Committee on International Trade. Secondly, to require objectives for negotiations towards a new free trade agreement to be tabled in the House of Commons at least 30 calendar days prior to the commencement of negotiations. And under normal parliamentary procedures, those objectives would be referred to the Committee on International Trade, unquote. Now, as I mentioned previously, there were discussions with some stakeholders around the scope of changes to this free trade agreement in the winter of 2020, but the International Trade Committee was only able to provide input well after negotiations had begun. It's also important to allow ample notice once the treaties are signed for debate in this place before they're ratified. We should know what the treaty contains as soon as it is signed. The standing policy of this place is that there should be 21 sitting days between the tabling of treaties and the tabling of implementing legislation. And at the same time, the government must table an explanatory memorandum and a final environmental assessment. When the first Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement was tabled in 2017, the government followed that policy. But that didn't happen at all with this agreement. What we had was the treaty and the implementing legislation were tabled on the same day with the memorandum. And on top of that, the minister tabled the legislation on a Tuesday, and we began debate the following Monday. And as the Conservative member mentioned, it's hardly enough time to read a very large agreement and find out what it's all about and really make meaningful debate in this House to properly discuss the ramifications of these treaties that mean a lot to Canadian companies and Canadians. This has to change. MPs should have the opportunity to debate the priorities of free trade negotiations before they begin, and should have ample opportunity to debate the implementation of treaties after they're signed. And I urged the minister and her government to follow the standard policies on how to introduce treaties and implement legislation before Parliament. These are not minor details. They're important points on how Canadians expect us here in this place to hold the government to account. So to conclude, the NDP is very much in favor of free trade. We supported the original version of this agreement with Ukraine in 2017. Our main caveat for free trade agreements in general is that they must be designed to protect and create Canadian jobs and protect the ability of Canadian governments at all levels to care for our environment and promote the well-being of all citizens. The measure of success of free trade deals must not be just the profits made by Canadian corporations. They must include measures of good labor agreements, both here and in the countries we are making deals with, and measures of good environmental and human rights laws on both sides as well. These agreements must be beneficial to the people of both countries involved. And I have to say that this new agreement with Ukraine and the bill before us that implements this agreement seems to do a good job in that direction. We must do everything we can to support Ukraine and to prepare for the rebuilding of Ukraine after its victory over Russia. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his thoughtful remarks, and I hear his points about the process and negotiating free trade agreements, and I've taken that under advisement and to heart. One of the things that he did speak about was the issue of the carbon tax that purportedly is the reason that the Conservative Party has voted against this agreement, doesn't support this agreement. And I'm wondering if he could share with the House and with Canadians whether what his point of view is on the Conservative rationale for opposing this free trade agreement.
The honourable for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for that question. I mean, I can't speak for the Conservatives, and I really can't understand their position here. We have mention in this agreement of carbon pricing in a way that doesn't hold either Canada or the Ukraine to having a carbon price or increasing it or promoting it, whatever. It simply talks about this in a broad list of environmental objectives. And as I mentioned, Ukraine already has a carbon price. It has had one for 12 years, much longer than Canada. So I think, and then we heard in debate here today, the Conservatives think that this is some poison pill. I can't imagine that Vladimir Zelensky would sign an agreement that had a poison pill in it. And I think it's sort of the height of illogical thinking that Canada would put a poison pill in a free trade agreement so the Conservatives would vote against it. It simply does not make any sense at all. And so I'm baffled. You should ask the Conservatives that question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech. I appreciate his fair criticism of the decisions that the Conservatives have made on this, unlike the hyper-partisan rhetoric that we hear from the Liberal government. He talked about how President Zelensky signed this agreement, wants Canada to go forward with it, so he accepts that what President Zelensky says means something. So I'm wondering if he wants to comment on President Zelensky's comments about how this Liberal government allowed a gas turbine to be exported from Canada to pump Russian gas to actually help fund Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. And President Zelensky said, this is, moreover, is it not only dangerous for Ukraine, but also dangerous for all the countries of the democratic world. And President Zelensky called on the Canadian government to reverse the decision. And the Canadian ambassador said, Russia is using energy as a weapon in Europe and all over the world. This money and fuel are going to support the war in Ukraine. Now, does the member also agree with President Zelensky that this was a terrible decision by the Liberal government that actually helped fund Putin's war machine?
Question.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Yes, I think it was the wrong decision, and for all the reasons he mentioned.
Questions and comments? Question de commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his important intervention. I very much always appreciated his solidarity with Indigenous peoples and the work that he does to meet the needs of his constituents. One of the things that seems quite important about this particular modernization of this free trade agreement is Chapter 7 on Indigenous peoples and trade. I think that these are important acknowledgments about what we need to do for Indigenous peoples. Unfortunately, we've been hearing about causes trumping these kinds of important issues, and I wonder if the member can speak to what the difference is in terms of advocating for people's human rights, people's Indigenous rights, as well as the difference between how fighting for a cause might not be as effective as what we are seeing today. Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for Nunavut for that question and how important and wonderful it is to have her voice here in this Parliament, constantly reminding us about the rights of Indigenous people and to give more than just words and thoughts to their rights, but to actually put those rights into action in our agreements, in our laws. And yes, I'm very happy that we have a chapter here on Indigenous rights in this agreement. It speaks to the Tatar people of the Ukraine as well as the Indigenous people here in Canada, and that these types of chapters will be in further agreements. And it's the similar thing with, we have the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that we have recognized here in Canada, and British Columbia has laws in that. But we have to make sure that every day we think of what those rights mean and how we make our laws and decisions here to uphold those rights.
And comments, the member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague who's a wonderful member of the International Trade Committee, contributes very significantly to whatever the discussion or debate is in a very comprehensive and thoughtful way. And I understand he, after the next election, is not going to be returning to the House, which I think is a real loss for the House of Commons, because he adds a tremendous amount in the House and at committee level. So I would like to ask my honourable colleague about the concerns of so many Canadian National Congress, so many other organizations that have echoed their support for this. President Zelensky sat right in front of me and urged us to pass this free trade agreement very quickly. And was my honourable colleague concerned with the amount of opposition that was led by the Conservative Party of Canada?
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for Humber River Black Creek for those comments. Thank her for those warm regards, and I'd like to thank her for being a wonderful chair of the International Trade Committee. And yes, it's, as I said before in answer to a previous question, I'm surprised at the Conservative response to this agreement. They seem to have reacted to a couple of words in the agreement and used that to vote against it when Ukraine and Ukrainian Canadians have been very vocal in calling them out on this decision. We should be unanimous in our support for Ukraine, and I was surprised they doubled down today and have done a couple of more things to try to slow up this bill when Ukraine wants it passed right now.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if the member would like, so the point of this trade agreement, or part of it, is allegedly to help rebuild Ukraine. That's some of the rhetoric that we hear from the government, the Liberal Party. But one thing that actually is a problem is that Canada is the only G7 country that has not offered wartime insurance to Canadian businesses that want to rebuild in Ukraine. Now, what's the consequence of that? That means that the projects they would undertake are subject to enormous risk because, of course, it's a war. Every other G7 country has recognized this risk, has provided wartime insurance to their businesses. Canada has not. Was he aware of that? And does he think that's another major failure of this Liberal government?
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question and comment. He's another valuable member of the International Trade Committee. And this issue of wartime insurance for Canadian companies, you know, it's an important issue. I don't believe it belongs in a free trade agreement, just as if I don't believe that, you know, calls for more munitions to Ukraine or natural gas to Ukraine belong in a free trade agreement. These agreements are about, you know, taking tariffs off things, not trying to promote one thing or the other. And this is something that this government should be looking into. This is an agreement that is supposed to help rebuild Ukraine. And right now we are talking about issues within the war experience.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Humber River Black Creek. Madam Speaker, as we speak, the Ukrainian people are risking their lives and sacrificing their lives to defend their homeland. And notwithstanding the courage and resolve of the Ukrainian people, the situation in Ukraine is dire. There are millions of refugees in and outside of Ukraine. Russia's committing genocide in Ukraine every day. We've heard about many forms of war crimes, including the deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia, as one example. There are hundreds of millions of people in the global south that are facing food shortages and famine because of Russia's invasion and blockade of Ukrainian ports. The war is the primary reason for food and energy price inflation around the world, including here in Canada. So when Canadians pay higher prices at the pumps, when they pay higher prices at the grocery store, the primary reason for that is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And this is an existential threat to global security and to Canada's security. So it is critical that Ukraine win this war, not just for the sake of the Ukrainian people, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's important to us. So Ukrainian people are not just fighting for themselves, they're also fighting for us, and I believe we should be fighting for them. And Canada, the government of Canada, has been fighting for them. Canada has been a leading country in supporting Ukraine. We've provided over $5 billion in financial aid to Ukraine. That is the largest amount of financial aid per capita of any country in the world. And my Conservative colleague is heckling me as I speak, clearly doesn't support that. We've provided about $2.4 billion in military support. $2.4 billion in military support that's going to help the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian armed forces on the front line fight against this invasion. Over $350 million in humanitarian assistance, $127 million in development assistance, over $102 million in security and stabilization assistance, and implementation of the Kuwait visa program that's allowed about 200,000 Ukrainians fleeing the war to come here for temporary refuge in Canada. We've been a leader in supporting Ukraine's entry into NATO. We've been advocating for Ukraine's entry into the EU. There was some talk earlier in this debate about the ways and what we can do to help Ukraine rebuild. Well, the reality is that Canada's a leading country in making sure that we're seizing Russian assets that are here in Canada, and other countries are looking to our leadership on that to make sure that we can seize sanctioned Russian assets here in Canada and use them to help rebuild Ukraine. We're leading in terms of working with Ukraine in the International Criminal Court and others to make sure that Russia's war crimes are prosecuted. And we have trained 40,000 members of the Ukrainian armed forces through Operation Unifier. Just imagine that, Madam Speaker, 40,000 Ukrainian men and women who are fighting and giving everything to defend their homeland were trained by Canada. I think that's something that, as Canadians, we can be very proud of. And one of the things we can be very proud of is the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, which I would note was negotiated in record time at the request of the Ukrainian government while they were under attack by Russia. So these are steps that we can be very proud of. These are important steps, material steps to help Ukraine win the war. But the reality is that this won't be enough until Ukraine achieves a decisive victory. And to me, a decisive victory means that they win the war, but they also win the peace. Winning the war means they recapture all of their territory, and that includes eastern Ukraine, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea. But it also includes winning the peace, and winning the peace means, to me, means many things. But it means that Ukraine is secure as a member of NATO, that that we secure reparations from Russia to help rebuild Ukraine, that there's justice for Russian war crimes, and that we help rebuild Ukraine's economy, which means not just helping to rebuild the physical infrastructure that's been destroyed in Ukraine, but helping Ukraine's economy rebuild so that it can be prosperous and so the Ukrainian people can achieve the freedom, the democracy, but also the prosperity that they're fighting for every minute of every day, and that countless tens of thousands of Ukrainians have given their lives to defend. And so that's where this Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement comes in. It is actually incredibly important, not just to Canada's economy, but also to Ukraine's economy. Ukraine's economy when the invasion happened, since the invasion happened, declined by over 30%, Madam Speaker. Imagine a 30% decline in the economy of your country. And the reality is that that is why signing free trade agreements with countries like Canada, who are interested in not only trade, but also investing in Ukraine, is so critical, especially at this time. If Ukraine's going to be able to fight this war, it's going to have an economy that's functioning, that's allowing them to fund that war, to collect the taxes, to be able to pay for the munitions and everything else they need to pay for. So I think it's very, very important that we appreciate the importance of this agreement for that purpose. The other reason this agreement is important, Madam Speaker, is because the earlier Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that we currently have in place covers goods. It covers a trade of physical material, physical stuff that goes back and forth, which is very important. But the bigger economic opportunity is actually trade in services and allowing investment to flow between our countries. And so just from a purely Canadian perspective, it is good for Canada to have this trade agreement with Ukraine. It's an economic opportunity for our workers and our business people. So this is something that should be unanimously supported. But it's also equally important for Ukraine from an economic perspective to trade services and to allow investment to flow. It is critical and urgent for Ukraine, not just because we need to help Ukraine's economy, but because the flow of investment is what's critical to help Ukraine rebuild. And Ukraine can't rebuild without that investment from individuals and businesses who want to invest, build businesses, and help rebuild Ukraine. Now, it was asked for, it was signed by President Zelensky and the Prime Minister, and it is supported by the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, it is supported by the Ukrainian ambassadors, Ukrainian MPs have traveled to Canada to ask MPs of all parties to support it. It is widely supported. It is beneficial to Ukraine, it is beneficial to Canada, but there's a problem. The Conservative Party, every single Conservative MP, continuously votes against it and just voted against it just an hour or two ago here in this House again. Now, the argument they've put forward is that there's a mention of a carbon price in the agreement. First of all, the mention of the carbon price doesn't require Ukraine to do anything. It's just a mention. The second thing is that Ukraine has had a carbon price in place since 2011. Wow. They've had a carbon price before Canada had one. Wow. And they need one because they need it to be able to join the EU. So Ukraine committed to a carbon price long ago and has committed to a carbon price for the future. So there's nothing here that is being imposed on Ukraine. The other thing that's a little odd is to suggest that somehow President Zelensky, that Canada somehow imposed this on Ukraine. This is the government and the leader and the people that are fighting to defend themselves from the second largest military in the world, and somehow Canada imposed something on them? Like, I've never heard a more ridiculous argument in my life from the Conservatives. And the Conservatives are argued here in this debate that they know better than President Zelensky, that they know better than the Ukrainian government what Ukraine needs. They've said, we should delay this agreement, we should amend this agreement, we should remove segments of the agreement. All of those things, because this would be better for Ukraine. You know who knows better what Ukraine needs? Ukrainians do. And we should be listening to them. And they've asked us to pass this agreement, and we should respect their decision, that respect the fact that they want this agreement signed and they need it urgently. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this is part of a pattern now that's emerged since the member for Carleton became leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Since he became leader, the Conservatives talk about what Brian Mulroney did and Diefenbaker did, and that's great. But we're not talking about that, because those folks aren't sitting in the House today. The member for Carleton is the leader of the Conservative Party, and since he's become leader, the Conservative Party members of the Conservative Party, and he specifically, the leader, has never advocated for more military, financial, humanitarian support for Ukraine. He's been silent on Russia's acts of genocide against the Ukrainian people. He has echoed the false narratives that the war in Ukraine doesn't, in fact, affect inflation around the world when expert after expert after expert tell us it does. The other day on...
Order. There's going to be an opportunity for questions and comments. If members are not in agreement with what the honourable member says, they can raise it during questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre has just a little over a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. He has echoed, the leader of the Conservative Party has echoed false narratives about the war, suggesting it doesn't affect this war doesn't affect us, that it doesn't affect inflation in Canada. He said that in his House multiple times, which is, of course, not true. We know that not to be true. The Conservative Party put forward specific, they specifically challenged spending in our budget and voted to cut Operation Unifier, Canada's training mission of Ukrainian soldiers, of which we traded 40,000. They voted to cut military aid to Ukraine on Friday. Now they voted again against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Every single Conservative MP did that. This is part of a pattern. This is a Conservative party under this leader that doesn't support Ukraine. It is very obvious and apparent. I think it's important that we all support Ukraine. Ukrainians are fighting for themselves, but they're also fighting for us. Let's unify. Let's support Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
All right. Right on.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Hypocrisy of that member is astounding. He says we should listen to President Zelensky. Well, here's what he said on Canada exporting the gas turbines. Absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, it is dangerous not only for Ukraine, but for all countries in the democratic world. Ouch. And President Zelensky called on the Canadian government to reverse the decision. Where was this member when that was going on? Was he condemning his government? Was he standing up and saying, we have to listen to President Zelensky? No, he was quiet as a church mouse on an issue that's actually serious. A gas turbine used to pump Russian gas to actually fund the war in Ukraine. He didn't listen to President Zelensky then, but somehow it's outrageous that we disagree with President Zelensky on a trade agreement. How does he square his hypocrisy, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Madam Speaker, during this debate and during their consistent opposition of measures to help Ukraine over the last few weeks especially, Conservatives focus on the past. They focus on nostalgia. What Mulroney did, what Diefenbaker did, what somebody did 10 years ago, what somebody did 2 years ago. What the Ukrainian people need is not nostalgia. They need help. They're fighting for their lives and they're fighting for us. And the members opposite should stop focusing on what happened 10 years ago and 20 years ago and focus on today. Today, President Zelensky is asking us to pass this free trade agreement because it's vital to Ukraine winning this war. Let's support them. Slava Ukraini.
Order. I want to remind members they had an opportunity to ask a question. They were not disturbed while they were asking the question. They should return that respect when they're listening to the answer. If they're not in agreement with the answer, they wait for questions and comments. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to applaud the efforts that my colleague has done, along with many other members of the House of Commons, to advance the issue of this free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine and the importance of it. We know that they are fighting an illegal Russian aggression against them. I'd like to know what else the honourable member is suggesting that we could be doing in advance of promoting the free trade agreement with Ukraine.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think it's critical that we continue to work with our allies to encourage them to support Ukraine until they win. I think that's a critical step. We've seen some wavering of support among some in the United States. I think it's important that we buffer that support. But I think Canada can continue to help Ukraine by continuing to send military aid to Ukraine, by continuing to train the Ukrainian armed forces. We continue to send humanitarian aid. But also to expand our economic relationship with Ukraine and work towards Ukraine's rebuild after the victory. I think if we stay resolved and we work with our allies to stay resolved, then Ukraine will win. And if Ukraine wins, then we all win. Thank you.
Member will have 2 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. I want to remind members, if they want to have conversations, to please take it out into the lobby, because we are going to statements by members. The honourable member for Kitchener South, Heffler.
Madam Speaker, last week the Conservatives tried to cut funding for over 30 critical programs for Canadian families, specifically childcare. Every child deserves a chance to dream big, and every parent deserves the opportunity to build their careers without worrying about childcare costs. We've heard the struggles, felt the worries, and understood the juggle of balancing work and raising children. I personally experienced that myself as a single mother, raising 3 children on my own. That's why I'm glad our government committed to reducing childcare fees by an average of 50% this year, with the goal of just $10 a day by 2025. Childcare empowers parents, especially mothers, to realize their full potential, promotes gender equality, and increases the size of the workforce. The Conservatives talk a big game about having Canadians' backs, especially when it comes to Canadian families. But when it comes to supporting mothers and our children, they don't believe in it. Our government will continue to fight for children, mothers, and families all across Canada.
Member for Regina Louvain.
It was the week before Christmas, just before the House break. 8 long years with the government on the take. The economy was stalled, Liberal spending was high. Canadians were struggling just to get by. No one can afford a house or pay rent. The carbon tax quadrupled is making a dent. Canadians struggling, having to choose between heating and eating. It was only bad news. For families lined up at the food banks to eat, the costly coalition was making Christmas look bleak. But at last there was hope from the opposition side. A new Conservative leader was sure to provide. With the common sense plan geared for all people, he'd axe a tax and end the upheaval. With a common sense plan, his housing policy would fix what the Liberals had broken. He would ensure there would be no need for food tokens. After 8 long years of wasteful spending, he stopped the debt from ever ascending. The member for Carleton will soon be PM, and his costly coalition will long come to an end. I will hear him exclaim as he rolled out of sight, "Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home, and to all a good night."
Honourable Member for Pontiac. Madam Speaker, the full and equal participation of women in the economy is not only the right thing to do, it's also the smart thing to do. And indeed, by promoting women's participation in the economy, did you know that we could add up to $150 billion to our GDP? But at the moment, we have only 17% of small and medium-sized enterprises that are owned by women. That is why I was very proud to vote in favor of women's entrepreneurship strategy. Of course, it was in the middle of the night, this vote, and while half the Conservatives were asleep and the other half voted against. Am I surprised, Mr. Speaker? No, because a party made up of only 18% women cannot represent women in Canada. No, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Carrefour Jeunesse Emploi of Montmorency is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. For Beauport, this organization has become a must for young people aged 15 to 35. The CJE Montmorency offers these young people a range of free services to accompany and support them on their path to employment or when they go back to school, as well as when they want to create their own businesses and start up projects. In 25 years, thousands of young people have received help thanks to the extraordinary work of the entire team. And at the head of this team is a formidable woman who is the general manager, Sonia Noel. Sonia is open, direct, frank, dedicated. She's just extraordinary. She has been managing this organization with mastery. Her understanding, her empathy, determination have enabled the CJE of Montmorency to flourish and expand its activities. So congratulations to the entire team, and on behalf of the young people, thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, Toronto has always been a safe city. Yet over the last year, there's been a marked increase of stabbings and shootings. And in my riding of Davenport, residents have really begun to worry about their safety, and the safety of their children. After meeting with a number of the local police superintendents, one of the things that they asked is for us to continue to focus on stopping guns from illegally entering our country. Our Liberal government has stepped up with more funding to keep Canadians safe. Yet last week, the Conservatives voted no to funding that will crack down on firearms from illegally entering Canada, no to additional dollars to keeping the Canadian border secure, no to enhancing the RCMP's work to combat gun and gang violence. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will continue the important work to keep Toronto and all Canadian cities safe, while the Conservatives continue to play partisan games and obstruct important legislation. They are not worth the risk.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta and Canada lost a giant recently. A man who was known around these halls during his time as a Member of Parliament for 12 years, but certainly around the Alberta Legislature as a member of the Legislative Assembly from 1986 to 1993, and then Chief of Staff to Premier Ralph Klein. Peter Elzinga has left us in person, but certainly left many of us better off for knowing him. He remarkably left his life in government to donate a kidney to his friend, would just characterize the spirit of Peter and his public life. Always filled with generosity and kindness, I will cherish my many conversations with him and his committed guidance to me during my time in public life. He's lovingly remembered by his wife, Patricia, sons Gregory, Roger, and Peter Burrell, his 5 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren, Mr. Speaker. Rest in peace, Peter. Canada, as a country, is better off for having you served with distinction.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
For most of our history, people who menstruate have been expected to fend for themselves and always carry hygienic supplies in case their monthly visitor arrives by surprise. There are plenty of euphemisms for menstruation because we've been taught this bodily function is somehow embarrassing. In consequence, those who experience period poverty have an exacerbated inability to access menstrual products. They face more inequity at school and at work, and in some cases, they decline to participate in society. And that's why so many celebrated the $18 million investment to distribute menstrual products to our most vulnerable through Food Banks Canada, as announced by the Minister for Women and Gender Equality. This is the kind of forward-thinking policy you get when women are in positions of power. And the Conservatives voted against the Menstrual Equity Fund last week, against helping more than 570,000 people access free menstrual products every week. Conservatives are not worth the risk for all we've accomplished for women's equality.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, leading the country takes stamina, and that's why our team, cabinet, and leader were here vote after vote for 30-plus hours last week, while the opposition and its leader could barely fill their benches and not show their faces. When they did, they voted against our plan to help Canadians, including innovative Atlantic Canadian businesses, communities and businesses recovering from Hurricane Fiona, Atlantic Canada's growing bioscience sector, and marine conservation. Further, the Fall Economic Statement is a plan that supports the people of St. John's East and across the country. And if we wanted to compare the opposition's plan, it's nowhere to be found, because all it has is cuts and political stunts. Their true colors were on display last week as they voted against 100 measures to help this country.
Right on. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the dream of home ownership has become a nightmare. Today, mortgages have become unmanageable, devouring 2/3 of average Canadians' monthly income for a typical Canadian home. And I've heard from far too many families in Waterdown and Bimbrook that now teeter on the brink because their monthly payments are up thousands. All because these Liberals' reckless spending and deficits. For young Canadians not yet in the market, they've totally given up. Saving for a down payment used to be achievable with a few years of hard work. But now that takes 25 years, which is what it used to take to pay off the entire home. Proving once again that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Rents have doubled, mortgages have doubled, down payments have doubled. It's double trouble. But hope is on the way. Common sense Conservatives have a plan to build homes, not bureaucracy, and restore the dream of home ownership for Canadians once again. Let's bring it home.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, our government is continuing to invest in affordable housing. In 2017, our Prime Minister launched a badly needed $80 billion national housing strategy to fill the big gaps left by the previous Conservative government's denial of federal responsibility for housing. Countless Canadians remember what life was like during Prime Minister Harper's decade of darkness. Last week showed today's Conservative leader is cut from the same cloth. On Thursday and Friday, Conservative MPs voted against funding Indigenous housing, against funding 15,000 permanent affordable homes, against constructing 71,000 rental homes, and so much more. Our government is working to strengthen the economy by supporting the middle class and those seeking to join it. While in Mr. Harper's cabinet, today's Conservative leader worked to undermine Canada's electoral democracy and shred our social safety net. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative leader is simply not worth the risk.
Oh, great job.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after years under this government, the price of food, housing and gas has never been higher. And with the Liberal Bloc coalition in power, who want to radically increase the carbon tax, prices will only go up. I'm so tired of hearing these two parties say that the carbon tax does not affect Quebec. In fact, the second carbon tax will add 17 cents per litre to the price of gasoline. Quebecers must also pay the carbon tax on propane imported from other provinces. They also have to pay higher prices on products imported from other parts of the country indirectly. The Conservatives want the carbon tax abolished in all provinces and territories. We knew right from the start that this was not an environmental plan, but a tax plan. Our party has introduced motion after motion, but the Liberal Bloc coalition has opposed them every time. The Conservatives will continue to fight to get rid of the carbon tax that is imposed to farmers and families, bring back common sense in the next elections, and show these two parties what Canadians really want: affordable housing to call home and a full fridge they can afford.
Member from Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians hate the carbon tax. We see premiers suing the government, we see First Nations taking the government to court, and we see people lined up in bread lines at the food bank because they can't afford to eat. Farmers feed this country. They don't understand why the Prime Minister continues to tax the inputs they must purchase to grow foods. Inputs, taxes their competitors don't pay. Yet the Liberal Rural Affairs Minister has just made a spectacle of herself, stating that the country needs to vote for more Liberals if they want an exemption to this unfair tax. The Prime Minister has instructed his appointed senators to gut the Conservative bill to remove carbon taxes on farmers. And we have the NDP leader willing to vote against farmers in the House of Commons to keep this Prime Minister in power. Mr. Speaker, Canadians agree. This Prime Minister and this NDP Liberal government are just not worth the cost.
The Honourable Member from London West.
Mr. Speaker, last week's 30-hour circus put on by the Conservatives cost Canadian taxpayers nearly $2 million. And while I was happy to sit through the House with my colleagues to ensure that services that Canadians need most were passed and protected, Conservatives spent their night voting against Canadians. Let me tell you one of the most shocking votes they made against communities like my riding of London West. They voted to cut the funding to combat the toxic drug overdose crisis. They voted against substance use prevention programs for youth and the new National Suicide Crisis Hotline. The toxic drug crisis has claimed too many Canadian lives, and the risk of plunging an already struggling population, Mr. Speaker, by the opposition is too high. Cutting a bilingual, trauma-informed, and cultural appropriate suicide prevention, Mr. Speaker, is a risk Canadians cannot afford to take right now. On this side of the House, we're going to keep fighting to make sure that Canadians have access to mental health and addiction supports that they need most when they need it most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are suffering from a crisis of food insecurity that is jeopardizing our citizens' fundamental right to nutrition. The pillars of this right, availability, adequacy, and accessibility, are compromised not only in my riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, but across the country.
Food insecurity in Ontario has been steadily increasing from 7.8% in 2008 to 18% in 2022. Feed Ontario reports a 36% rise in food bank visit last year, soaring by 101% compared to pre-pandemic levels. Among the most affected are 41.7% of First Nations on-reserve households, followed by single mothers at a distressing 41%. Moreover, over one-third of food bank users are children. Parliament needs to implement a national school lunch program, a guaranteed livable basic income, and crack down on corporate greed. Let's all affirm our commitment to a society where every citizen lives in dignity, free from the specter of food insecurity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour-Nicolet Sorel. Mr. Speaker, Allow me to take a few moments to pay tribute to Mrs. Danielle Gamelin, who's the Executive Director of the Fondation Santé Bécancour Nicolet Yamaska. As soon as she took the helm of this organization 8 years ago, she restructured its internal operations to improve efficiency and organized fundraising activities to stabilize its financial health. In addition, she has increased her contacts with municipalities, the 2 RCMs, the Chamber of Commerce, and all organizations that offer health and community services, so that the foundation can respond effectively to their needs. Madame Gamelin, you're a committed, convincing, inspiring, authentic, daring, and extremely rigorous individual. May you remain at the helm of the Fondation Santé Bécancour Nicolet Yamaska for many years to come. Our beautiful region says a big thank you.
The honourable member from Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Industry Committee heard from the former employee of the Prime Minister's Green Slush Fund about $150 million of taxpayer money being misappropriated. Canadian tax dollars being funneled to companies with Liberal insiders. Let me quote their witnesses. An embarrassing lack of oversight that has allowed these problems to persist. An egregious cover-up of the truth. Conflict of interest breaches. Millions approved of companies owned by operating board members. A staggering level of incompetence, willful ignorance, and corruption. The Minister of the Privy Council office actively engaged with altering memos before they were sent. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's obvious that they are not worth the cost. These Liberals will take care of their friends. Conservatives will continue to push for accountability and answers. When will the Canadians get back to missing millions from Liberal insiders already?
Here. The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
My dad had a deep respect for our institutions. He believed in the possibility born from civil yet rigorous debate, hard work, and confidence in what we can accomplish when working together. His morals and values were guided by a faith in people. The proudest of his accomplishments was the last one, where in his final days he stood in this chamber just a few seats away from the seat that I occupy today to advance the greening of the prairie economy. He said during debate on the bill that if he had a favorite part, it was that which required a report back to Parliament. Yesterday, the bill's framework was tabled in the House. Dad's final moments here saw him surrounded by people he loved, in a place he loved, working to improve the well-being of everyone from the region that he loved. He lived by the words of our dear Auntie Fran. It all comes down to attitude, she would say. The glass must always be half full, be full of life. That he was. Whenever the time may come that I look back at my own parliamentary career and judge its successes and shortcomings, I hope that I will be able to genuinely say that I have lived up to the standard that he set for us all. We miss you, Dad.
Oral questions, questions orales, non-orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. When the Prime Minister inflates the price of groceries and forces 28,000 young Quebecers to write to Santa Claus for food rather than presents, he spends $1 billion on a scandalous green fund, the officials of which are saying that money is thrown for free to friends and wasted, and now a whistleblower said, and I quote, that the minister lied to the committee about this scandal. Why did this minister hide the scandal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader's plan that seeks to close Parliament last week failed. All it served to do was show the true colours of the Conservatives. It cost $2 million to Canadian taxpayers. The Conservative Party tried to reduce access to affordable childcare services, reduce the construction of affordable housing, and cut in the budgets of policing and military bodies. They want to bring us back to the Stone Age. We, on our side, will meet the needs of Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about the Prime Minister's billion-dollar green slush fund scandal. We already know while he forces 2 million Canadians to a food bank and doubled housing costs, is quadrupling the carbon tax, he has a billion-dollar fund whose own bureaucrats say reminds them of the sponsorship scandal, whose executives give money to their own companies. Yesterday, a courageous whistleblower testified the Prime Minister's Innovation Minister lied, and I quote, lied to the committee. Why is this minister and his boss, the Prime Minister, covering up this scandal and waste of Canadian tax dollars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It's not surprising that the Conservative leader doesn't want to talk about his failed Republican-style plan to shut down Parliament last week. His 30-hour temper tantrum achieved was to show Canadians the party's true colors and cost Canadians $2 million in wasteful spending. The Conservative Party tried to cut affordable child care, cut construction of affordable housing, and defund the police and Canada's armed forces. While they want to bring us back to the Stone Age, we'll stay focused on Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Canadians are forced to eat stone soup this winter after this Prime Minister gave us the worst food price inflation in 40 years, and we have 2 million Canadians, a record-smashing number, lined up at food banks. I know the Prime Minister is desperate to avoid defending his own track record, or worse yet, his quadrupling of the carbon tax. There is a common-sense Conservative bill, C-234, in the Senate, up for the vote today. Will the Prime Minister stop blocking the bill, axe the tax so that our farmers can feed families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada had the opportunity to support affordability measures for Canadians, but instead they chose to take 30 hours attacking the most vulnerable. During the Conservative leader's $2 million temper tantrum, they gladly stood against veterans experiencing homelessness, against emergency shelters for women and girls, against Indigenous housing, against rapid affordable housing construction. They even tried to prevent support for those who lost their homes in Hurricane Fiona. That leader is reckless and should be ashamed. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The truth is that the Prime Minister is not spending money on any of those things. He has a food program that doesn't feed kids, it feeds bureaucracies and creates frameworks that kids can't eat. He has a housing affordability program that doubles the cost of housing, a housing accelerator that hasn't built a single house, a carbon tax that hasn't reduced emissions. So instead of spending billions on programs that cause inflation and do nothing but sound pretty, why won't he axe the tax on our farmers so that they can feed Canadians this winter?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Whether the Leader of the Opposition makes a homemade video about it or not, a key factor contributing to food inflation around the world is Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. That party has been playing right into the Kremlin's hands by voting against Operation Unifier, by voting against funding for military aid to Ukraine, and by voting at every opportunity, including again this morning, against the Canada-U-Trade free trade agreement that Ukrainians have been asking for. We will never abandon Ukraine, unlike the Conservative leader who's shown Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is desperate to distract from the misery that he caused here at home. I wonder if he could just for once think about Canadians instead of thinking about himself. We have 2 million Canadians lined up in food banks, a record-smashing number. He's doubled the cost of housing. He wants to quadruple the carbon tax. 9 in 10 young people say they'll never be able to afford a home. We understand with this miserable record, he doesn't want to talk about Canada or Canadians. He'd rather spread falsehood about faraway foreign lands, Mr. Speaker. Will he not stand up for once for Canada, axe the tax so our families can eat?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Conservative leaders' partisan vitriol and performance games are hurting Canadians. Let's talk about their record directly. When it came to 988, the Suicide Crisis Helpline, how did they just vote? Against. When it came to the Lac-Mégantic rail bypass, how did they vote against? Against. When it came to the new Montreal Holocaust Museum on the first night of Hanukkah, how did they vote? Against. Mr. Speaker, there is clearly nothing this Conservative leader won't compromise.
Order. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I sought to understand the government's new dental program. It's not an easy one. We have 3 types of dental programs. A private one for those who have money, the federal program, and then Quebec's program. But there is one single jurisdiction, and that is Quebec's jurisdiction over healthcare. It's easy to explain what is clear. The Liberal government is throwing sweets and candy to the NDP to try and keep its government alive. Can the Prime Minister explain to us at least his dental program once and for all and make it clear? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, it's rather bizarre, Mr. Speaker, because the leader of the Bloc Québécois is talking about sweets and candy, and we're trying to fight against that with a dental program. We have a plan that will help from coast to coast to coast, help families who cannot currently send their children to dentists. And next year we'll be here also for seniors with dental care. We'll be here for those under 18 who need dental care and who can't pay for it. And eventually we will cover absolutely every Canadian who cannot pay for their dental care, because we know that mouth health is general health, and we're here to help families. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's what we were being told when we were in grade 8. About dental plans, but I understand that this is a difficult to explain program. A program was announced. The program was poorly drafted. Now, this is surprising from the NDP. It's a program that is great for the private sector. It also harms Quebec, which is of no surprise to anyone. When the Prime Minister authorized the dental program, did he keep in mind the health of Canadians or the financial health of his alliance with the NDP? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognise that far too many Canadians do not currently have access to dental care. We are a government that has always been here to invest in Canadians in order to help them socially and economically, and we know that many families can't pay for dental care, and so they don't use dental care because they can't afford it. Now we're making sure that Canadians won't have to choose between dental care and groceries, for example, because we will be here to help them. That is something that counts for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will be here for them, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, to date, 20,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed in Gaza, half of whom are women and children. Despite this, the Liberals and the Conservatives refuse to demand a ceasefire. It's revolting. It's inhuman. The NDP continues to ask for a ceasefire and has done so for the past 2 months. Today, there's an important vote in the United Nations. We know the Liberals have refused to listen to the families of those who have lost their family members, but perhaps they'll listen to their donors who are now abandoning them finally. At the United Nations today, Canada will vote for a ceasefire, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. For the past 9 weeks, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has had a responsible position that defends civilians, that seeks to establish a two-state solution with Israelis and Palestinians so that they can work and live safely in recognized countries. We will do everything in our power to continue to make sure that Canadians agree with one another, see eye to eye so we don't see hatred, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. This government will continue to be here for everyone.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
The Liberal position is appalling, not responsible. For 2 months, this government has sat and watched while 18,000 innocent civilians have lost their lives and have refused to call for a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire. We need the hostages removed. Last week, it was reported that Liberal donors were withholding support because of the moral failure of the Liberals. Today, there is an important vote at the United Nations. The Liberals have failed to listen to the Palestinian people and to Canadian Palestinians. Will they at least listen to their fundraisers and vote for a ceasefire today?
Ceasefire! The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since October 7th, we have recognized the terrorist attack by Hamas that killed well over 1,000 innocent Israelis, and we have recognized Israel's right to defend itself. But at the same time, the cost of justice cannot be the continued suffering of all Palestinian civilians. That is why we're continuing to put forward, including today, in a statement with Australia and New Zealand, a strong and clear Canadian position that we will continue to work with allies around the world on moving towards a two-state solution with peace for Israelis and peace for Palestinians living side by side.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
There's been explosive testimony by a whistleblower on this Prime Minister's $1 billion green slush fund that's seen $150 million misappropriated and gone to Liberal insiders. And senior NDP Liberal government officials have said there is no plan to get Canadians back. They're missing millions. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, it's clear that he's not worth that cost, and probably why he wouldn't even stick around. Will the Prime Minister shut down the slush fund and get Canadians back their money?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it is shocking but not surprising to see the Conservative ideology in full display, Mr. Speaker. Now what you're saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservative are willing to attack anyone and any institution that would fight for climate change, Mr. Speaker. Even institutions that have been voted by the Parliament in 2001, Mr. Speaker. Now what the Conservative are doing, they're calling the integrity into question of one of the top accounting firms in this country, Mr. Speaker. We will fight for Canadians, we will fight for climate change, and we'll restore governance in that institution.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
On this side of the House, what we're doing is fighting Liberal corruption. We're going to keep doing that, even though this minister and his chief of staff, though they say it didn't happen, were briefed on what was going on at SCTC, but it was done orally so that they wouldn't be subject to ATIP rules. It's $150 missing million given outside the funding agreement, and we have 2 Liberal-appointed board members who are under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. We have an Auditor General investigation, and we have whistleblowers blowing the lid off this thing that shows that this minister and that Prime Minister don't have the courage to fight for Canadian tax dollars. Where are the missing millions? Who got rich?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will fight for Canadians every day, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. What you're saying again, and for Canadians which are watching at home, don't be fooled. You're seeing conservative ideology to fight against anyone, any institution, even those they voted for in 2001, Mr. Speaker, to create in this House an institution that would fight for climate change, Mr. Speaker. We suspended the funding of the organization. We called for an investigation. The leadership has resigned. We'll get to the bottom of this, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
The minister won't tell us which Liberals got rich, and government officials last night admitted they were in every single board meeting where this happened in the Liberal Green Slush Fund. And according to the whistleblower, the former chair and directors took over $150 million of taxpayer money to their own companies. They were present, government officials were present during these meetings and allowed it to happen. So I'll ask the minister, why didn't he fire these corrupt Liberal directors?
The honourable minister.
Speaker, it's great to see my honourable colleague from Atlantic Canada stand up. I wish he stood up last week, and I wish he and his 7 other colleagues stood up last week. On this side of the House, we know the great work that the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency does for communities, for not-for-profits, for businesses. If he truly believed in the great work of HoC, he would have done what his colleague from Caribou Prince George did, who abstained on his beliefs. So what's he going to say to the people of South Shore St. Margaret's and the 108 projects that HoC funds in his riding? I'm going to tell them, we have your back.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Well, it's just not good enough that they won't deal with Liberal corruption at the Green Liberal Slush Fund. In fact, the minister took 35 months under his watch to suspend the Green Slush Fund when his own officials were in the meeting. And the whistleblower testified last night that the chair of the Green Slush Fund tried to get $2.2 million from the fund into her own vanity project, the Annette Basharian Centre, a direct conflict of interest. Since industry officials were in the meeting, why did the minister not fire this Liberal corrupt director the minute that happened?
The honourable minister for innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservative, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, Canadians have seen they have voted against CSIS, Mr. Speaker. They have voted against funding for affordable childcare in this country, Mr. Speaker. They voted to cut Canadian dental care program, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we'll stand for Canadian. We'll stand for growth, and we will continue to fight for Canadians at every step of the way, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. $150 million. $150 million in subsidies to Liberal friends from the $1 billion Liberal Green Slush Fund for months, despite the fact that its bureaucrats, its eyes and ears, went to meetings during which Liberal friends filled their pockets with cash. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the cost is just not worth it. Instead of continuing to camouflage, can the Minister let us know when we will get reimbursed for all this? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' favourite thing to do is to chop, chop, chop. Think about it, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Conservative leader told his caucus, his extreme right caucus, to cut in the funding of search and rescue budgets. The Coast Guard that saves lives. 120 times the Conservatives had gone against Canadian values recently. Shame on them. The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this costly NDP Liberal government learnt in May that Liberal friends that they had appointed to the Green Slush Fund had filled their pockets for their own interests. And what did the minister do? Absolutely nothing. Even worse, the minister, and I quote, lied according to a whistleblower before committee. He did nothing, and more money was dispersed right into the pocket of Liberal friends after 8 years. This Prime Minister is simply not worth it. When will the Canadians finally get their money back? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has answered this question very well already. What we don't know, Mr. Speaker, is why opposition MPs a few days ago voted against the dental plan that was announced. 30,000 people in his riding alone will be eligible by 2025 to this dental insurance, without which they would not be able to go to the dentist, which would create severe health problems. People often have to go to emergency units when they can't go to the dentist. Why is the Honourable Member betraying 30,000 people from his riding. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, you know when people are calling for your departure, it's probably not a good idea to go on a trip abroad. And yet, the CEO of Radio Canada, Catherine Tate, who announced the dismissal of 600 Radio Canada employees last Monday, has just left for Australia. I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, that's quite a lack of judgment. Does the Minister for Canadian Heritage still have confidence in Catherine Tate, and does she approve Ms. Tate's decision to proceed with these layoffs? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of CBC Radio Canada's mandate will come to an end in 2025. In 2024, I will start a selection committee to find the best candidate for her replacement. A replacement for this indispensable organisation for Canadian democracy. On this side of the House, we believe in a strong public broadcaster that gives services to the Canadian population from coast to coast to coast in French, in English and Indigenous languages. We'll continue to defend our public broadcaster, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. In the last economic update, the government announced an increase in the tax credit for newsrooms from 25% to 35%, which isn't bad. And whilst it doesn't solve the media crisis, it does help, Mr. Speaker. We must admit it. Yes, it does help, but only print media. TV and radio journalists are unfortunately not eligible. As we can see, Bell Media, Québécois and Cogeco are also finding it difficult, as are all electronic media. Will the Minister make the tax credit for newsrooms available to digital media? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to first of all commend my colleague for the Bloc Québécois because he has always strongly defended newsrooms throughout our country and democracy in our country. Unfortunately, that is not the case for the Conservatives who are trying to destroy newsrooms. As my colleague knows, we updated the Broadcasting Act, which gives the CRTC the power to strengthen the framework for our TV and radio journalists who are having a bad time. It must be admitted the CRTC will also be able to decide whether it would be opportune or not to create a new fund to support newsrooms throughout Canada. We continue to work with the sector in order to fight against this crisis. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The Liberals have abandoned victims of sexual misconduct in sports. They promised an independent public inquiry. That is what victims want. They want this independent public inquiry, but the Liberals backed down yesterday. They proposed a voluntary commission. A voluntary commission does not have the power to force federations or abusers to appear. A voluntary commission does not have the power to demand documents subpoenaed. A voluntary commission does not have the power to clean house, nor does it have the power to force changes within Sports Canada. Why are the Liberals protecting the federations instead of protecting victims? The Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, yes, we announced a commission on the future of sports in Canada. That comes from victim-centred trauma. We are going to study the future of sports in our country. My absolute priority, Mr. Speaker, are athletes, victims, survivors, and safe sports in Canada.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
The Premier of the Northwest Territories wants to axe the tax. Other premiers are saying they will not collect the carbon tax, and First Nations are suing this government because of the carbon tax. We have a coast-to-coast-to-coast revolt against the carbon tax led by Conservatives, and as a result of the carbon tax, 40% more Ontarians have to use a food bank. Wow. This Liberal Prime Minister isn't worth the cost. Will he cancel his plans to quadruple the carbon tax on farmers, families, and First Nations for good?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
When this government came to power after 10 years of Stephen Harper and the member from Carleton, emissions in this country were projected to go up by 15% versus 2005 levels by 2030. Last week, we released the Emissions Reduction Plan update for Canada. What it shows is we have far exceeded the Harper target. We raised the target. We will achieve the interim objective in 2026. We will achieve the 2030 objective of 40% reduction. We have a climate plan that is working. Where is his climate plan?
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
The only thing they've achieved is 800,000 Ontarians going to the food bank. Now think about that. That would be the third largest city in all of Ontario, completely dependent upon using the food bank to exist. And according to Feed Ontario's CEO, it used to be that having a job meant you didn't have to access a food bank. But after 8 years of these incompetent Liberals, that's the new reality here in Canada. Why do they care so little about Canadians?
Why?
Will they axe the tax so Canadians can feed themselves?
The Honourable Minister for Families and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives actually do care about supporting families, their actions last week speak differently, and actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker. They voted against much-needed investments to increase access to childcare in underserved communities. They voted against moving forward with a framework to create a national school food policy, putting food back into schools for children who need it. Mr. Speaker, they're just not worth the risk.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers between the ages of 18 and 45 are seeing their dreams shattered because of inflation. 75% of them are postponing and cancelling major projects such as buying a house or having a child. Unfortunately, they can't count on the costly Bloc Liberal coalition, which wants to radically increase the inflationary carbon tax. So life is impossible for them. Will the Prime Minister listen to our demands and eliminate inflationary taxes and deficits so that Quebecers can finally make their dreams come true, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that it's particularly painful to see my Conservative colleagues from Quebec show that much voluntary blindness. What they defended at the National Assembly to help victims, women victims of violence, to protect other people, is now apparently taboo under the federal leader. They continue to ignore their values, Quebecers, and measures that could help Canadians and Quebecers. It's a complete shambles, a complete shame.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. We'll see who's turning their back on who. We've learned recently that next year a family of 4 will have to spend an extra $700 on groceries alone. This is the unfortunate consequence of the costly Bloc Liberal coalition and their carbon taxes having a real impact. And this is the largest increase in the price of food in 40 years. Will the Prime Minister finally act so that Quebecers can eat properly, particularly at Christmas? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Quebecers are wondering when, well, this is why the Conservatives voted against dental care. Why did they vote against the Lac Mégantic workaround? What do they have against the Festival of Saint-Tiet?
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government voted to recognize missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people as a Canada-wide emergency. The Prime Minister acknowledged it as an ongoing genocide. 4 years after the release of the National Inquiry's 231 calls for justice, how many have they completed? Just 2. At this rate, it will take 462 years to implement all of the calls for justice. When will the Liberals start treating this national emergency with the urgency that it deserves?
The Honourable Minister.
The member for Winnipeg Centre for her question and her continued advocacy. Addressing the ongoing violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ people is a whole-of-government approach which requires living up to our moral obligations as a country and the calls to justice. That's why in Budget 2023 we've invested $125 million to implement the National Action Plan for MMIWG, ensuring accountability by establishing an oversight mechanism and support the National Family and Survivor Circle. We will continue to work with families, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls are
The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
So the Liberals
Liberals announced legislation for clean water on reserve, but they made no mention in the Neskantaga First Nation, which has gone 28 years without access to clean water. At the same time, the leader of the Conservative Party ordered his caucus to try and cut funding for both the suicide hotline and for First Nation clean water. His indifference is deeply disturbing, but it's not surprising. But as for the Liberals, Neskantaga has reached out time and time again. Why is this government continuing to fail the people of Neskantaga First Nation?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been meeting on a quarterly basis with Neskantaga, indeed, to solve the current crisis that Neskantaga has been undergoing. Despite the renovation of their plant, the water is still not testing clean, and we're working together to make sure that happens. In regards to the legislation, as Neskantaga was one of the litigant communities that were deeply involved in the drafting of the regulations, of the legislation, and we look forward to continuing to hear their perspectives.
The
Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, every day approximately 12 people die by suicide in Canada. Each life lost by suicide can have far-reaching effects, whether it's families grappling with the loss of a loved one or the effects that are felt within communities. Last week, I was disappointed to see the Conservatives vote against funding to support the implementation of the new suicide crisis helpline. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions tell us how our government is bringing 988 to Canadians no matter where they live?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
I'd like to thank the member for being such a strong advocate for mental health. Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to all those who have lost a loved one to suicide. And to those struggling with suicidal thoughts, we want to say clearly, we are here for you. You are not alone. Last week, it was despicable to see Conservatives vote against or abstain on funding for the new 988 suicide prevention helpline, including the member for Caribou Prince George, who abstained on his own motion. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives' risky and reckless behavior has real consequences. On this side of the House, we will not pit mental health against climate change.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
The Prime Minister's Christmas gift to Canadians is two costly carbon taxes, driving up the cost of food, fuel, and home heating. But premiers and First Nations across this country are demanding that he axe a carbon tax because they know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. They are joining Conservatives in opposing this punitive carbon tax because Canadians can't afford Christmas dinner. Every month, 2 million Canadians are lined up at food banks because they can't afford to feed their families. When he increases taxes on farmers, those numbers get worse. Will the Prime Minister cancel his plans to quadruple the carbon tax on families, First Nations, and farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if you want to talk about food affordability, we should talk about Ukraine as the breadbasket to the world. And what I found interesting, Mr. Speaker, and something that the Leader of the Opposition said today in response to the Prime Minister calling out the Conservatives' vote against Ukraine, is he used the term about faraway lands. And Mr. Speaker, that reminded me of something. He's, quote, "We will no longer use American military might to construct democracies in faraway lands." Donald Trump said that. Why are Conservatives repeating the MAGA lines?
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
Well, it's Merry Christmas, Speaker. I guess the member opposite doesn't realize what country she's in. But the Merry Christmas gift from this Prime Minister to farmers is what? $1 billion carbon tax bill in their stocking. Quadrupling that carbon tax under the tree. And the gift from the Prime Minister's Liberal loyalists in the Senate is to cancel Bill C-234, preventing a carbon tax carve-out for farmers. When we have 2 million Canadians lined up at a food bank every month, and those numbers only getting worse when you increase taxes on farmers, why was the Prime Minister cancelling Christmas instead of cancelling this quadrupling of his carbon tax on farmers, families, and First Nations?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader inadvertently showed his true colors a moment ago. He couldn't bring himself to say the word Ukraine, so instead he dismissively called it a faraway land. You know who notoriously used that term? Neville Chamberlain. In 1938, when he infamously described Germany's invasion of Czechoslovakia as a quarrel in a faraway country between people of Union and us. Shame on them for using the language of appeasement and isolation. Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Calgary, Mindapore.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, it's evident Canadians despise the carbon tax. Premiers are suing this government, First Nations are taking the government to court, and people are lined up at food banks because they can't afford this Prime Minister's inflationary carbon tax. This Prime Minister has ruined Christmas for Canadians by keeping his punitive carbon tax that raises the price of food we buy. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost of the lost hope Canadians should feel around the holidays. So will the Prime Minister cancel his plan to quadruple the tax on families, First Nations, and farmers for good?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that as the holiday season approaches, the Conservative members in this House thought that Christmas was coming early because it seems that Tucker Carlson is coming to Calgary to host Danielle Smith. And that doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be Rex Murphy, Tucker Carlson, and Conrad Black in Edmonton just after. The question, Mr. Speaker, is will that member pay for her ticket individually, or is there a group discount for Conservative MPs?
The honourable member from Calgary, Mindapore.
Burton can stand with Albertans and stop gaslighting Canadians. Yesterday, CTV reported that basic necessities cost more in Calgary than any other major Canadian city. One Calgarian said it's really difficult if you're sacrificing your own meals so your children can eat because grocery prices are unaffordable, or if you're rationing up things like heat for your home. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, families are struggling to meet their basic needs, feed themselves, or heat their homes because of this cruel carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister cancel his carbon tax, or will he continue his plan to ruin Christmas for all Albertans and all Canadians?
The honourable minister for Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, that member has clearly found her voice today, but it has been months that she and the Alberta Conservatives have been silent on defending Albertans when it comes to Danielle Smith's risky and reckless approach to taking Albertans out of the CPP. Maybe she agrees with her leader that Ukraine is some far-flung foreign land. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine matters to Canadians, it matters to Albertans, it matters to Ukrainian Canadians. They and she should be ashamed.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. There's movement on the issue of the $460 million that the federal government must reimburse Quebecers for asylum seekers. Yesterday, the minister confirmed that the ball is now in the court of his colleague, Minister of Finance. So we're questioning her today. There's some information she may not be aware of. First of all, asylum seekers are federal responsibility, and yet Quebec takes in 48% of Canada's asylum seekers at the expense of Quebecers with no help from the provinces. In short, we've done all the work and we pay all the bills. Will she reimburse Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member will be sorry to learn we have a good relationship with Quebec. Last week, we spoke reasonably with Quebec in terms of reasonable immigration, and there's a Quebec-Canada Accord that grants millions to Quebec to welcome immigrants, particularly those who speak French. Asylum seekers is shared jurisdiction, and that's why we work together, because it's a challenge for all our societies in Western worlds. Canada and Quebec are ready to rise to the challenge. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. So we're talking to the Minister of Finance because right now the Minister of Immigration is the problem. He's the one preventing the file from being settled. So we're talking like serious people. Quebec takes in only 40% of Canada's asylum seekers and pays 100% of the bill. The minister can see that this isn't fair. Quebec just wants everyone to do their fair share. So the Minister of Finance do her fair share, get rid of the Minister of Immigration on this file, and reimburse Quebec, the Honourable Minister of Immigration. Allow the block the time. to protest. I think they can also listen to my answer as well. First, I'd like to thank the member for the efforts to reformulate his question. I'll give them the same answer since while we're at it. Quebec does not just write a blank check to provinces. We have reasonable conversations, and I look forward to having future conversations. Thank you.
From Cumberland, Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian premiers and First Nations are suing the federal government over their unjust carbon tax, and Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, indeed, it is a weary world. Back home, there are over 1,800 people on the roster for our local food bank, and over 2 million Canadians across this great country are visiting their local food banks so they can afford to eat. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost. On behalf of all Canadians, will the Prime Minister cancel his plan to quadruple his tax on families, First Nations, and farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Interesting that the member opposite brings up the misery in the world, and part of that is what Ukrainians are facing right now, defending their democracy. Let me read from Trump's America First. It says, "We will no longer use American military might to construct democracies in faraway lands or try to rebuild other countries in our own image." Mr. Speaker, is that why Conservatives vote against Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement? Because they are taking their lessons from Donald Trump and don't support the rebuilding of Ukraine and democracies around this world.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly, according to that member, Canadians have never had it so good. Sadly, every day we hear from Canadians who are selling their homes because they cannot afford their mortgages, who are visiting food banks because they cannot afford to eat, and who are spending most of the day in bed with the covers pulled up because they cannot afford home heating fuel. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, this is the situation for Canadians in our great country. This Prime Minister and that member is not worth the cost. Once again, on behalf of all Canadians, will the Prime Minister cancel his plan to quadruple the tax on families, First Nations, and farmers forever?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I love to see another member from Atlantic Canada stand up because, again, he voted against a HoC funding last week. And also, Mr. Speaker, does he not realize that that's jobs? That's communities. That was 95 projects in his riding with over $16 million. That's in jobs, growing the economy. That's putting food on people's table. That's what we do on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We support business, we support people, and help them through these trying times.
The Honourable Member from Costa Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what she supports. She supports seals and rivers. She didn't vote for C-251. You know what, Mr. Speaker? Food bank usage at Memorial University in St. John's has nearly tripled since last year. Grocery increased. Students and families can't afford them, thanks to carbon tax. Christmas is not far away, and many folks can't afford Christmas dinner this year. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister cancel his plan to quadruple tax on families, First Nations, and farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition voted against all agricultural programs last Thursday evening. But again, they show their true colours on how they feel about Atlantic Canada and Prince Edward Island when they voted against the funding for the replacement vessel for the Wood Islands Caribou Ferry Service, a vital link between Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. I can assure Prince Edward Islanders and Nova Scotians that this government will continue to support a two-vessel system for that vitally important service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. The government has a plan for the middle class, services and programs for our country. Last week, the Conservatives tried to cut programs, and they showed their true colors by voting against programs and services that all Canadians depend on. Thankfully for Canada, they failed their attempt. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, can she tell Canadians about our plan? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Conservatives showed their true colours. For 24 hours, the Conservative leader and his entire party voted in favour of cutting our plan to support and grow the middle class. They voted against the Canadian Dental Care Plan. They voted against building houses. They voted against funding our child care plan for $10 a day. They even voted against
from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, the cost of taking over the family farm is becoming insurmountable. A family in Elrose passed their family farm down to the next generation. And over the last year, the carbon tax on natural gas alone has cost this young family over $3,000. And the Prime Minister's Christmas gift to them is to quadruple the carbon tax. This is just insane. Since the Prime Minister won't axe the tax before Christmas, does he truly believe a new generation of farmers should pay these ridiculous costs, or has making farming unaffordable been his goal all along?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, are we meant to believe that the other side of the House, in their zeal to vote against a carbon tax that they see as harming farmers, that they would vote against all funding for Canada's poultry, egg, and dairy farmers? Is that a way to support farmers? Is the way to support First Nations to cut all housing for new housing on reserve for First Nations? Is a way to help families to cut affordable child care and affordable dental care? No one believes them, Mr. Speaker. No one believes them.
The Honourable Member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Christmas, Canadians are shouldering the weight of this NDP Liberal government's costly carbon tax. Every gift under the tree, every family visit, and every meal prepared will come at an additional cost. The Prime Minister's punishing carbon tax is ruining Christmas. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadian families are tired of making the unimaginable sacrifices. This NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister allow his heart to grow 3 sizes and axe the carbon tax on families, First Nations, and farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, but Canadians have some questions for that party after their leader's $2 million temper tantrum last week. So those questions include, since an average family of 4 in Ontario receives more than $300 back from the Climate Action Incentive, why are the Conservatives so hell-bent on taking money out of lower and middle-income Canadian families? The second question is, why are they so hell-bent on betraying Ukraine, Mr. Speaker? And my third question for the member from Battleford's Lloydminster is, why is she so against the 5 farms in her riding that received over $120,000 in climate action rebates?
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of CBC is completely out of touch. A month ago, she hired a Paris firm to translate a podcast instead of hiring Quebecers because she didn't like the Quebec accent. Now, when hundreds of employees are wondering if they still have a job after Christmas, she decides it's time to go have some fun in Australia. Does the Minister of Heritage still trust the CBC CEO, Catherine Tate, to run Radio Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question because it allows me to remind everyone here in this chamber and all Quebecers that the last time the Conservative Party was in power, they made cuts to CBC Radio Canada, and their future was in peril. They want to destroy CBC now, even saying that it was as if it were doable. The Conservatives can say whatever they want. They no longer want a public broadcaster. They want to undermine Canadian democracy. It's shameful.
The Honourable Member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that governments that have strong representation by women and strong women leaders invest more in people. And so, just last week, we saw the Conservatives, whose caucus is only 17% women and lacks diverse representation, oppose program after program that invests in Canadians. In fact, they voted 120 times no to investing in Canadians. Could the President of the Treasury Board share with us how these reckless Conservatives would have greatly hurt the very Canadians we are working so hard to support?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, last week parliamentarians voted on 120 measures to support Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians. These included supports to the Canadian Armed Forces, supports for families for affordable childcare, as well as supports for more affordable housing. Canadians deserve opportunities to succeed. Yet on 120 occasions, Conservatives voted against Canadians. We will stand shoulder to shoulder with Canadians every single time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Griesbach.
By 2026, nearly 60,000 households in Edmonton will live in unsuitable housing or can't afford rent to this government's failure to build affordable homes. Corporate Conservatives and delay Liberals continue to play cover for rich developers and billionaires as they renovate my constituents. Last year, 156 people died in Edmonton because they were homeless. Deaths that could have been prevented had the government acted sooner. So again, when will the government get the money out the door to build social and co-op housing now?
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot, please, to wait his turn to ask a question. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his advocacy to continue to invest in affordable housing, including cooperative housing. I would point him to the recent fall economic statement, which increased grant funding to cooperative housing by more than $300 million, and we will be rolling out a program worth more than $1.5 billion beginning early in the new year. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with him on one point of his question, however, the Conservatives' dedication to opposing funding for affordable housing. In fact, just last week when they had an opportunity to put their position on the record in this chamber, they voted against supports for affordable housing. They voted against emergency transition shelters for women and children, and they voted against supports for veterans living through homelessness. Mr. Speaker, it's the wrong.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
More than 800,000 herring were killed because of open net fish farm activity. Now, the BC Premier says the social...
I'm going to interrupt the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith because we can't hear her in the House. We can? So I'll just ask her to start again from the top, the Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Open net fish farms pollute our waters and impact food security. In 2022 alone, more than 800,000 herring were killed because of open net fish farm activity. Now, the BC Premier says the social license for these fish farms has expired. The Liberals promised to get these farms out of the water by 2025 with a real jobs plan, yet so far, nothing. So I will ask again, where is the plan so that coastal communities, workers, and First Nations are not left behind?
The Honourable Minister for l'Honorable Ministre des Pêches et Océans.
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Is committed to developing a responsible transition plan for open net aquaculture. We continue to work on a transition plan that protects Pacific salmon while providing support to workers and their communities and advancing reconciliation. Fishery and Oceans Canada, along with my office, continue to have constructive conversations with stakeholders regarding next steps. Thank you.
That brings to an end oral questions. I recognize the Honourable Member from Humber River Black Creek, who is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. Whereas Jimmy Lay stands for so many of the values championed by Canadians, most importantly media freedom, respect for the rule of law, and standing up for what is right. Whereas Mr. Lai is a peaceful pro-democracy campaigner and publisher whose usually popular newspaper, Apple Daily, was shut down for political reasons in 2021. Whereas Mr. Lai has just spent his 76th birthday in prison, where he has been for the last 3 years on charges brought under the National Security Law, whose provisions are inconsistent with international human rights law. Whereas Mr. Lai is about to face trial on yet further charges arising from his pro-democracy writing and campaigning that could see him spend the rest of his life behind bars. Therefore, the House resolves to call upon the Hong Kong authorities to release Jimmy Lai and cease prosecuting him and others charged under the national security law, and the House reaffirms journalists and media workers everywhere have the right to operate in an environment free from intimidation and harassment by state authorities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. I see the honourable member. I also see the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton rising on a point of order.
Great job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Christmas on the Hill, and there have been discussions between the parties, and I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following: that the House designate December as Christian Heritage Month.
Oh. Hey,
Unfortunately, I heard a member say no to that request for unanimous consent. I see the government House leader.
She may not be. We weren't sure.
She's not doing it. Okay. Of order, the honourable member from Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I just want to draw attention to the fact that those responses on the other side of the House today made Canadians feel very blue because they know we voted non-confidence in this government. Thank you.
I'm not certain if that's a point of order, but I thank the honourable member. It being 3:17, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Genuis, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moved that the 12th report on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, presented on Monday, June 5, 2023, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Duncan.
Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Calgary.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Calgary.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
All those opposed?
Oh. Monsieur Terrien.
Oh, no.
Désolé, mais pour continuer, pour tous ceux qui sont en faveur.
We will continue with all those who are in favor.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Miss Annan.
Miss Annan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Mandicino.
Mr. Mandicino.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Que tous ceux qui se...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si les députés...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. I am now ready to provide the House with an explanatory ruling on the admissibility of Ways and Means Motion number 19. On November 29, 2023, I ruled that the order for consideration of the motion and the subsequent bill based thereon be allowed to proceed further. On November 28, 2023, the House Leader of the official opposition had challenged the admissibility of the motion. He pointed out that Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Labour Code Canada, adoptive and intended parents, and Bill C-323, an act to amend the excise tax, mental health services, both currently in committee, were substantially the same as provisions covered in Ways and Means Motion number 19, tabled earlier that day. L'adoption d'une motion. Order. L'adoption d'une motion.
The adoption of a Ways and Means motion constitutes an order to table a bill based on the provisions of the motion. In this case, Bill C-59 and this bill, C-59, is regarding to some provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023.
That the two private members' bills had already been the subject of decisions of the House at second reading. The Ways and Means motion and Bill C-59 would violate a procedural concept, the rule of anticipation, which he described as, and I quote, the same question rule. Quoting from House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition, at page 568, the members seem to suggest that a Ways and Means motion could not anticipate a matter already standing on the order paper and which was contained in another form of proceeding. He asserted that Bills C-318 and C-323 were more effective tools to accomplish the desired intent than Ways and Means motion number 19. As such, both these bills should have priority over the motion. Le député a également mentionné.
The member also mentioned precedents having to do with bills based on the underlying principle that states that the House cannot make a decision twice in the same session on the same matter. The member then stated, given the rule that prevents us from anticipating that we suspend Ways and Means Motion 19 while waiting to see what becomes of Bills C-318 and Bill 323.
The Secretary to the Government House Leader countered that further consideration of Ways and Means Motion number 19 and subsequent proceedings on an associated bill was in order. He referenced past precedents about similar bills. He made the point that the provisions in Ways and Means Motion number 19 contained numerous elements that are not found in Bills C-318 and C-323, which indicates that the principle and scope of the Ways and Means motion are broader than what is found in either of the bills. As such, Ways and Means Motion number 19 and the bills based thereon constituted different questions. Lors de son intervention, le leader
The opposition House Leader quoted page 568 of House of Commons Procedures and Practice, third edition. The chair would like to read the passage on the same page before the extract in question, which says, at a certain time, presenting a motion was under this rule, which is no longer strictly observed.
The rule of anticipation is part of the standing orders of the British House of Commons. It has never been so in the Canadian House of Commons. Furthermore, references to past attempts to apply this British rule to Canadian practice are inconclusive. Unquote. Bien que l'interdiction d'anticiper.
Even though the notion of anticipation is described in our procedural authorities, and the expression is sometimes colloquially used in points of order, and even some past rulings dealing with similar items, it is indeed a very difficult concept to apply in our context.
Établir une hiérarchie entre les projets de loi et des motions, ou
establishing a hierarchy between bills and motions, or between categories of bills and giving precedence to some, may prove difficult. Except in very specific cases detailed in House of Commons procedure and practice. Bills and motions are different by nature and achieve different ends.
What the chair is seized with in reviewing the current matter is the rule forbidding the same question from being decided twice in the same session. It is different from the concept of anticipation and, in the view of the chair, the one that should apply. In his submission, the House Leader of the official opposition cited various recent precedents, and the chair thinks it pertinent to describe some of their procedural subtleties. Le premier exemple, qui remonte à la législature précédente, concernait deux mesures.
The first example from the last Parliament pertained to two bills, not identical but substantially similar. Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code sports betting, a private member's bill, and Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code single event sport betting, a government bill. Both were at the second reading, and both were very short bills touching the same section of the Criminal Code.
Dans le projet de loi,
by adopting C-218 at second reading, the House had agreed to the larger principle of repealing the very portion of the Criminal Code that Bill C-13 also sought to amend. This sequencing left the House with a situation where Bill C-13 could not move forward as long as C-218 continued its course.
The second example from earlier this session described a budget implementation bill, Bill C-19, and a votable private member's bill amending the criminal code regarding the promotion of anti-Semitism, Bill C-250. The latter, introduced on February 9, 2022, contained provisions that were subsequently included in Bill C-19, introduced on April 28, 2022. However, of the two bills, the government bill was the first to be adopted at second reading and referred to committee. One of the key differences was that the two bills were not substantially identical. C-19 was much broader in scope than C-250. By agreeing to C-19, the House de facto agreed with the principles presented in C-250. No decision having yet made on Bill C-250, the chair ordered that it be held as pending business until such time as royal assent be granted to Bill C-19. Finally, the member referenced rulings dealing with two votable private members' bills, business items. Bill C-243, an act respecting the elimination of the use of forced labor and child labor in supply chains, and C-211, an act to enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the customs tariff. The two bills had the same objective, and only one was allowed to proceed further. The chair indicated the time that the case involved an unusual set of circumstances, since normally one of them could have been designated non-votable by the subcommittee on private members' business had the sequence of events been different. Le principal argument avancé par le leader à la Chambre.
The House Leader's main argument hinged on the question of whether provisions contained in Ways and Means number 19, and therefore Bill C-59, are similar or identical to Bill C-13 and C-323. Bill C-318 and C-323 have both been read a second time and referred to committee, while no decision has yet been made on Bill C-59.
An exhaustive review of the provisions shows that it does contain some similar provisions found in the two aforementioned private members' bills. However, Bill C-59 cannot be described as substantially similar or identical to them. Its scope is vastly broader, containing many more elements than what is included in Bills C-318 and C-323, including taxation legislation and provisions requiring a royal recommendation.
In part, but are not substantially the same. The principles of C-318 and C-323, as adopted at second reading, are indeed included in the broader C-59, but the reverse is not true. Therefore, the decision the House will take on C-59 will not be the same. Accordingly, there is no procedural reason to stop the bill from continuing its journey through the legislative process. To be clear, when a government bill and a private member's bill, or when two private members' bills are substantially similar, only one of them may proceed and be voted on. Once one of the two has passed second reading, a decision cannot be taken on the other within the same session. Where bills are only similar in part, the effect of adopting one might have a different impact on the other, depending on their principle, scope, and, of course, which bill is adopted first. I note that the House Leader of the official opposition rose earlier today on a different point of order concerning the application of Standing Order 69-1 to Bill C-59. I wish to inform the member and the House that I'm reviewing the matter closely, and I do intend to come back with a ruling in a timely manner. Nonetheless, for the time being, the Chair sees no reason to rule that C-59 be put in abeyance. As for the two private members' business items currently in committee, it seems premature for the Chair to intervene at this time. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre aménage du gouvernement, projet de loi aménage du gouvernement commune.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Bill C-59, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023.
Mr. Wilkinson, for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Madame Saint-Onge, moves that Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member from St. Paul's.
Alors que je me lève dans cette chambre pour la dernière.
As I rise in this house for the last time, I start by recognizing that we are meeting on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. Mr. Speaker, I hope that soon there will be territorial recognition included in the opening of this house every day.
Some of you, especially my karaoke friends, might have thought that I would start by singing my best karaoke version of Wind Beneath My Wings, and then dedicate it to all the staff, volunteers, and colleagues. Or maybe I'd just reiterate my advice to women in politics. No high heels, never check a bag. I hope you're not disappointed. I've now represented the engaged citizens of Toronto St. Paul's for more than 26 years. Longer than I practiced medicine. And next year will be my 50th anniversary of graduating from Med's 74 U of T. When I got to my 18th year in Parliament, I joked that the over 2,000 babies I had delivered could now all vote. I promise you that was never the long-term strategy of Dr. Bennett Delivers. After being a family doctor for over 20 years and our successful fight for the independence of Women's College Hospital, I had an unsuccessful run in provincial politics in 1995. I remember that when I was first asked to run, I answered, "But I know nothing about politics." The response was, "What do you think you just did? Saving Women's College Hospital was politics." It is,
Whenever I visit the grade 5 classrooms, I ask the students why anyone would leave the respected profession of medicine to become a politician, one of the least respected callings there is. Sometimes after much discussion, there is an answer that makes me smile. You wanted to make a difference. You wanted to help more people. And as difficult as it was to make a decision to leave my patients, I've never regretted the choice. I have loved the work here in Parliament, but also the inspiration of Toronto St. Paul's community, the farmers markets at Witchwood Barns and Little Jamaica, the transformation of the Spadina Museum and Casa Loma to better reflect the diversity of Toronto, ensure that everyone feels included. I love walking in the ravines, the Beltline, being stopped by neighbors with great suggestions for building a better and fairer community, country, and a sustainable planet. Working on our Toronto St. Paul's summits with Josh Matlow and Shelley Laskin. Conspiring at Aroma with my Young and Eglinton MP neighbors, the members for Don Valley West and Eglinton Lawrence. I'm hugely grateful to William Watson, who's been my riding president for over a decade, for his leadership, friendship, and invaluable editorial skills, especially grammar and punctuation. As an MP, like a doctor, every day you are learning something new and helping people. In 1995, when introducing Liberal leader Lynn MacLeod at a campaign event in downtown Toronto, I defined leadership as vision, values, and risk-taking. I still believe that. Leadership is not defending the status quo. We have all come to this place to build an even better Canada. I'm proud that from the very first day I stepped onto Parliament Hill as an MP, I have profoundly understood the responsibility and the privilege of being part of a small group of Canadians who steer the direction of the best country in the world. That hasn't changed in over 26 years. Every day I still come to this place, still acutely aware of my responsibility to do the best I can to support the policies that are good for the most people or the people who need it most. In 1997, I knew that I'd been elected in a bellwether riding. Roland Michener, Ian Wan, Ron Atke, John Roberts, Barbara McDougall, Barry Campbell. I decided that I needed to take my family doctor's understanding of patient as partner into my new role as an elected representative and have it shape a respectful two-way relationship with the people I was representing. The parallel was important. As a doctor, I would ask what's wrong, I would listen, and then together with the patient, we would make a plan. The patient knew their body best, I knew the system best. It was a partnership, the sum greater than the parts. From the beginning, it was clear that the people I represented knew what was working and what was not. And they so often had impressive advice and solutions. I took Jane Jacobs' advice. Good public policy comes when the decision makers can keep in their mind's eye the people affected. I also learned from Professor Stephen Coleman, the British expert on citizen engagement, citizens don't want to govern, but they do want to know that they've been heard. And my friend Richard Allen, now in the Lords at Westminster, on the potential of e-democracy. Over the past few months, as I've been sorting through some boxes, many boxes from the early years in this House, as chair of the subcommittee on persons with disabilities, chair of Canada-Israel Parliamentary Friendship Group, chair of Women's Caucus twice, Minister of State for Public Health, and in opposition, my various critic roles. From 2011 to 2015 was a life-changing experience, as Bob Ray appointed me the critic for Indigenous Affairs. Boxes from my cabinet roles in this government, I found that the biggest box by far dealt with the ongoing theme of democratic reform. Democratic reform, to me, has always included four things: parliamentary reform, party reform, electoral reform, and meaningful citizen engagement. This last I call democracy between elections. It became my brand. I actually found another box at the cottage, research and outline for a book I'd begun 10 years ago, Democracy Between Elections, a politician's guide to listening and a citizen's guide to being heard. I may have to get back to that. I have had the benefit of a posse of inspiring feminists who kept the titanium in my spine. The late Doris Anderson, Ursula Franklin, and Monique Bégin. The status quo was not okay. Ursula helped me understand that government must be fair, transparent, and take people seriously. She warned that if we weren't fair, transparent, and respectful of what people had to say in our small organizations and in our political parties, why would anybody think that we would govern in a serious, representative democracy? Doris, who was chair of Fair Vote Canada, often asked if my support for electoral reform was a career-limiting move. Monique and my constituent, the late John Turner, were always in our corners as MPs to make sure our voices were heard. As you know, Monique and her posse of députés had been responsible for getting MPs' offices in their ridings instead of just on Parliament Hill. In 2006, I ran for the party leadership on a platform of the urgent need for party reform. I said that we had to do things differently. No longer could we act as though we were the natural governing party. Well, I was proud when the late Star journalist Jim Travers characterized my candidacy as the reformer. We need to remove the barriers to women in politics, the nomination processes, fundraising. We need to listen to the riding associations coast to coast to coast, not just in those considered winnable ridings. Parliamentary reform will require MPs to take a less partisan approach, especially at parliamentary committees. The analysts at the Library of Parliament do an amazing job. We need to do everything we can to have unanimous reports, as Bill Young did with us when we had the subcommittee on persons with disabilities. Unanimous reports inform government of a consensus reached because all the members listened to the witnesses and were able to distill recommendations that would chart a way forward. Committees need to travel more, need to get out across the country, to be available to hear firsthand the points of view of the regions. In my experience, committee travel was where colleagues in Parliament got to know one another across party lines and find out we actually liked one another. Well, maybe a few exceptions. Committee travel is also where we hear the stories we need to know and harvest solutions to the problems Canadians face every day. We almost must insist on proper disaggregated data in all formal policy-making exercises. Stories and data. We need them both in order to deliver in our work Canada's core value, fairness. I hope that wherever the privilege of being an MP has taken me, I've been there to listen and learn. In order to do the best for Canada, MPs can not only represent their own ridings and understand their own regions, they also need to understand the challenges we face coast to coast to coast. From Cape Spear to Haida Gwaii, from Grise Fiord to Point Pelee, our complex federal system requires MPs to have a deep understanding of the needs and aspirations of every region of this country. I used to think that inclusive decision-making was a feminist value. I later learned that it was actually Indigenous. Haudenosaunee women had advised the first wave of North American feminists about the principles of Indigenous leadership, asking, not telling. How to work in a circle where everyone gets to speak. You may find out that there's already a consensus, or you may find that people are asking for more information before they're prepared to weigh in on a decision. I have learned so much from extraordinary Indigenous women. My fondest memories are berry picking with Mary Simon in Kuujjuaq, tea with Maria Campbell at Gabriel's Crossing in Saskatchewan, ceremony with Sylvia Maracle at her office in Toronto. So many First Nation, Inuit, and Métis leaders and young people have been there to teach and correct my mistakes. I have described 7 settler learnings, which could help all of us join on the journey of humility and reconciliation. Imagine if we'd listened to the First Peoples and respected their imperative of protecting Mother Earth, thinking 7 generations out. Imagine if we understood the important teachings of the medicine wheel, focused on keeping people well, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, rather than relying on the medical repair shop model that I was taught in medical school. Imagine if we were to practice the Indigenous pedagogy of learning by doing, so that the land and the water themselves were the teachers of biology, chemistry, and physics. Imagine if we respected our elders instead of dismissing the elderly. If we listened to wise women, if we put children first in all decisions. Imagine if we practiced the Indigenous leadership of asking, not telling. The foundation of our democracy is that great people will run for public office. I've had the privilege of persuading many great women and Indigenous people to run. Some were elected. All of them affirmed the importance of our democratic institutions by leaving jobs they loved and spending time away from their families in order to campaign for the opportunity to contribute to make this country even better than it is now. I am a feminist and a politician. I look forward to a day where neither the word feminist nor the word politician are treated like four-letter words. I am so proud to have served under this feminist prime minister, whose vision and values inspire us all. He has always been a leader, not a boss. He has always demonstrated that he knows that good ideas can come from many places. He is curious, he listens, he walks the talk of hope and hard work. He has always had my back. Every day he shows us better is indeed always possible. In election campaigns, it's been important for me to explain that the Prime Minister is a true leader, not a boss. A leader sees themselves at the center of a circle. Bosses see themselves at the top of a pyramid, barking orders in their singular view to those below. Father knows best has never worked. The Prime Minister has vision, values, and can take risks. Proud that we've been able to implement the ambitious, risk-taking platform of 2015, even the legalization of cannabis. We have changed history, but I'm worried. Cynicism is at an all-time high. Voter turnout is down. The safety of parliamentarians is under threat. I truly believe that it's essential for us to re-engage in a meaningful way with citizens. Consultation that is shallow or not genuine is bad for democracy. It fuels cynicism. People are turned off by it, and then they tune out. You either believe that you get better policy when you include the views of the people who will be affected by the policy, or you don't. If you don't, if you already think you know everything, then don't waste people's time. Cynicism is also being fueled by the ideology that proclaims that all government is bad, all politicians are bad or useless, and that asks, why bother to vote at all? It is wise to remember that the perma-mad people always vote. We need to acknowledge that democracy is fragile. We should tackle as a priority the proliferation of mis and disinformation and the toxicity and anonymity of social media. There are ways to protect or immunize people from the onslaught of mis and disinformation. People's ability to perform critical appraisal is heightened by greater civic literacy, health literacy, mental health literacy, and digital literacy. But we must be concerned about more than mis or disinformation. We cannot ignore that those who were once only keyboard warriors are now actually throwing stones and vandalizing and threatening people in person. The safety of parliamentarians and those groups, most often victims of hate and discrimination, are at risk. It is important at this dangerous time for democracy to remember the teaching of Ursula Franklin. Good government must be fair, transparent, and take people seriously. People are truly worried about so many aspects of our world today. The economy, the environment, their future, their children's well-being and opportunity. We need to let people know that their concerns are being heard and taken into account, and to explain government decision-making in ways that will make sense. As I look back, I remember how devastated I was in 2006 when we lost. We lost Kyoto, kids, Kelowna. The progress on climate change, childcare, and reconciliation were instantly rolled back. We had to fight back, and we did. I'm proud now that Canada has made serious advances on climate change, childcare, and reconciliation. As Minister responsible for public health, the TRC calls to action, MMIWG, and later mental health and addictions, I hope I've been able to help government bust through the silos and address complex issues across all government departments. I believe that there is a role for government in people's lives. Our complex federal system requires real relationships amongst all orders of government, municipal, provincial and territorial, federal, and Indigenous, in order to deliver effective supports and services to the people who need them most. In closing, I want to thank Barry Campbell for asking me to run in 1997. I want to thank the wind beneath my wings for 26 years, the EAs, Michael Spowert, Rob White, and Tricia Geddes, who all came back to work in my office when I met Minister of State for Public Health in 2003. To Lynn Steele, Rick Tice, Sarah Welsh, Carleen Campbell, who put together teams who shared our vision and values of accessibility and democracy between elections. And we're always able to give fearless advice. Amazing teams, and I want to thank every single one of them and know that they continue to work on this truly important project of democracy. Thank yous are dangerous. I don't want to leave people out. But today I wanted to thank those who have traveled with me for almost all of the quarter century. Mary Eberts, Bill Young and Philippe Bouzy, Michelle Amara, Frank Graves, Jim Anderson, Robin Sears, Susan Delacourt, and Don Lanahan, Ann and Paul Grail, Constance Backhouse, Karen Great, Nora Spinks, Terry Hancock, Margot Greenwood, Will Falk, Stan Kuchar, and of course Paul Martin and Bob Ray. Today, especially, I miss Bill Graham and Andy Scott. I think, and I'm so grateful to all my colleagues here. Many of my friends outside of politics have paid me the biggest compliment that being elected didn't change me. I'm still Carolyn, or Dr. Carolyn to some. Je vous remercie mes professeurs de français Geraldine ici à Ottawa, Michel et Huguette à Logibec à Québec, ma famille d'accueil René Cochin et Claro Picard. L'amour pour la beauté de votre langue.
Love and the beauty of your language and culture were very absolute and contagious.
The best political spouse in the world. When graduating from college, he put support a politician on his bucket list. I'm not sure he meant sharing these decades of ups and downs. Once while canvassing, he asked at the door of a household in our neighborhood if the resident wishes to meet the candidate. He was told I would rather have my eyeballs taken out with fish hooks. He quickly moved to become sign chair. As all of my colleagues in this House, President Pass know all too well, an MP's family has lots of these fish hook moments over the years of all different types, intensity, and duration. I'm grateful for the love of my sons, Jack and Ben, and the sacrifices they have made, happily and unhappily, to allow me to serve Canada as I have for over a quarter century. For 26 years, I've been able to honestly reply to the critics with a question. What country would you rather live in? For 26 years, the answer has been the same. A moment of silence, and then an acknowledgement that as much work as there still is to do, we are proud Canadians. I've never heard one word of other country envy. So I will miss my amazing parliamentary colleagues. I think we remember that moment in the House this fall when President Zelensky from Ukraine quoted Governor General Mary Simon with a word in Inuktitut, Ajuianata. Don't give up. Stay strong against all odds. In these difficult times, I have every confidence that we will continue to fight together to make the best country in the world even better. Merci, miigwech, thank you, Ajuianata.
Questions et commentaires. Le très honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is with a heavy heart that I rise in this House to ask a question of my friend from St. Paul's for the last time in this House. For 15 years, we have served together in this House in various corners of it. And for 15 years and more, she has been a source of inspiration and sound advice to me on how to be a better feminist and how to recruit extraordinary women from across this country to build the kind of government that Canada deserves, on how to move forward on reconciliation. As Canada's first Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, she blazed a trail in deepening the relationship that matters so much to all Canadians and to the future of our country. As the very first Minister for Mental Health and Addictions, she's demonstrated the compassion and the perseverance and the drive that carried her through a storied career as a family doctor to have an impact on Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And even during the depths of the pandemic, I had the benefit of turning to the very first Minister of State for Public Safety and for Public Health and the creator of the Canadian Public Health Agency for advice on how to handle a once-in-a-century event for Canada. So I look forward to continue to draw on her advice in many ways, but right now, given all the things that she spoke about and all the pieces of advice that she's continuing to give to us, I guess my last question for her would be, how do we make sure that this House has more like her? More people dedicated to this country, more young women growing up and seeing a place for themselves here, and the responsibility and therefore the opportunity to shape this country for the better. What are the best pieces of advice that we should carry with us as we reach out to find even more extraordinary women to sit in this House and lead and serve this country?
The honourable member from St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have to, with your help, make sure that teachers will feel that they can bring their students in here again, and not just come to pick up bad habits. But I also think all of us do the country a great service by getting into the grade 5 classrooms and putting a human face on what is a politician, and I hope that we can move to so that to make sure that the diversity of this place, that people can see themselves here. But I think it's also, I think what Equal Voice has said, be her or support her, the idea that you don't actually have to run, but you can help with policy or fundraising or organization. There are many, many ways, but the project of democracy, I think, can't be taken for granted.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member from Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her many years of service. It gives me great pleasure personally to have a comment on a very long career, as the member and I share a great love of Georgian Bay. And so I expect to see the member spending more time up there, perhaps finishing her book on democracy, which we will all take great lessons from. When I was first elected, I was provided some advice from many people. Someone said, get to know members from all parties. And I have to say that shortly after being elected, as she once was Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, the member reached out to me and said, you have a mental health hospital in your riding. I would love to come visit it with you. And we did that this past summer. And you've heard the member talk about the things that she has passion about, which she's dedicated her life of public service to. Indigenous reconciliation, of course, mental health, and increasing the number of women in politics and getting women involved in politics at all different kinds of levels. The member had an opportunity to continue serving the community well as a doctor, and she put that aside to serve thousands of Canadians and make thousands of lives of Canadians better by her 26 years of public service. I won't tell you what I was doing in 1997, or I won't tell you my age, but I was not quite yet in high school, and this is the length of career of dedication to public service that this member has. And while we may disagree on the ways in which we can make this country better, we do agree that we do live in the best country in this planet, that we can work together to make it better. And as I say, when we do work together and we do visit things, opportunities that come about to work together, to visit an institution or to work on a file together, we can do great things for Canadians. So I look forward to seeing what's left to come from the member. I know her life of service will not be over. I'm sure she's got other things planned and in store to continue serving in different ways. But I just want to say, on behalf of myself, my entire colleagues, to wish the member good luck and thank you for your service.
The honourable member from St. Paul's in response.
My response is to say thank you to my member of parliament, the Georgian Bay, and that there'll be many, many more trips on the Georgian Bay and continue to conspire with your wise advice.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for her speech and for her years of service. She, like I, share a passion for karaoke, so maybe we'll be able to do that sometime. And speaking of high heels, I just lost one of mine to a staircase. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the member for her years of service. I wasn't very old either back in 1997. But if there hadn't been other women before me in politics, I wouldn't be here today. There's still so many glass ceilings to shatter, so many boys' clubs. And so my question is about this, her obsession for democracy, and I'm glad to hear that she'll be writing a book and doing other work to that end. And perhaps she could say a bit more about how she sees the issue of mis and disinformation. How does this affect democracy? Social media and online hate undermine our political systems. And what does she think, too, about excessive partisanship and this kind of petty politics that discourages women from getting into politics? It makes politics much less cooperative. So my question is, how can women contribute more to democracy, and what can we as parliamentarians do to prevent things from getting worse? Because it's very worrisome currently. The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Merci.
Thank you. I hope the future provides opportunities to increase literacy, in civics, and it's very important to have the capacity to determine what the truth is. And in order to have a solid foundation for young people, it's important to have the ability to listen well and to hear the concerns of our constituents. So I think women need to be really listened to well. Questions and comments?
Peg Center.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Toronto St. Paul's for her years of service. I didn't know until today that you love karaoke. I too love karaoke. Through you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps we could have had a Broadway kickoff at a local karaoke club in Ottawa, but I'm sure we'll have time to do that in the upcoming years. I really appreciate the honourable member's acknowledgement of the importance of territorial recognition, to understand that we all sit on lands that were dispossessed from Indigenous peoples, and I think that's foundational to reconciliation in this country, is to recognize the privileges that have been borne on the backs of Indigenous peoples, and I truly respect that. And to thank her as well, Mr. Speaker, for barriers that you broke down for women in politics. We still do not have enough women in politics, but it's folks like the member from Toronto St. Paul's who really broke those glass ceilings to even let us have a space in here. And as we work within a new trajectory of intersectionalities, I hope one day to be an example like the member from Toronto St. Paul's for other Indigenous women that are trying to find space and place in a place that was never supposed to house us. So I thank the member for her sacrifice. I'm also a proud feminist. And at a time where we see women's reproductive rights under threat, even in this House, with bills trying to be passed that attack women's reproductive rights, I thank her for even bringing up the discussion about women's right to bodily autonomy before it was even a discussion. And I share her concern for the threat of democracy with populist, extreme right-wing politics, a rise of white supremacy in this country that is not just flourishing outside these walls, but within these walls, in the House of Commons, something for people who've already been marginalized by systems to be very scary. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the member for doing her best to be such a good ally to Indigenous peoples through the years, taking the time to learn when needed. I want to thank you for that. And I also want to take this opportunity to ask the member for her wisdom on how we protect democracy at a time of rising hate and what we can do to ensure that we can protect the rights of all people living in Canada going forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Well, I thank the member for the question and for the ability to work with you and with her in her riding and all the things that she cares about. I also thank her in my comments where I said that it being thanking people was dangerous, that I forgot some of my best coaches, Cynthia Wesley-Eskimo and Steve Copty and Michelle Odette, who I should have been there in the top rung of all of this, but have always been. And even though Cynthia ran against my colleague, the distinguished member from, York Simcoe and Simcoe North, my two colleagues over here, that she's never stopped being there to support me and to be able to give me wise counsel. So I think that part of it is to be able to instill from the very youngest age. There's a grade 1 teacher in my riding at the end of my street who in grade 1 has a unit on leadership. I just think that we can't start early enough in terms of people understanding how to do critical appraisal, what is civic literacy. And I think that at the WHO now, the amazing Alona Kickbush and some others really focused on digital literacy so that people can sort out what's actually true, what's not, what's a bot. How do we help people be able to seek out the kind of advice and truth so that it's, I'm a doctor, so I always talk about immunization, but we have to immunize people against this really evil threat.
And one last one, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I wish it didn't take a great parliamentarian to retire to turn down the partisan temperature in this place. But maybe it's fitting, because in the short time I've been here, it's everything I've known of the honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's. That when she was the Minister for Mental Health and Addictions, she was keen to hear from me about advice with respect to the upcoming budget, and in fact was keen to push for a really critical program, the Substance Use and Addictions program. When it came to announcing funding on behalf of the Government of Canada, she was keen when she arrived in my community to ensure that all parliamentarians from that place were present and supportive there. And we heard it from her again this afternoon. And so I join colleagues in thanking her for her service to this country over the last 26 years. We are all better for it. And one aspect of her advocacy that I've particularly appreciated is her advocacy for electoral reform as part of how we improve our democracy. And as a parting thought, I'd love to hear more from her if she'd be open to sharing with us her reflections on how we continue to move forward on electoral reform. Thank you.
And the last word to the honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Well, thank you, and I thank the member for the push on electoral reform. I think that we are learning as we choose our leaders and choose so many things on ranked ballots that that's a good way to start in municipal politics. I've always thought on electoral reform, we have to start by having citizens understand that, in 1993, the Conservatives were able to get, 20-some% of the vote and 2 members. I think that to see that you could get a separatist government in the province of Quebec with really less than a majority. And so I think there's a risk. We have to teach that first, and then we should move on what would be the best thing to do in this big, huge country, coast to coast to coast, where the land and the people are important.
Thank everyone for their interventions for the honourable member. It's my duty, pursuant to our Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions we raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The
honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, automotive industry. The honourable member for Cypress Hills grasslands, carbon pricing. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, carbon pricing.
Carbon. Now we go back to the honourable leader for the official opposition.
Monsieur le Président, je me lève à la Chambre des communes pour ma...
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the $23 billion additional dollars of inflationary spending in this bill alone. That's another example of a prime minister who, after 8 years, is just not worth the cost. And when I say that he's just not worth the cost, Mr. Speaker, I will speak about his tactic of false advertising. False advertising is normally an offense that could lead to criminal charges in the private sector. If, for example, a business advertises that they are offering a product for a certain price and that they don't deliver the product, well then, criminal charges could be brought against that company. But governments constantly do that. They ask for money, and they say in exchange for that, they're going to offer a product to Canadians. And we see that all the time with this Prime Minister. For example, we could talk about its so-called program to help the middle class. 8 years later, we see that 9 out of 10 middle-class youth can't find a home and believe that they never will be able to do so. 8 years later, there's an increase in the number of Ontarians who need to go to a food bank, an increase of 46%. And that's among people who are in work. These are middle-class people. These people are suffering. They never needed to go to the food bank before. But 8 years after the government said it would help the middle class, and now they need to go to the food bank. We have a prime minister who he would help the media with big subsidies. And what's the result? News articles are being removed from our social networks. The government also said that it would help students, that it would help children with their school lunches. But if we look at the program in the bill, it doesn't actually involve any food. It's just money for the federal minister to consult with another minister, to consult with provincial ministers, to further consult with interest groups in order to finally publish a report, to make a plan, to make a policy, so that one day perhaps some children will get lunch. So this is yet another example of a case where the government says, we'll feed children. But that's actually not true. They're not going to feed children. They're just going to feed their own bureaucracy. Now let's talk about housing. The Prime Minister announced while criticizing Jean Chrétien for producing bureaucracy in housing at the federal level, he said that the federal government was going to get back into the area, that it was going to have major programs of $47 billion for affordable housing. 8 years later, what do we have? The price of housing has doubled. The cost of the mortgage for an average house has more than doubled, from about $1,400 to $3,500 per month. The cost for a one-bedroom apartment has gone up on average from $900 to nearly $2,000. And the average deposit for a house across the country has gone from about $20,000 to more than $50,000. So the plan was to spend billions and billions of dollars to create affordable homes. And what's the result? Doubling their costs. Exactly the opposite of what the advertising said. Unfortunately, this advertising sometimes shows up in documents we have to vote on in the House of Commons. We have, for example, programs called affordable housing that actually make housing more expensive. And we give millions or billions of dollars to fund these programs. Once again, in the private sector, that would lead the CEO to prison, to ask for money for a product. And then after that, what is actually delivered is the opposite of that product. The CEO would be in prison. But this Prime Minister does that all the time. And yet, he's keeping all of his prerogatives while people are suffering. That is why I created an important documentary on this Prime Minister's housing hell. The media, which are bought by this Prime Minister, flipped out. They flipped out all over the country. But they had an issue. They couldn't find anything wrong with the facts in my documentary. I mentioned around 55 facts. Every 20 seconds in the documentary, on average, there was a new fact. Not a single journalist was able to find a mistake in all those facts. Let me just come back to some of those facts. Because in fact, I often drew these facts from articles from the same media who have attacked me for my documentary. They had often published those facts themselves. That's the problem. They had published information on the housing crisis. And in their articles, they were forgetting which prime minister had caused that crisis, who's in power, who's overseen a doubling in prices. So the facts, 9 out of 10 Canadians believe that they'll never be able to buy a house. That's an article published by Shazia Nazir from Milton, Ontario. This is a fact. You can't deny it. And who's the Prime Minister who oversaw this unprecedented phenomenon? Well, it's this Liberal Prime Minister. Secondly, I show that to have a detached home, it costs 66% of the average paycheck just for the monthly payments on that house. A Radio-Canada journalist said that I had made that up. That's information that comes from that comes from a reputable source. It comes from RBC. And if the media were interested in publishing the truth, they would have seen that. 66% of the average paycheck is needed in order to pay for an average payment, monthly payment on the average house in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, the other 34% is going on taxes. So nothing is left. People won't be able to eat, go on holiday, or have any more money to spend on anything. They'll have to spend all the money on their mortgage. That's compared to 40%, actually 39% to be exact, when I was the minister responsible for housing. 39% of the average paycheck was needed so that the average family could buy the average home and pay average costs on that house 8 years ago. So, the percentage of the average salary necessary for a family to be able to pay for their house has gone up by half. This is a record. It was never like that before. A 57-year-old grandmother is having to live in her truck because of this Prime Minister's housing crisis. Refugees are having to live in the street because shelters are full and there's no more space for them after 8 years of this Prime Minister. 8 years ago, the average price of a house in Canada was $454,000. And now it's about $700,000 with higher interest rates, which makes monthly payments even worse. The Liberals and their media are trying to say that this is a global phenomenon, but that doesn't make sense because other countries aren't going through the same crisis as Canada. According to all international data, it shows that prices have gone up much faster here in Canada than in almost all other countries. In fact, among OECD countries, the cost of housing has exceeded the increase in wages. And this has happened in Canada much faster than in any other country except for one. That means that unaffordability in Canada is the second worst among almost 40 industrialized countries between 2015 and 2023. Exactly the same period as this Prime Minister was in power. We also see that Toronto has the worst housing bubble in the world. So this isn't just a phenomenon that's happening everywhere around the world in big cities. It's unique to Toronto. And Vancouver is in 6th position on that list. These two markets had reasonable prices 10 years ago, according to the same research. Once again, these liberal-controlled media are trying to contradict that fact, but they have failed. We see that homes near the border, well, on the Canadian side, they are sometimes 3 times as expensive as homes on the US side of the border. If this is an international phenomenon, how can we explain that? In general, prices in the US are often 25 or 40% under prices here in Canada, even though they have an 8 times larger population on a smaller area of land. You can buy a chateau in Sweden for a lower price than a 2-bedroom house in Kitchener after 8 years of this Prime Minister. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, of all the countries in the G7, well, we know that we have the most land per person per capita in the G7. And a Radio-Canada journalist tried to save this Prime Minister and said, well, that's ridiculous because we can't live in the north at the same rate, suggesting that the only land we have available for building would be in the north. No, that's ridiculous. Of course it isn't just in the north. There's a really large amount of area and building space around our large cities. If that were really the case, then why are Americans able to provide much lower priced housing, even though a lot of their population is in Chicago, New York, Houston, Los Angeles, and so on. And they're big cities. So their populations are also highly concentrated, and yet homes there are much less expensive than here in Canada after 8 years of Justin Trudeau. So to say that the amount of land we have is not relevant misses the reality that supply and demand will determine prices. Prices should be low in Canada because we have space near our towns. We have land available in the southern part of the country, in the west, and yes, in the north as well, which would be available for building if we could get red tape out of the way. Red tape from all levels of government. And finally, we see that since this government came to power, we have fewer houses per capita than we used to. In fact, we have the lowest per capita rate of homes in the entire G7, even though we have more land to build on. It's amazing that we had more housing per capita 8 years ago when we didn't have these red tape heavy programs that were supposed to make housing more affordable. Isn't that interesting? According to the Prime Minister, this government has spent $87 billion to build affordable housing. And yet somehow we have fewer homes per capita. It's incredible. It's as though you were at a restaurant and you order something and it's awful. It's not what you ordered. The service was terrible. And when you go to pay, they charge you $500. And they tell you, well, clearly dinner was great because it's expensive. That's this Prime Minister's argument. He says that because his programs are expensive, that clearly they're good. He just attacked us for voting against large sums of money for programs because he believes that how much money is spent is the same thing as results. Even though the spending that he's making is actually delivering the opposite of what the program is supposed to deliver. He's criticizing me for not having spent enough on housing. But I delivered affordable homes and apartments when I was minister at a lower cost for taxpayers. That's common sense. Less taxpayer money and lower prices for home buyers or renters. That's value for money, but this Prime Minister doesn't understand that because he's never worked in his life. He inherited his wealth. He has a tax-sheltered trust fund. So it's pretty clear to me that he struggles to understand what value for money is. Mr. Speaker, in 1972, Canada built 232,000 housing units. In 2022, by contrast, Canada built 219,000 housing units. In 1972, there were 22 million Canadians, and now we have 39 millions. The population has nearly doubled, and yet somehow we've built fewer homes. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, after $87 billion in spending, that this government says it's using to build more homes, they're spending more to somehow build less. That's this government's approach. What is the highest cost for building a home, say in Vancouver? What's most expensive when you build a house? Is it the land, the materials, the labor costs? No, the most expensive part is the various fees and the red tape for the government. And yes, there's also red tape from local governments, but it's all funded by the federal government. This Prime Minister is boasting that he sends big checks to local politicians to build bigger bureaucracy to prevent construction, and all in the name of affordable housing.
Province, Monsieur le
In your province, Mr. Speaker, in fact, in Halifax, the housing minister, after totally failing to give people a good quality of life in Halifax, there were 30 homeless tent cities in Halifax. The minister gave some funding to his friend, the Liberal mayor of Halifax, millions. And the minister said that that would speed up home building. Later, we learned what that money will do. The money is being used to hire more public servants. The same public servants in Halifax who are blocking building will grow their ranks. The federal government's money, the Prime Minister's money, is going to them to build bureaucracy. That's why we need common sense action to build homes and not bureaucracy, and that is our approach. People have criticized my documentary, my groundbreaking documentary. People have said that there's no land, that we can't build because there's not enough land in places where people want to live. What about the Squamish, though? They showed just the opposite. In Vancouver, the Squamish are building 6,000 apartments on 10 acres of land. 10 acres of land, 6,000 apartment units. That's incredible. That's 600 units per acre. That's a huge amount. But this wouldn't have been possible if they'd had to follow the orders of Vancouver's bureaucrats. But they don't have to because they are on a reserve. They're on their people's traditional territory. So they don't need permits from local bureaucrats. That's how they were able to build. This just goes to show that we should get rid of bureaucracy in other cases, because if we scrap bureaucracy, we can build huge apartment buildings and in cities, all while building more homes in suburbs, Mr. Speaker. But that's the exact opposite of what the Prime Minister's doing now. I have heard some other excuses. Excuses served up by the Prime Minister's loyal followers. They've said that it's not the Prime Minister's fault that the cost of housing has doubled. They say that it was COVID that drove up home prices. There's a Journal de Montréal commentator who I quite like, who said that COVID has become the new "the dog ate my homework" excuse. COVID should have decreased property prices. Why? Well, during COVID, there was less immigration. The immigration system was basically shut down for 9 or 10 months. And then it was very slowed down for another 9 or 10 months. So the numbers do show that immigration slowed down. There was also a decrease in the number of jobs and a decrease of salaries. And all of these factors usually decrease demand for property. And these aren't just my words. This is not just my opinion. In fact, the federal government's housing agency projected in the spring of 2020 that home prices would drop by 32% because of COVID. They were wrong. But it's easy to understand why they made that prediction, because when you lose jobs, when salaries drop, when there's less immigration, then normally there is less demand, there's lower demand, so the prices are lower. But why did the prices go up then? Why did home prices go up for the 2 years following COVID? Why? Because the central bank printed $600 billion. That money was printed. There's something else. The media said, oh, that's not true, that has nothing to do with it. Well, in my documentary, I showed a chart published by the Bank of Canada. And in the chart, you can see a doubling of purchases of homes by investors. When did that start? It started in the spring of 2020. Just exactly when the Bank of Canada started printing money and buying bonds. Buying bonds from banks and financial institutions, which made our financial system blow up. And all that money was lent to investors with connections to bankers. And they're the ones who contributed to doubling amounts invested, which led to a 50% increase in prices after that massive infusion of newly printed money into the system. It wasn't COVID that caused the sudden increase in housing prices. It was the printing of money that caused that sudden increase. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and those who defend them in the media, they like to say that all government spending during COVID was necessary. Necessary during COVID because of COVID. Is that so? Well, there was a $100 billion deficit before the first case of COVID occurred. According to the PBO, 40% of spending during COVID had nothing to do with COVID. That is, 40% of new added spending during COVID had nothing to do with COVID. COVID's been over for a year or two now, but there are still deficits. We can't still blame COVID. COVID didn't eat their homework, Mr. Speaker, because there were deficits before COVID. There were deficits during COVID, which were not primarily due to COVID. And after COVID, there are still deficits, higher and higher deficits, which go well beyond COVID. COVID is getting further and further in the rearview mirror, yet deficits are still increasing. So we cannot accept the Prime Minister's self-defense that the dog ate his homework. Mr. Speaker, it was an irresponsible decision. I warned against it at the time. I warned that it was irresponsible to print money and to spend recklessly. And this is ongoing, and it makes interest prices rise. Each time the Prime Minister rises in the House of Commons and says that he had no choice but to spend, he had no choice but to spend on all sorts of slogans. But when you look at the results behind the slogans, it's in fact false publicity because the results don't match what's promised. And that's why we often vote against the spending, which on its face, with a slogan, might seem great, but in reality, the spending does the opposite of what it's supposed to do, of the opposite of what the government promises. That's why we need a common sense government, Mr. Speaker, and that is what I will deliver as Canada's future Prime Minister. The Bloc Québécois asked me, what is common sense? I admire their humility because when they asked me that, they admitted that they don't have a clue what common sense is. So I was able to help them out. I was able to define common sense. They, though, said that common sense is a strange idea because the Bloc Québécois lives in a sort of utopia in the clouds. They are in the House of Commons to make life worse for people and to argue that Canada should be divided and cut up in pieces. Now, what is common sense? I will define it again to help the Bloc Québécois. What is common sense? First, we need to bring prices down. How? By cutting the carbon tax, which is driving up the price of everything. I know that the government wants to quadruple the carbon tax on farmers who produce food, on gas, on all of our industry, and I know that the Bloc Québécois wants to drastically increase the carbon tax. There's a second carbon tax. It's called the Clean Fuel Regulation. But the Bloc isn't satisfied with that. No, it wants to drastically increase carbon taxes and prices. Only the Conservatives will axe the carbon tax to decrease energy payments for all Canadians. We will use technology to fight climate change. I know that the Bloc is against technology. The Bloc is against nuclear energy, for example. Nuclear energy that France is using to offer zero-emission electricity. But the Bloc Québécois is ideologically against that. They are radically, ideologically against nuclear energy and other non-emitting energy sources. But we will use that technology instead of taxing F-150s in Saguenay or in Trois-Rivières, or truckers and farmers who need their trucks to work. These are good people, Mr. Speaker, good, hardworking people, and we are the only people defending Quebec's regions.
Autre chose qui est le gros bon sens, c'est de contrôler les dépenses.
Also, another element of common sense is controlling spending. The Bloc Québécois always wants bigger federal government. They say on the one hand that they want to get rid of the federal government, but then on the other hand, they always vote to increase the cost of the federal government on the backs of Quebecers. They have voted in favor of all of the spending that the Liberal government has proposed. They have voted against the fiscal discipline that we are proposing. My ideas are based on common sense. Spend a dollar, save a dollar. If you increase spending by $1 somewhere, then you need to cut $1 of spending elsewhere. This policy existed under Clinton in the 90s, and it allowed the Democrat president to balance the books and to pay down $400 billion in debt, which led to higher salaries, lower cost of living, all sorts of other positive consequences. But after that, Americans fell into deficit, and they have been in deficit since then, and they still are today. It shows that politicians need a legal limit to control their spending, and that's what we will do. We will do it like single parents do, like small businesses do, like families do. When a common sense Canadian increases spending somewhere in their budget, they cut spending somewhere else in the budget. That will be our policy. That is how we will bring about fiscal discipline. We will also cut waste. For example, the infrastructure bank, the $35 billion infrastructure bank, which has not delivered any infrastructure projects, not a single one. We are going to get rid of the ArriveCan app. And also, money is being given to China to build pipelines in China, pipelines that we block here in Canada. That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. We're not here to build up the Chinese empire. We're here to build a good life for Canadians in Canada. Now, common sense. Common sense means telling municipalities that if you want infrastructure money, you need to build more. You need to be permitting more. The reason we don't have enough homes is because there's too much bureaucracy blocking homes. We're, in fact, the second slowest OECD country when it comes to granting permits. So we need to incentivize municipalities How will we do so? Well, we will tell municipalities that the amounts that they receive for infrastructure in the future will be directly tied to the amount of homes that they build, that they allow to be built, that they grant permits for. So it will be results-based funding. I will ensure that all municipalities have a 15% increase in home building, and if they do so, then they will receive a bonus. But if they're under that 15%, their funding will be cut. City bureaucrats will be paid the way real estate agents are paid, by volume of sales. So municipal bureaucrats will be paid by the federal government based on the amount of construction that they allow. For example, public transit stations. We are going to ensure that all public transit stations are surrounded by apartments, and then money and funding will be delivered once apartments are built and being lived in. There are 6,000 federal buildings, and there are thousands of acres of federal land, and we will use them to build new homes. We will also ensure that the federal housing agency that gives funding for apartments, we will make it so they do so in 2 months instead of 2 years. And if they don't, then their execs will be fired. It's that simple. In my government, if executives don't deliver, if executives don't perform, they'll be fired. That's how the real world works. That's how it is in big business. That's how it is for mechanics. And that's how it will be in my common sense government. Finally, we will speed up construction. We will speed up building after 8 years during which people have been unable to build and buy homes. Next aspect of our common sense plan, reoffenders. Well, we're going to keep reoffenders behind bars rather than allowing them to commit the same crimes against Canadians over and over and over again. Now, we understand that people may make a mistake once in a while. That's the reality. But we won't allow people to commit 40, 50, 60 violent crimes, one after the other, and then put them back on the streets as the Bloc and the Liberals want to do. We don't want bail for reoffenders, violent reoffenders. We will also offer treatment to those who have drug addiction problems. Our government will also stop going after sport shooters and hunters. The Liberals banned hunting weapons. The Liberals published 300 pages worth of hunting rifles that they wanted to ban. And when they did that, and this is on video, there's video footage of it, the Bloc was here. The Bloc was here, you can see it in the video. And the Bloc was thrilled to see 300 pages worth of hunting rifles banned. But you know, in Quebec's regions, Bloc MPs, they realized that people in regions hunt. And that was an aha moment for them because they spend all their time in the Plateau and Montreal. They didn't know that there are hunters in Quebec. They figured it out. So just like the Prime Minister, faced with pressure by the Conservative Party, the Bloc Québécois had to walk back their stance. Oops, after all, we're not going to try to ban your hunting rifles because of the great arguments made by the Conservative Party, and that's common sense, Mr. Speaker. We know that this radical coalition will once again try to harm the hunters. So people in Quebec's regions need to depend on the Conservative Party to defend their traditions that have existed for thousands of years here in Canada, Indigenous traditions. I would like to thank First Nations for having stood up for their right to hunt. They did so by opposing the Prime Minister's plan to ban their hunting weapons, Mr. Speaker. We are the only party which believes that we need to invest more and spend more to strengthen our borders to defend against incoming illegal weapons. We're also going to put real criminals in prison, all while supporting sports shooters and hunters. That's common sense. And our Bloc Québécois friends, they think common sense is really strange. They don't really get it, but we are the common sense party, and we will protect freedoms. In fact, the Conservative Party is the only one that voted against a bill. The Bloc Québécois wanted to vote to ban Quebecers from watching certain things online. Can you imagine that? A sovereigntist party wants a woke agency in Ottawa to be able to dictate what Quebecers see and do on the internet. Mr. Speaker, we will not stand for that. We would never accept that. The Conservative Party is the only party that stands up for freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and that's why we will scrap C11.
Liberté d'expression.
We need freedom of expression. We need national freedom, and that is why the Conservative Party will rebuild our military. After this Prime Minister has wasted so much money with incompetent procurement, including the F-35 file, among other things, we'll put an end to the waste. We will spend our money to help our soldiers and to rebuild our military. We'll stop giving money to dictatorships and to bureaucracy. We're going to bring the money back here to Canada to rebuild our armed forces. We're going to defend our freedom by defending our military, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I know that for most Canadians, these are tough times. Everything's broken. And this is not just my opinion. 2/3 of Canadians surveyed feel the same way. But we have a Prime Minister who keeps wanting to promote negativity. He's always negative, and he wants to divide people. I am here with a positive message. I am here with a common sense message that gives hope to Canadians all across the country. That, yes, the future will be better than today, the times we're going through now. Yes, we can have a country where people are free to earn fat paychecks and to buy food, groceries, and affordable houses in safe communities. That's the goal of the Conservative Party, and that is the goal in bringing common sense back here, bringing it home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now in English. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I can only go where my caucus leads, and they're asking me to continue speaking, Mr. Speaker. Or I can do no other. I'm but their humble servant, Mr. Speaker. And Sarah, that's Mr. Speaker. The member across the way is also very humble, and he has much to be humble about indeed, Mr. Speaker, as does his entire government. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak about false liberal advertising. What we have in the private sector are laws that could lead to the criminal prosecution of any business that advertises one thing and delivers the opposite. Yep. If somebody goes on television and tries to sell a product and then fails to deliver it after collecting payment, they can be sued civilly and maybe even charged criminally. But weirdly, in politics, we call it lawmaking. We have a Prime Minister who literally brings programs before the House of Commons that do exactly the opposite of what they say. Yep. So, for example, he says that he's going to spend these millions of dollars buying back hunting rifles. What has this resulted in? 100% increase in violent crime. Yeah. He has a program that he says will help protect the media that has actually removed the media from social networks. He is a prime minister. We have a prime minister who has an $87 billion affordable housing program that has doubled the cost of housing. This is the exact opposite of what he promised, and yet he took billions of dollars from Canadians in order to pay for it. He has, for example, they were busy trumpeting their idea of a affordable food program for kids, and then we found out that there's no food in the program. Exactly. We found out what the program does. It doesn't provide a single dollar for food. Here's what it does, and I've got it right from the bill. The minister must, in consultation with the Minister of Health, representatives of the provincial governments responsible for health and education, other relevant stakeholders in the fields, and representatives of Indigenous governing bodies, develop a national framework to establish a school food program. So let's just walk through all the steps, because we know that normally in the real world the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but there were many points that were unrelated to kids actually having food in their bellies. One, that one minister would consult with another federal minister, who will consult with provincial ministers, who will consult with stakeholders, which is code for lobbyists, who will then develop a national framework to establish a school food program. So I note that the bill actually didn't provide a single dollar to source anything of nutritional value. Not a single calorie of nutrition is funded by the bill. So it doesn't feed kids, it feeds bureaucracy. This is an example of all of the wonderful labels and slogans they put on their spending that actually doesn't deliver anything to the end user. It is more self-service, not public service, self-service of the bigger and fatter bureaucracy and the ecosystem of lobbyists, interest groups, researchers, bureaucrats, crown CEOs, contractors, who feast off of all the money that is hidden under these beautiful and unimpeachable slogans. You know, the beautiful "Let's Protect Innocent Kittens" Act. Well, we'll spend $1 billion on that, but we'll hire a bureaucrat who will create a department that will consult with paid interest groups, who will contract out their report writing to those who have expertise in PowerPoints, and we'll have hundreds of people feeding off of this program, and the poor little kittens will be forgotten about at the end. The kittens, Mr. Speaker.
The kittens.
Who thinks of the kittens? They don't actually get anything. That's right. Not even a little bit of milk, Mr. Speaker, because they'll carbon tax that as well. But that is the system that we have in this government. They spend more to achieve less. As I said, an $87 billion housing program that is supposed to make housing affordable, which has doubled the cost of housing. Doubled the rent, doubled the mortgage payment, doubled the needed down payment. Let's go through the numbers. When I was housing minister, the average rent for one bedroom was about $950. Now it's just under $2,000. Wow. The average mortgage payment on an average home, newly purchased, was $1,400. Today it's $3,500. The average down payment for a newly purchased, standard priced home was $20,000. Can you imagine that? No. You can't imagine it now. It almost seems quaint. $20,000 for a down payment. That was only 8 years ago. And now it's over $50,000. Now, the Prime Minister's main criticism of me is that I didn't have big enough bureaucracies at the same time as I was making housing affordable. So his measurement of success is that not whether or not you deliver an end product to the end user, it's whether or not you build a big enough bureaucracy and line item in the budget to pay for it. Failing is bad, failing expensively is worse, Mr. Speaker. Boy, has he ever failed. I recently produced a documentary called Housing Hell, How We Got In and How We'll Get Out. Has anybody heard of it? I see some backbench liberals, some random liberals in the backbench over there have even heard of it, and it's nice because they don't really get put to any good use. It's good that they were able to have a quiet 15 minutes to soak in this production. Well, maybe I'll make a few more and it will add up to an hour, and then the member will have something to do with himself when he's away on Christmas break. Maybe that will be the Christmas gift that appears under that member's tree when he wakes up and opens his phone, Mr. Speaker. Now, we have seen an absolute meltdown by the bought and paid for media. First of all, they were furious that I went around them. How dare I communicate directly with Canadians, they said. And so they proceeded with no success to try and poke holes in it. You see, the documentary introduces roughly a new fact every 20 or 25 seconds, and for the entire 15-minute period. And the media was desperate to find an error or a problem, and they couldn't find a single factual error in the entire documentary. They tried, but let me review some of these undisputable facts because they're all publicly sourced with proof to show where they come from. For example, 9 out of 10 Canadians believe they will never be able to afford a home, a survey shows. That is a headline right out of the Milton Reporter on April 25th, 2022. It's so much worse now than it was back then. This headline from the Globe and Mail: this 57-year-old grandmother didn't choose the van life. The housing crisis chose it for her. That was May of 2023. Imagine the miserable life for this wonderful grandmother after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Then we have that dorm students students are forced to live under bridges. That too was a news headline. You know, you might say, well, why are you quoting the media of which you're critical? Because they fail to mention in any of these articles who is the Prime Minister that presided over this housing hell. They fail to assign blame to the person who actually caused the problem in the first place. And then the Radio-Canada recently desperately flailing around trying to find fault with my documentary said I had no proof that it takes 66% of an average family's monthly income to make payments on the average home. Well, the report comes from RBC in their quarterly housing affordability calculation. They've been doing it for 40 years, and it is now higher than it has ever been in their recorded history. Wow. That's because housing costs have not only grown, but they have vastly outgrown our very poor and miserable wage growth under this Prime Minister. Then they went on to their next excuse, claiming that Canada's housing hell is just part of some global phenomenon. Well, that's an easy claim to dispute and disprove because, of course, our housing hell is so much worse than any other country on earth. For example, Toronto is rated by UBS Bank as the worst housing bubble in the world. Vancouver is the 6th. Both of them were rated as moderately expensive only 10 years ago. If you want a different measure, go to Demographia, which has a very simple formula. They divide the average house price in a country or a city by the average income. And based on that measure, Vancouver is the 3rd and Toronto the 10th most overpriced housing market in the world, worse than Manhattan, Los Angeles, Chicago, London, England, and even Singapore, a country with 2,000 times more people per capita, per square kilometer, than Canada has. And therefore, you cannot say, look at the comparison with the United States. The average American housing prices, depending on the measurement, are 25 to 40% cheaper in border towns. Often, house prices on the Canadian side, 15 minutes away, are double or even triple the cost of south of the border. A 2-bedroom in Kitchener now costs more than a castle in Sweden, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the OECD did a measurement of the growth in house prices relative to the growth in incomes in all of the roughly 40 OECD countries, and Canada saw the second worst deterioration of housing affordability since this Prime Minister took office in 2015. So no, you cannot blame it on some global phenomenon. It is a uniquely Canadian hell, and that is a uniquely here and now hell. The Prime Minister is responsible. I find they say, well, the Prime Minister really has nothing to do with housing.
From the honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I noticed the time, and of course the Leader of the Official Opposition is entitled to take as much time as he wants, but some of us are beginning to wonder if he's running out the clock so that he doesn't have to take questions and answers, if he's afraid to take questions from the floor, or if he'll be leaving some time for members to ask him questions about his dissertation.
I think while the honourable member is grabbing a glass of water, I know the honourable member, the parliamentary secretary, does have a point of order that needs to be done before.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that the motion standing on order paper in the name of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons related to the appointment of Maria Chantal Girard as President of the Public Service Commission pursuant to Standing Order 111.1 be deemed adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the patience.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with us through that commercial break, Mr. Speaker. We're happy to be back for the continued presentation. We then went on to demonstrate in this documentary another indisputable fact that, one, Canada has the fewest homes per capita in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on after 8 years of this Prime Minister, and that we built more homes in 1972 than we built last year. In fact, in 1972, we had 22 million Canadians. Last year, we had 39 million. In other words, we've doubled the housing price, we doubled the population, while reducing the number of homes we're building because of the massive bureaucracy the Prime Minister continues to build up. And as a result, the number of homes relative to the number of families who need them is in stark decline. Now, what do you think is causing this? Well, the rising cost of building a home. And what are those costs, Mr. Speaker? In Vancouver, for example, what would you say is the leading cost of building a home? Is it land, labor, lumber, or even the profit of the builder? No. It's government. The cost of permits, delays, consultants, red tape, taxes, all of these costs add up to more than all of the other costs combined. They add up to $1.3 million for every newly built home. In Montreal, the city has blocked 25,000 new homes in the last 2 years. In Winnipeg, the courts had to shoot down a decision by the City Hall to block 2,000 homes right next to a transit station that was built for those homes. Why? Because the city councillor said his constituents did not want neighbours. And many Ontario municipalities have raised development charges 900%. 900%? Have the cost of servicing communities gone up 900% over the last several decades? I'd like to see why. Now, granted, those decisions are municipal, but they are federally funded because the Prime Minister happily forks over billions and billions of dollars more, rewarding bureaucracies for blocking the way. For example, he's created this new Housing Accelerator Fund. After 2 years and $4 billion, it hasn't completed a single solitary home. Recently, the minister had a great photo op in the city of Halifax in your province, Mr. Speaker, and boy, did we ever need a housing announcement there, because after 8 years of this Prime Minister, there are now 30 homeless encampments in that city. 30. Can you imagine that? Would you ever, Mr. Speaker, you're from Nova Scotia, would you ever have imagined that you'd have 30 homeless encampments in Halifax? 8 years ago, if I told you that would have happened, you wouldn't have believed me. But this is 8 years of the misery and poverty that this Prime Minister has imposed on our people. So we were all a little bit relieved when all of a sudden the minister decided he was going to show up and do something on housing. And he announced millions of dollars for the Liberal mayor. And what did we find out the money was for? hiring more bureaucrats.
Then we have another point of order from the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had asked if the leader of the Conservative Party was trying to run and hide from the Q&A, but I didn't get an answer. Will he be leaving time for us to ask him questions about his dissertation?
It's not a point of order, but we know that that will be moving on to the next item at about 5:42. So the honourable member does have unlimited time. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
I would like to actually, not only would I be prepared to answer that member's questions, I would like to up the ante. I am prepared to put partisanship aside and put on a multi-partisan screening of my documentary, Housing Hell, How We Got In, How We'll Get Out. And I know that I've offered that before, but what I'm prepared to do is up the offer and make myself available for an hour of question and answer after the screening is done.
Very generous.
So the member could come and enjoy. I only have an hour, I'm very busy, but I would be happy to have that member come and enjoy the documentary. We'll be showing it in both official languages, of course, dans les deux langues officielles. Les membres du Bloc peuvent venir.
In both official languages, members of the Bloc Québécois can come. I know they're allergic to common sense, so it might be hard.
Allergic reaction to the common sense in the documentary. But we will be inviting them all to join in a spirit of camaraderie as we build homes. We reverse the housing hell that this Prime Minister, with the help of the NDP, has caused Canadians, Mr. Speaker. So, don't say I never did anything for you. So, Mr. Speaker, the facts of this documentary continued as we went throughout to demonstrate that Canada has really no excuse to have a housing crisis. We have the second biggest landmass in the world. We have by far, by many orders of magnitude, the most land per capita of any country in the G7, and I think the sixth biggest supply, give or take, in the world per capita. I think if you spread Canadians out evenly, we'd have something like 33 NFL-sized football fields for every single Canadian. It would be the perfect place to be a hermit. You'd never see another person. We have so much land. Now, obviously, critics will say, well, of course, we have all this land that's far away and nobody can live there. Nonsense. We have land all around and even inside our big cities. We have land right along the strip of the Canada-U.S. border. We have land in the south. Take a drive around Ottawa and see all of the land that's undeveloped, or the tiny little government buildings on massive thousands and thousands of square yards or meters of land that is unused, which could be used for housing if the federal government would unlock it. So there is no excuse. The only thing stopping the construction of housing is government. And by the way, if you doubt this, then explain to me this. The United States has most of its population concentrated in large metropolis centers like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, etc. And yet somehow housing is 25 to 45% cheaper there. How is it that housing in Tokyo is more affordable than it is in Vancouver? If the issue was just that we don't have, that all the land is we're all crunched into small metropolitan spaces, Mr. Speaker, that is totally false. And it is yet another excuse that government-funded media makes for government failure. Yeah. And we know that it's a failure that can be fixed because look at the incredible work of the Squamish people. Because they didn't have to worry about the bureaucracy at Vancouver City Hall, they were able to approve and begin building on 6,000 apartments on 10 acres of land. That's 600 units per acre, Mr. Speaker. If they had to go through City Hall, it never would have happened. And those 6,000 wonderful families and couples would not have those homes. But they've demonstrated that if you get the government out of the way and let builders build, then you have more apartments. But unfortunately, that is exactly the opposite of what this Prime...
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Milton.
Very much, Mr. Chair. I'm also eager to ask questions, but I'm also eager to point out that that was a $1 billion CMHC loan, the largest ever from the federal government, the Squamish Nation.
However, we are following debate, and don't forget that once the member is finished, there will be an opportunity for questions and answers. The honourable leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I love how when the First Nations people do extraordinary things, Liberals show up to take all the credit, right?
That's right.
You know, he reminds me of the turkey or the rooster, Mr. Speaker, who thought just because he crowed when the sun came up that he made the sun come up, Mr. Speaker. He didn't make the sun come up. He just crowed about it.
That's right.
It was actually the First Nations people that are building this project, and it's a shame that Liberals try to take credit for it, Mr. Speaker. And if we could just get the Liberals out of the way, we could do many more great things if we could just get this government out of the way, because we know that prior to this government, housing was affordable in this country, taking a fraction of the cost out of a family paycheck to afford a home. And you know, the good thing is, Mr. Speaker, housing was not like this before this Prime Minister, and it won't be like this after he's gone. Now, the second cause of the housing hell, which I pointed out in my documentary, was the rampant money printing that the government unleashed. At the Prime Minister, while it was technically done by the Bank of Canada, it was clearly in total collaboration with the elected government and with the total support and the lack of discipline from the government to print $600 billion. They've created 32% more cash in a period of time when the economy has grown by 4%. In other words, the cash is growing 8 times faster than the stuff that cash buys. They did this through a program called quantitative easing, where the Bank of Canada, where the government sells bonds to the private sector, the Bank of Canada buys them right back at a higher price, profiting the financial institutions, freeing up easy money for government to spend, but also flooding the financial markets with easy cash that is lent out to wealthy investors. In my documentary, I used a Bank of Canada graph demonstrating the total liftoff in the number of homes bought by investors that happened exactly at May.
I believe we have another point of order from the honourable member for Elmo-Transcona, and I'm hoping that it is a point of order.
I just would like to give an opportunity to the member. I thought, you know, somebody trying to be Prime Minister might want an opportunity to answer questions, but I see instead he's practicing avoiding answering them.
Okay, all right. That's not a point of order. The honourable member has a limited time on this. The honourable député pour Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I find it very unfortunate what we're seeing from our NDP colleagues. I want to see the leader of the official opposition talk to us about cryptocurrency. I want to hear from him about that. It's very interesting. It's probably in his documentary. No, this is also debate. That's also debate.
Le député, l'honorable leader de l'opposition, le temps.
Yes, the leader of the opposition has unlimited time to make a speech.
L'heure change à 5h42.
At 5:42, we'll move on.
Mr. Speaker. There's no limit to my speaking time, just like there's no limit to Canada's potential, if only we had some common sense. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that when you create $600 billion of cash, you flood it into the financial system. You ultimately, that money is then lent out to those who have connections to that system. And those people bid up the costs for everybody else. And that is why in the early months of the pandemic, when everything was crashing, the billionaires were suddenly getting richer. Why were they getting richer? The economy was crashing, well, of course, because all their asset values were being inflated by insane money printing, supported by every party in the House except for ours. Ours was the only one that worried that this crazy money printing would do exactly what it has done every single time it has been tried. And when I produced the evidence of this in the documentary, all of the bought and paid for media said, oh, this is an outrageous explanation, but they haven't once provided a shred of evidence that it's not true. Exactly. Look at the graphs the Bank of Canada produced itself. Exactly. It demonstrates that there was a massive flooding of cash into the real estate market through the vector of the same financial institutions that had profited off of quantitative easing. And you know, I find it interesting that the NDP, which claims to be so concerned about the gap between rich and poor, saw absolutely no problem with the government creating all this cash and pumping it into a select group of financial institutions who happen to have the privilege of being members of Payments Canada and been eligible to receive the cash before anyone else and before it lost its value, saw all of their net worth explode, all of the stock values artificially pumped up, and then the resulting consumer price inflation that chewed up the paychecks of the working poor. Mr. Speaker, it was a direct transfer of wealth from the have-nots to the have-yachts, and the NDP supported it 100%. They talk about these little itty-bitty wealth taxes that they claim to want to bring in that amount to $100 million here, $1 billion there, when we're talking about $600 billion, which was flooded into the financial system to the benefit of the wealth.
Point of order from the honourable member for King's Hands.
Point of order. I'm just looking for some clarification. I have sat intently, hoping to ask a question to the member of the official opposition. I'll get to the point. There's been a lot of actual points of order that have delayed the time from the leader of official opposition to continue his unlimited time. Does that continue and extend it out, or when does private members' business actually start? Thank you.
All right, as I said before, at 5:42, private members' business start. But the length of speech is pursuant to Standing Orders 43 and 74. The Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have unlimited time. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And every time I get interrupted, I think of something else to say. And so it just prolongs my remark. And maybe that's, in fairness, maybe that is the goal of the members across the way who seem to be, in fairness, and I appreciate it, quite enjoying the presentation. So I thank them for being part of this today, Mr. Speaker. But as I was saying, I find it incredible that the NDP, which claims always to be so concerned about the gap between rich and poor, has expressed zero concern with the central bank ballooning the asset values and the net worth of the super rich by creating cash and burning the purchasing power of our working class people, taking money from wage earners to billionaire asset owners, is not exactly what you'd expect in the name of a working class party.
Non, il attendait.
Well, regarding the standing orders, we know that private members' business will start at 5:42 p.m. I wanted to know if the leader of the official opposition continues until 5:42, whether he'll come back tomorrow to answer questions. It's up to the leader of the official opposition to decide if he goes on tomorrow.
Chef de l'opposition.
And yet, the NDP was happy to see all of these financial institutions and billionaires increase their wealth, not because of the invention of any new great product, but because they had government shoveling printed cash into their vaults. Madam Speaker, we believe in entrepreneurial capitalism where, yes, you can make money by producing goods and services that make other people better off.
That's right.
They believe in state crony capitalism, where you get rich by favors from the state. We believe that people should be able to make money.
That's right.
They believe that people should be able to take money. We want businesses that get ahead by having the best product. That's right. They want businesses that get ahead by having the best lobbyist. We want businesses that are obsessed with consumers. They want businesses obsessed with politics.
I have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed the leader of the Conservative Party doesn't want to answer questions. He's ditched his glasses. His hair is getting more voluminous. Is he trying to replace the Prime Minister?
The member has unlimited time, and he is taking his right. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I can understand why the NDP is so sensitive, because their betrayal of the working class people they so long claim to represent is becoming more and more clear the longer I speak. They are desperate to silence that voice. But Madam Speaker, everywhere I go, I meet working class New Democrats, people who voted for the NDP their whole lives, who say they betrayed me, and that is why I'm standing with the common sense conservative. And so the reality is that when you create $600 billion of cash, you funnel it through the financial system, you lend it out to wealthy investors, they're obviously going to bid up land and housing costs, which they did. Now, one of the critiques of the bought and paid for liberal press gallery of my documentary is to claim that it was COVID that caused housing prices to go up. Well, first of all, that doesn't explain why they went up so much more in Canada than in all the other countries in the world where they also had COVID. Secondly, it doesn't make any sense. All of the phenomena related to COVID should have brought house prices down. Immigration was ground to a halt, wages dropped, job losses occurred, a recession happened. All of those things are typically associated with declining house prices, not rising prices. And not only, don't just take my word for it, CMHC predicted in spring of 2020 that these COVID phenomena would lead to a 32% drop in house prices. Yeah. So what caused the market to reverse what would otherwise have been such a serious drop and instead turn into a 50% increase in 2 years in house prices? Well, obviously, it was the massive flood of new cash into the financial system which got lent out, and we need to have accountability for that. Now, why does this matter? Given that the quantitative easing program seems to be over for now, we have to elect a government that will never allow use the central bank as a personal ATM to print cash, inflate costs, and destroy the purchasing power of the working class. And when I'm Prime Minister, we will get the central bank back to its core mandate of stable, low prices, not paying off politicians' spending. That's common sense. Now, Madam Speaker, what we're really talking about here is common sense. I'm proposing common sense measures that are attracting the support of Canadians across the political spectrum and in every corner of the country. Let's start with my first priority of common sense, which is to bring home lower prices. How are we going to do that? We're going to start by axing the tax. Let's axe the tax. Everything the Prime Minister said about the carbon tax has proven false. First, he said the tax would never go above $50 a ton. Well, it's now gone above that already, and he admits he's going to quadruple it. Gross. It's going to go up to $170 a ton, plus there will be a second carbon tax caked on top of it, which will have the effect of quadrupling the current tax from roughly, depending on the province, 15 or 16 cents a litre up to 61 cents a litre. That is his radical and insane plan, fully supported by the NDP.
Shameful.
The NDP wants to raise taxes on working class Canadians for the crime of heating their homes, gassing their trucks, or feeding their families food made on a farm. So that's the choice in the next election. We are going to have a carbon tax election. Yes. Yeah, we are. And the Prime Minister can avoid it, could try to avoid it all he wants.
Have another point of order from the Honourable Member for King's Heads.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to ask the member opposite a question specific on what he's talking about right now.
The Honourable Member doesn't have unanimous consent. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I am glad that member stood up, because I know what the question he was going to ask. He was going to say when the... Oh.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, I'm a little confused. The Honourable Member just said that the next election will be on the carbon tax. But what does that even mean for Quebec? There is no carbon tax that will apply in Quebec. I'm sorry, but this is debate. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I know the member for King's Heads was going to ask me about the monstrous Axe the Tax rally I held in his community.
Yes, he was.
That's what he was going to do. He was going to ask me about the roughly 1,000 people that crammed into that room, and boy, were there great people. If I could pay the member a compliment, he represents some great people. Yeah, they are wonderful common sense people, but Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid they are very unhappy with that member. Very unhappy indeed. And I am told that what happened is that that member found out about the size of that rally and the number of people who were going, and he had a total meltdown.
no.
The member had a total meltdown. He would burst into tears. He called the PMO. He said, he's going to lose his seat. He told them that when he grew up, he was told that he would always be a somebody. He was going to be an important guy, and he was on the verge of losing his seat. And he called the PMO and said, if you don't give me a pause on the carbon tax, I'm going to march out of the caucus.
That's right.
He then whipped up a group of Atlantic MPs, and they marched over to the Prime Minister's office and began banging on the door and said,
Member for King's Hands on the point of order.
You seek unanimous consent to ask the member a question.
The member has no unanimous consent, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And so they were all all the Atlantic MPs banging on the door. The Prime Minister was behind the door. He was in the fetal position, sucking on his thumb. He was crying his eyes out, Madam Speaker, because his Liberal MPs were threatening to walk out of caucus. Right. And so he walked out.
Member for Elmwood Transcona on a point of order.
And the leader of the Conservative Party decides to get his first job outside of politics, if he too will be a drama teacher.
I couldn't even hear what the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona was saying because the Honourable Member was... So I will ask him to repeat it, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry I wasn't loud enough the first time. I was wondering aloud if when the leader of the Conservative Party decides to get his first job outside of politics, if he'll be a...
That is not a point of order. I'm sorry, it's a point of debate. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has 2 minutes.
Says the guy who's been living off a parliamentary paycheck since he was born because his dad was a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And he still is. And so, Madam Speaker, the reality is that member from King's Hands was among those Liberal MPs banging on the door, begging the Prime Minister to relent on his carbon tax. The Prime Minister, shaking on the ground, finally agreed to relent, and out he walked to an unannounced, unscheduled press conference that wasn't even in his itinerary moments earlier, without any written materials to announce that he would put in a temporary 3-year pause, but just for some people, in regions where his poll numbers were plummeting and his caucus was revolting, and boy, were they ever revolting, Madam Speaker, and there is now that temporary pause on the carbon tax, a carve-out. He said his environment minister says there will be no more carve-outs. Well, there already have been. For example, there's no carbon tax on the industrial sector in Canada. They have a carve-out. There's no carbon tax on large cement plants or concrete factories.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I don't know whether there's an interpretation issue, but it's really muddled. There's talk about a documentary and a carbon tax that does not apply in Quebec because it's really hard for us to understand. It's not making much sense.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, this is not a matter of language and understanding. It's just that it's hard to translate or interpret common sense for the Bloc Québécois.
Carlton can tell us if he'll be continuing so I can ask my question when he actually has the chance to re-engage on this.
Leader of the Opposition resumes his speech. And it being 5:42, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Silence. The Honourable Member, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I ask the unanimous consent of the House to allow the Leader of the official opposition to finish this incredible speech in which we learned so many wonderful things. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House? No. The Honourable Member does not have unanimous consent. Orders of the day.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe on a point of order.
I believe if you ask again, people are so excited to hear the end of the story from the member from King's Hands. You can see.
Had no unanimous consent. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Private member's business. Resuming debate on M96 Canadian aviation regulations. Standing in the name of Mr. Hardy.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Apologies. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I'm glad to rise on M96. And I actually wouldn't mind ceding my time to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition so I could hear him speak more about the fall economic statement. But we are in private members' business, and I do have to speak on this. Madam Speaker, I think I have 5 minutes left. The last time I spoke about this, I spoke about the goodwill and good nature of what this motion represents. I also mentioned, Madam Speaker, that I met with the International Association of Firefighters. This is an issue. It's an issue that needs to be addressed, but I think if you recall, Madam Speaker, what I spoke about is the need to get this to committee. That's how we make decisions around this place. Private members' business, a motion as good-natured and as good-willed as this is, really doesn't have any effect or authority that a committee business would have. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we would get everybody in. The committee could, through its work, have stakeholders come in, including the International Association of Firefighters, the Airports Council of Canada, the International Civil Aviation Organization, so that we could all get as much information as we can to make an informed decision as to not just the status of current firefighting capabilities at airports as it relates to safety and other issues, but also find out what the impact that's going to be on costs, because I think that's a critical component to this, at least getting all sides of this issue to the table, to the committee table, and have a proper debate, an informed debate. Lots of opportunities to ask questions and answers, I think, is a critical component to where we want to go with this. And in fact, yesterday, Madam Speaker, at Transportation Committee, our Shadow Minister for Transport, the Honourable Member from Chilliwack Hope, presented a motion to committee to study this very issue. And Madam Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I'll read into the record what his motion proposes: that the committee undertake a study on aircraft rescue and firefighting at airports and aerodromes, Canadian Aviation Regulation Section 303, allocating a minimum of 3 meetings to study, to hear witnesses from witnesses that include the International Association of Firefighters, the Canadian Airports Council, and other interested parties, and that the committee report its findings to the House. That would be, Madam Speaker, the proper format and venue for this issue to be studied. What the member from Chilliwack Hope is proposing to committee is that we have up to 3 meetings, invite all of the stakeholders in, including the IAFF, of which I'm a former member, the Airports Council, and I would suggest that having the International Civil Aviation Authority come in to talk about safety. We could have Transport Canada at that meeting. We can have government officials at those meetings to really properly vet this out and hear from all sides, and therefore make an informed decision. As you know, Madam Speaker, private members' business is an opportunity for members to propose legislation, propose motions, and while I certainly see the value in what the member is proposing in his motion. I think that it requires, and I don't think, Madam Speaker, that you would find an argument on the side of the International Association of Firefighters, the Airports Council, or other stakeholders like the International Civil Aviation Authority. I don't think you'd find an argument that this issue has to be properly studied. I know that the firefighters have done a study on this. At committee, they can come to in front of committee and argue their points, and then have committee members write a report that would come back to Parliament to be endorsed by Parliament in its entirety. And only then, Madam Speaker, when all of the stakeholders are at the table, all of that information is proposed, and that report is written by our eminently qualified analysts, could a suggestion of this magnitude and recommendations of this magnitude be made, knowing all of the facts. And while I appreciate and respect the work that the International Association of Firefighters has done on this, we do need to hear from others and the impact that this is going to have on not just service, but also costs. And we've talked about that, Madam Speaker. I know that there's a number floating around that it could work out to a few dollars per airline ticket as a surcharge. And I would submit we may even have the airlines come in to talk about the impact that that might have. I know that there's been recent reports through the UN and the International Civil Aviation Organization as well that suggests that safety at Canada's airports is not as robust as where it should be. And perhaps we could have the authors of those reports come to committee as well. But I do think, Madam Speaker, that it does require a more fulsome study other than just passing a motion here in the House of Commons. The member from Chilliwack, Hope, yesterday proposed a Transportation Committee through his motion, and I hope, Madam Speaker, that every single member of the Transportation Committee would look at that motion, would understand what the intent is, to have everybody come in and talk about this and provide their input, and then have that committee issue a report to Parliament at which we could debate in a more fulsome manner. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, through private members' businesses, we see a lot of different motions come forward. If we want something that's going to have some teeth, if we want something that's truly going to put forward those safety issues that the firefighters have identified, then we need to have a committee study this further and bring all these parties to the table. And I appreciate the work that everybody's done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are studying motion M96 today because there are major gaps in Canadian regulations on airport firefighting. There are two things in the motion, the regulation, but the regulation does not mention that airport firefighters have a responsibility for life-saving, and they have to be able to cover the area. They should have to cover all the area in 3 minutes. So the motion is very clear that in the opinion of this House, the government should, without any delay, Madam Speaker, ensure that the Canadian aviation regulations take into account the airport rescue and firefighting standards published by the International Civil Aviation Organization. In particular, by 1. Giving firefighters at major Canadian airports the mandate and resources to reach the site of a fire or accident anywhere on a runway in 3 minutes or less. And 2, by indicating that firefighters have the resources to do so, and indicating that firefighters have a duty to help save passengers. So it recognizes this important duty to save people. We are at the second hour of debate on this motion, and we should vote in support of this motion so that we can fix these issues and bring ourselves into line with international standards. Madam Speaker, it's a shame that parliamentary rules don't allow us to highlight the presence of Alexandre Bertrand of the Montreal Airport Unit. I must remind the honourable member that we cannot mention the presence of others in the House. Sorry. I broke the rules. I do want to commend him because the Montreal Airport Firefighters Unit, they see in this motion that there is a unanimous desire to modernize the Canadian aviation regulations, and it's urgent to do so. That unit feels that this motion shows a sincere desire to improve the safety of both passengers and firefighters. I would also like to commend my colleague from Mirabel. I commend him for his work on this file, and I thank him for his exemplary leadership in responding to the very tragic incident which occurred near the Mirabel Airport. It is high time for the federal government to bring the Canadian aviation regulations into line with international standards for airport rescue and fighting. The motion echoes a request from the International Association of Firefighters. Their position is based on ICAO standards, which recommend that the entire airport territory should be covered within 3 minutes, and also allow for direct interaction on board the aircraft in the event of a fire. But that's not the case currently, Madam Speaker. As a passenger and as a Canadian, this motion will help us. Unfortunately, there can be incidents and tragedies demonstrate that our standards are not up to par. The current standards we have, the current rules we have in our airports are not safe enough. They are not in line with best practices standards. And it's time for us to take action. The International Civil Aviation Organization is a United Nations body that allows member states to cooperate on international civil aviation matters. ICAO has its headquarters in Montreal, in Quebec. It's an organization that really puts Quebec on the world map. As the headquarters of ICAO, Montreal should be a model for aviation safety, but that's far from being the case when it comes to airport safety. Montreal should not be an example of outdated federal regulations. The fire service is at the heart of an airport's safety system, and an airport is a direct reflection of how much it prioritizes safety. According to Montreal's airport firefighting unit, 3 minutes, Madam Speaker, 3 minutes is the time that an aircraft can withstand flames before the flames melt the cabin and spread from one end of the plane to the other inside the plane. Currently, regulations require airport firefighters to reach the middle of the furthest runway within 3 minutes. It's very clear that that doesn't work. If the main goal is to save lives and ensure safety, well, we're far from the mark, so it's really high time to take action. Imagine for a moment that you're in a passenger seat. Many of us here in this house frequently travel by plane. So imagine that your plane is on fire. What do you expect, Madam Speaker? You expect to be safe and to be rescued as soon as possible. And that's what firefighters want to be able to do as well. So it's unjustifiable that firefighters at an airport like Montreal cannot carry out the initial rescue on board an aircraft. And this is currently the case due to regulations put in place by the federal government. Madam Speaker, there's no valid reason why firefighters at major Canadian airports should not have the responsibility to carry out initial rescue on board an aircraft. Moreover, this debate is about acknowledging the work of firefighters in airports. We need to recognize the skills and training of firefighters. We need to respect their mission, to do their work. They are heroes. The Bloc Québécois will, of course, support this motion because it is time to modernize Canada's aviation regulations, which date back to 1996. It's been almost 30 years that they have not been reviewed, Madam Speaker. Let there not be another example of federal regulation falling short because there's another situation. Our rules and regulations are very outdated. Let's not accept them anymore. They don't ensure the safety and rescue that we need in our airports. It's time to support firefighters. The regulations they are calling for are simple and very essential, and it's high time that we take action to improve safety for everyone. It's just not right that firefighters should have to fight for this. They've fought for hours and hours to advance safety rules so that they can be up to norm. Dangerous situations, Madam Speaker, There have been many of them. We need essential equipment. We need training. There is a lack of training. And these problems indicate lack of gratitude and recognition for firefighters and the important work that they do. We need more buildings to house vehicles, more vehicles available to emergency services, and of course we need more firefighters to be able to respond to situations if necessary. Madam Speaker, I will conclude now. There are many arguments to support this bill, and a committee tabled a motion to study this in more detail. That's great. We need to take action, any action. Madam Speaker, if you seek it, you will find that there's been unanimous consent among parties. There's been discussion among the parties, and there is unanimous consent for me to table in both official languages the following document. It is a report on dangerous situations at the airport of Montreal. This documentation was produced by PSEC. Does the member have the unanimous consent of the House? No. Unfortunately, the member does not have unanimous consent.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and pleased to be rising today to give my thoughts on Motion 96, introduced by a fellow British Columbian, the member for Fleetwood Port Kells. And I'd like to thank him because it's not every day that the House of Commons gets to take a deep dive into the Canadian aviation regulations. And I say that as someone, like many members of Parliament, who has spent many hours of my life in this job on an airplane. And I actually rarely give any thought to this particular issue because I think that we in Canada enjoy one of the safest airline usages in the world. I have a lot of trust in the ground crew, in the pilots, and everyone who's involved in the safe operation of an aircraft. And so that allows me to fly quite often, being as my riding is about as far away from Ottawa as you can get. And it allows me to fly on those aircraft without really a second thought. But this is an interesting topic. And so for members back at home who are watching this debate, essentially what the House of Commons is looking at is a motion brought forward by the member for Fleetwood Port Kells, which is asking the House of Commons to recognize that there are some significant shortfalls in the Canadian aviation regulations. So recognizing that essentially that there's a requirement that firefighters at an airport must reach the midpoint of the furthest runway in 3 minutes rather than all points on operational runways within that time period. So recognizing some of these facts that exist, it is asking for the opinion of the House that the Canadian aviation regulations should reflect airport rescue and firefighting standards published by the International Civil Aviation Organization. And that's specifically, Madam Speaker, by giving firefighters at our major airports the mandate and resources necessary to reach the site of a fire anywhere on an operational runway in 3 minutes or less, and specifying that the required function of those firefighters be the rescue of passengers. Now, I have had a fair amount of experience as a member of Parliament with the Canadian aviation regulations, but in other areas. And you know, those regulations exist under the authority of the Aeronautics Act. And if one looks at the regulatory powers conferred to the minister in the Aeronautics Act, you can see that actually the minister or the governor and council actually have been given quite a wide amount of latitude. My personal experience as a member representing Vancouver Island has been that, you know, I represent a fairly rural riding, and in my riding, there's a fairly big chunk of airspace that has been designated for flight training. And many of my constituents are now quite concerned because, you know, that area is not as rural as it once was. We have more and more people moving to Vancouver Island, and what used to be empty farm fields now actually have neighborhoods starting to develop in them. And people have become quite concerned that the airspace in this one particular area, over the Westholme and Chemainus areas of my riding,
they are being buzzed in the summer constantly by low-flying planes who are practicing their flight maneuvers. And so what that allowed me to do as their Member of Parliament was to take a deep dive into the Canadian aviation regulations, to also look at the Aeronautics Act and become somewhat familiar with the wide-ranging powers that the minister has. So essentially what I hope is the result of the passage of M96 is that the minister will take it upon himself to finally act where previous governments have not, because this has been a long-standing issue. Essentially, if we go to the International Association of Firefighters, they themselves have concluded that there are significant regulatory shortfalls. A study by that association found that regulations regarding emergency response at airports does not meet international standards set out by the International Civil Aviation Organization in terms of making rescue a required function of airport firefighters or mandating a 3-minute response time to reach all points on the runway. And essentially, this is a motion that is aiming to make sure that those regulations meet that standard. I think this was likely influenced by the IAFF's legislative conference, which happened in March of this year, which definitely did advocate for those changes. And I'm proud to say that our NDP leader, the member for Burnaby South, he spoke at that conference. He did express his support for the IAFF's position and for improving generally Canada's aviation regulations to meet international standards. So I'm here to say, Madam Speaker, that the NDP supports this motion because we firmly believe that the safety of passengers should always be of paramount importance in the event of an emergency at Canadian airports, and that we should meet those international standards for safety, and we should also make sure that the government is providing our firefighters the proper resources to accomplish that goal, because that is something we always have to keep in mind, that when we're changing these regulations and we're requiring firefighters to take on new duties, they must always have the proper resources and equipment to fulfill the tasks that we ask them to do. And for firefighters who are willing at a moment's notice to put their lives on the line for others, I think this takes a paramount importance. Now, I do find it interesting that, I respect the right of every member of this House to bring forward a motion or a private member's bill of their choice. But I find it interesting because, regulations, especially when you look at the areas covered under the Aeronautics Act, I mean, those are things that can be gazetted quite quickly. And it still makes me wonder why we have to resort to a motion to call on the government to do something, which I think there's a lot of evidence for it to have already done quite a long time ago. I would say that the changes being called for in this motion, and I think it is a noble motion, but the changes being called for in this motion are far too late, and they should have been adopted decades ago. The industry, especially the International Association of Firefighters, pilots unions, they have all been raising the alarm on these deficiencies in the Canadian aviation regulations since their inception in 1996. We know the Senate has looked at this issue. It made a report in 1999. I think, given the amount of time that has passed, the fact that it is now 2023, Madam Speaker, goes to show that, successive Liberal and Conservative governments in that time have really dropped the ball on what I think is a rather simple and quick fix. And the consequence of this, Madam Speaker, is that our country, with, I think, a very valued and high safety threshold, is being left behind by the rest of the world when it comes to these response times. And I think that we owe it to Canadians to really step up to the plate and make sure that those standards are fully included. We know that Canadian and U.S. militaries have adopted these standards, but Canadian commercial aviation continues to lag behind. And you know what, Madam Speaker, why is this particularly important? Well, according to the Transportation Safety Board, 56% of airplane accidents happen during the landing phase and 24% occur during the takeoff. So when you're actually up in the air and at your cruising altitude, That's not where most of the accidents happen. That's usually when the pilot puts on autopilot and the plane just kind of goes and flies itself. But when you are making that approach to land or taking off, the stats show that is the most dangerous time for both the aircrew and passengers on board. And because those are always happening at airports, that's why this important change to the Canadian aviation regulations is needed, so that we have those faster response times, so that the firefighters are well aware of the mandate they're expected to follow, and that most importantly, that they have the equipment necessary to do their job. So, Madam Speaker, I know that I'm coming rapidly to the end of my time on this. I'd just like to end by saying that Canadian air passengers should be able to count on fire service in the event of a fire on an aircraft. I think the firefighters themselves have voiced their strong support for this change in the measure. And I'd like to conclude by saying that, I think this is a good motion for raising public awareness on this issue. I'd like to commend the member for Fleetwood Port Kells for bringing it forward. And I hope that not only through this motion, but through the very fact that he gets to share a caucus meeting with the Minister of Transport every single Wednesday, that we soon see this very noble gesture turn quickly into actual action. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's as always, it's an honour to stand in this House and to represent the amazing folks of Essex. And I always give, and I will always continue to give, all honour to my Lord and Saviour, to God, for the opportunity to do this. Without Him, nothing's possible, Madam Speaker. I want to say to the folks of Essex, Merry Christmas. If it's the last time I get a chance to speak in this House before Christmas, Merry Christmas to them. And Madam Speaker, 1 week from today will be a pretty monumental day. It'll be 25 years of marriage to the love of my life, an amazing woman named Allison. Kind of surprised she's still with me. One of the most remarkable human beings on this earth, someone that deeply, deeply cares, somebody that has stood by me in thick and thin, somebody who is an amazing mother of 3 and a remarkable Grammy to Levi, our 2.5-year-old grandson. And so although we cannot acknowledge in this House anyone in the gallery, if she was here, what I would say, Madam Speaker, is I love you dearly. I love you dearly, and I need you even more now than ever. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me that time. Allison, 25 years is pretty darn special. Madam Speaker, M96. So anytime you give a politician the floor that loves labor and that loves firefighting, an opportunity to speak about labor and firefighting can be kind of dangerous. But I think it's a pretty awesome and unique opportunity here for me tonight. So I'm going to speak to M96. Motion 96. And Speaker, I guess I would start off by this. My time served in the fire department in Kingsville for 7.5 years, from 1998 to 2005, was one of the most critical and unique times of my life. And it brings me back to one of the most unfortunate events that I had to go to, Madam Speaker. And that was a plane crash off of Peely Island. There were 8 lost souls and 2 dogs coming over from Peely Island from a pheasant trip. And the plane went down in the icy waters of Lake Erie shortly after takeoff. And I was part of the recovery rescue team. This motion speaks to a lot of opportunities that we have, but it doesn't really get down to the granular issues of each and every airport that we have. So then I think about the Windsor Airport. And quite frankly, this motion, I don't believe, would encapsulate the Windsor Airport, which is right next to an incredibly busy airport, Detroit Airport, which occupies very much of the same space that Detroit Metropolitan Airport has. About a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, I visited the control tower in Windsor and listened to their stories about the difficulties of talking to and working with the Detroit Metropolitan Airport control towers, and how the control space, the area around Windsor, is much different than the areas around many other airports across the country. And so because of that conversation, I'm now realizing that M96 may fall just slightly short of what exactly needs to get done. And I do want to say thank you to the member for introducing M96. I think its intentions are correct, but I do believe that it needs to be studied at committee. Speaker, about a month and a half ago, maybe a couple of months ago, I had an opportunity to speak with the firefighters from the Ottawa airport. They were in my office at the Justice Building. We had a really good conversation. And I said to them at the end of the conversation, and it's easy speaking to firefighters when you were a firefighter, but I said to them, Speaker, let me bring this to Transport Committee. Let's have a conversation at Transport Committee, and let's figure out what the best way is to move forward with this dialogue, with this potential legislation, which is what it should be, is legislation, in my opinion. And they were, I'm going to suggest, Madam Speaker, ecstatic, to say the very, very least. Speaker, we could talk about the cost of this easily. We could talk about the cost. You know, we're hearing anywhere from $1.50 to $2.50 per plane ticket per individual for each airport. But we also understand, and I believe it to be true, that any airport that doesn't fly 180,000 flights per year does not fall under this motion. Well, as a firefighter is a firefighter is a firefighter, so is a human being is a human being is a human being. And so just because somebody flies out of Toronto or Vancouver or Montreal, those same human lives should be the same ones that are discussed about at committee, that are at the Windsor Airport, at the Peely Island Airport, at the Sudbury Airport. It's really, really vital that we bring this to committee to be studied. Madam Speaker, last night in Transport Committee, ironically, I sit on the Transport Committee, and my colleague Mark Strahl last night thank you very, very much, and I apologize to the Speaker. My colleague from Chilliwack, BC, introduced a notice of motion. And I would like to read that into the record, Madam Speaker. That the committee undertake a comparative study on the cost of federal taxes, fees and regulations on the price of airline tickets in Canada and on the United States, allocating a minimum of 4 meetings to this study to hear from witnesses from Canadian and U.S. airlines, Canadian and U.S. airport authorities, and other interest parties, and that committee report its findings to the House. There was debate on this last night, Madam Speaker, and I think this is the route that this House needs to take. I suppose if we take it one step further, we talk about labor and we talk about training. So as I crisscross this country from coast to coast to coast, And I continue to hear that people are struggling to find labor. They're struggling for skilled trades. And I know in my own municipality, in my own riding, how hard it is to get firefighters these days. Back when I was lucky enough to become a firefighter, it took a long time. And now they are screaming for firefighters. So I'm not so sure that without studying this at length, that even if this motion were to pass, that we would have the firefighters to fulfill these roles. Madam Speaker, you know, it's only ever been about service. For me, it's only ever and will only ever be about service. And I believe that the service that we're doing in this House tonight, discussing M96, again, to the Honourable Member, thank you for introducing this motion. I think that we are doing ill will for the passengers of airlines, but also for the firefighters. I would love to be I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I would strongly suggest that this is sent to Transport Committee, Madam Speaker, and that we can come up to a solution that works for the passengers, for the firefighters, and for all Canadians. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, anyone who's been through a major fire knows that we need firefighters' expertise and their specialized equipment. It's absolutely vital in these situations where every second counts. That's why it's not surprising that according to a Léger poll from 2021, firefighters are the profession that people trust the most at 95%, whereas only 31% of the population trusts politicians. And all members here will agree that travelers have a right to be able to land safely in airports in Quebec and Canada. And yet, according to the Canadian Union of Transportation Employees, over the years, Transport Canada has enabled airports to reduce their service standards to a minimum. In some cases, there are only 1 or 2 firefighters when planes with hundreds of passengers are taking off or landing. Many times, the whistle has been blown at Transport Canada, but unfortunately, that's been ignored. When the union shared its concerns about these problems having to do with regulations on firefighting at airports, Transport Canada stated that its main concern was airports' financial viability. Now, the International Firefighters Association, which represents more than 23,000 professional firefighters, has concluded that there are significant regulatory gaps on emergency response in major Canadian airports, and that this needlessly endangers Canadian travelers. For example, there is no mention of the fact that airport firefighters have a duty to rescue. The regulation only states that they must be able to reach the center of the farthest runway within 3 minutes, and not that they can reach all of the points of operational runways within that time. So if there's an accident at the end of the runway, the response time would be longer. And the regulation also doesn't consider that some of these standards in airports published by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is an organization, a UN organization, which supports 193 countries, ICAO. It's the global forum for standards in international civil aviation. It creates policies and standards, carries out compliance audits, studies and analyses, provides assistance, and strengthens aviation capacity thanks to the cooperation of member states and stakeholders. And its headquarters are in Montreal, by the way. So according to ICAO, firefighters at major Canadian airports should have the necessary resources, as mentioned, to reach the site of an accident or fire anywhere on the runway within 3 minutes. And as my colleague was saying earlier, 3 minutes is the amount of time that an airplane can survive before the flames melt the cabin and move very rapidly through the inside. Because we need to remember that right under the passenger's feet, there are 12,000 to 220,000 liters of fuel. And just like in a fire in a building, the main cause of mortality in an airplane fire is smoke. So airport firefighters must be able to take action immediately on board the airplane if there's a fire. So our party supports this motion because Canada's aviation regulations on fire safety have not been revised significantly since they were implemented in 1996. We are asking Transport Canada to carry out a review of the Canadian aviation regulations on fire safety and supports firefighters' requests to avoid a future tragedy in our airports. Because currently, the regulations don't state that there is a duty to try to carry out a rescue operation when there is a fire inside an airplane. Their only obligation is to use water or foam on the flames so that the passengers can evacuate themselves. It's ridiculous. They're supposed to wait for firefighters from neighboring municipalities before responding. But these municipal firefighters don't have the necessary response time or the training to respond securely and effectively and quickly in the regulated areas when there are plane accidents. And the various requirements for training, equipment, and response time increases the risk of a tragedy. In addition to simply use water or foam on the flames as is currently prescribed does not meet ICAO standards. We want firefighters to be able to act directly as soon as the situation permits. They need to be able to get into the airplane to rescue passengers who are having trouble and by putting out the fire at the source. By modifying our regulations so they match ICAO regulations, we will be sure that all airports meet the highest security standards. Currently, nothing is stopping an airport from adopting higher standards than Canadian aviation regulations. So there is a two-tier system from airport to airport. For example, at the Montreal airport, firefighters must be able to respond within 3 minutes, no matter where the incident takes place in the airport. Now, being able to reach any part of the runway in less than 3 minutes means that we need more vehicles, more equipment, and more firefighters, which means more resources. It is proposed that the regulation establish a minimum number of firefighters on call depending on the size of the airport so that they can meet the 3-minute time limit. The International Firefighters Association reminds us that firefighters must carry out regular inspections and response activities, and that takes up part of their resources, which means that it's very important to carefully evaluate what amount of staff is needed. For example, with the two airports in Montreal and Mirabel, they each have their own firefighters' barracks very near the runway. There are 4 teams at each fire hall, and they take turns so that there is 24/7 protection. There is also a training center at the ADM Fire Service that enables to carry out simulations of aircraft fires and train firefighters to respond on airplanes that contain highly explosive fuel. According to the International Association, the additional costs that would be caused by changing the regulation to meet ICAO standards could be funded by a surcharge of less than $1 per passenger. That's nothing when it comes to creating more safety for passengers. So these additional resources would be justified by the fact that even though airplane accidents are rare, the amount of fuel and the high number of passengers in an airplane mean that it's only reasonable to use the highest security standards, because that can constitute the difference between a horrifying tragedy and an awe-inspiring rescue. We need to take action. We need to pass this motion. We should act as quickly as possible. We need to recognize firefighters' hard work and give them the tools they need to do their work. Thank you.
Colleagues here in the House who've spoken on motion M96. The commentary has been really thoughtful, and it's illuminated an issue that's been hidden, it seems, for at least 25 years. That's the gap between Canada's current aviation regulations and the standards set by the International Civil Aviation Organization. I think each speaker in the first round and in this hour has basically detailed the nature of those gaps in terms of response times to any point on an operational runway versus the midpoint, which is the current Canadian standard, or the lack of a mandate to rescue people from inside an aircraft, leaving firefighters responsible officially only to make sure the pathway leads from the aircraft through the flames so that if anybody can actually make it out, they can save themselves. So these gaps in fire crews mandates exist officially. But for anybody watching and now all of a sudden extremely worried about safety when you fly, and particularly at an airport, it does not mean that operations of the 25 to 30 Canadian airports with more than 180,000 M-planed or D-planed passengers per year fall short of one or more of the ICAO standards. Since we first spoke to this issue, I've heard from the two airports mentioned in my opening remarks. Senior management at the Ottawa International Airport tell me that their firefighters are mandated to rescue passengers from inside an aircraft. YOW management says their response team is crewed, trained, and equipped to do this. Some fire chiefs I've spoken to doubt that municipal firefighters have the training to conduct these rescues. Yet the International Association of Firefighters say that where airport crews are not trained, it's expected that municipal responders will fulfill this function. Well, YOW here in Ottawa tell me that in fact their firefighters train municipal responders. Airport management wants us as well to know that other safety measures have been taken, some of which are quite unique, such as grooving the runway to prevent a landing aircraft from hydroplaning in wet conditions. Now, at YVR in Metro Vancouver, they too have firefighting crews staffed, trained, and equipped to rescue those inside a burning aircraft. The response time meets Canadian aviation regulations, but not ICAO's. That said, YVR dedicated $5 million to double the number of firefighters and has bought 2 new state-of-the-art aircraft fire rescue trucks into their fleet at an additional $6.6 million of investment. Now, it's quite likely that the safety measures in place at other highest volume airports maybe follow the same pattern. They meet and sometimes exceed Canada's regulations, but I suspect in the whole across the country, there's great inconsistency. And we can't overlook the financial limitations some of our busiest airports face. And that's something we need to think about. Because there's one note in the 2003 Regulatory Impact Analysis Statement regarding the definition of rescue that should raise red flags for everybody here in this House. It established a policy to ensure that the status quo in 2003 be maintained. When it came to the types of activities included as aircraft rescue and firefighting services, without imposing any additional obligations or costs. Now, it wouldn't be unreasonable for the average Canadian air traveler to conclude that at the very least financial implications would be a factor in setting rescue standards. In approving M96, we'll be challenging this. We'll be reinforcing the principle that if something is mandated, there will be an obligation to get it done. by raising the question about the adequacy of and compliance with the Canadian aviation regulations will be opening the way for a more fulsome examination of the gaps that may exist between best practices and the actual firefighting and rescue capabilities at Canada's busiest airports. So in closing, we should not doubt for a moment that airport managers and their firefighting crews adopt safety as their top priority. So the consequences of motion M96 and our debates should be a closer examination of the issues we've raised, perhaps through a study at our Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. A study that leads to findings and recommendations that will reinforce public confidence in the exemplary safety record of air travel in Canada. I served on Trans from 2015 to 2019, and this issue never came up. Well, now it has, and now it's our obligation to see it resolved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Hardy, seconded by Mr. Aldag, moved that A, the House recognize that an assessment by the International Association of Firefighters concluded significant regulatory shortfalls concerning emergency responses at Canada's major airports are needlessly putting the safety of the flying public at risk by 1. Omettant de mentionner que les
failing to specify rescue as a required function of airport firefighters, 2, requiring only that firefighters must reach the midpoint of the furthest runway in 3 minutes, rather than all points on operational runways within that time period.
In the opinion of the House, the government should, without delay, ensure that the Canadian aviation regulations reflect airport rescue and firefighting standards published by the International Civil Aviation Organization, specifically by 1. Giving the firefighters at Canada's major airports the mandate and resources necessary to reach the site of a fire mishap anywhere on an operational runway in 3 minutes or less. 2. Indiquant que les
2. Specifying that a required function of firefighters be the rescue of passengers. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Park Kells.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded division.
Conformément pursuant to Standing Order 3, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 13, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is spending an enormous amount of money on subsidies to various manufacturers involved in batteries here in Canada. Over $40 billion is being spent on these subsidies. So this subsidy plan will cost every single Canadian family about $3,000. Over $40 billion is being spent in total. That is $3,000 per family on this particular business subsidy program. And Conservatives are committed to always standing up for workers, which is why we have asked for clarity from the government about whether or not there are protections in the contracts, the subsidy contracts that they signed with companies for Canadian workers. Will Canadian workers actually benefit from this enormous outlay of taxpayer money? $3,000 per Canadian family, they would like to know, and they would like to know how much workers are going to benefit. And the Parliament Secretary is already eager to respond clearly. He's saying lots. He's saying they're going to benefit. Well, what we have asked for, quite simply, is that the government show its work, that they release these contracts to the public so we can know the impacts. The particular genesis for this demand is that we have found out that actually the companies involved are going to be hiring a large number of foreign replacement workers. So over $40 billion in Canadian taxpayers' money, and the Parliament Secretary seems to think this is funny. It's not funny. Over $40 billion in taxpayers' money, and money being used not to employ Canadian workers, but to hire foreign replacement workers who are going to come to Canada to do the job. So that's concerning, obviously. Did these contracts include protections for Canadian workers? Did they include guarantees for jobs for Canadians? We would like to know, because if the government left that out, if they just said we're going to give tens of billions of dollars to these companies, and we don't actually know if or how much Canadians are going to benefit, well, that would be seriously troubling. Which is why, again, we have insisted that we want to actually see these contracts. But consistently at committee, Liberals have been filibustering. They've been filibustering in the Government Operations Committee in order to block the release of these contracts. Now, for a while, we had all opposition parties, Conservative, Bloc, and NDP, standing together, prepared to vote in favor of ordering the production of these contracts. Liberals were against it. They were filibustering to block the release of these contracts. But then, tragically, we had a flip-flop from the NDP. Rather than standing with workers, as they like to say they do, the NDP flip-flopped and betrayed workers. So they said, actually, we don't need to see the contracts anymore. Shameful betrayal of workers from the NDP under pressure from their colleagues in the costly corrupt cover-up coalition. The Liberals put a little bit of pressure on their friends in the NDP with a little bit of filibustering. It wasn't even a very long filibuster, Madam Speaker, and I would know. It wasn't even a very long filibuster. And the NDP buckled under pressure. They betrayed workers. Simply because of a little bit of pressure from their colleagues in the costly corrupt cover-up coalition. The only party that will stand consistently with workers in the House of Commons is the Conservative Party. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, and I hope we get an answer, rather than more of the kind of unrelated bluster that we often get from the government when asking direct questions, I hope we get a direct answer. What did the government offer the NDP, their colleagues in the costly cover-up coalition, to get them to change their position and flip-flop and betray workers? And why won't they release the contracts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I suspect it had a lot to do with common sense. You know, the Conservatives like to talk about common sense, and I suspect the NDP, upon reflection and applying common sense, they came to the conclusion that what the Conservatives and the Bloc coalition was proposing maybe wasn't in the best interest of workers. I think that's a possible scenario. I would suggest that the member, you know, when he talks about releasing contracts or the details, you know, I think of the Volkswagen contract. Again, as a government, we recognize the green transition. We recognize things like climate change. We recognize that in order to be able to provide the good quality middle-class jobs, that we have to be prepared to invest in certain industries in a very real and tangible way. Ironically, Madam Speaker, we're not the only government that has made that decision, because we also see progressive Conservative Doug Ford also entering into agreements and using taxpayer dollars, as we have used, Madam Speaker, in order to support and enhance an industry that's going to provide career, middle-class, good jobs well into the future for future generations of Canadians, Madam Speaker. Something in which the Conservative Party opposes. I wonder if the member opposite has asked his good friend Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, the Progressive Conservative, for a copy of the agreement. If not, why not, Madam Speaker? I wonder if Doug Ford has actually provided that information to the member opposite, Madam Speaker. But I know the Conservatives are trying to find out some way in order to be critical of everything and anything the Government of Canada does. At no expense, Madam Speaker, even if it means doing the opposite in terms of what it is the member just finished talking about. When he talks about workers and the best interests of workers, seriously? At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, whether it's Stellantis or Volkswagen, we're talking about thousands of jobs. How can he possibly imagine that that's not in the best interest, not only of those direct jobs, but about the tens of thousands of other indirect jobs, Madam Speaker? And he's concerned that the province of Ontario, progressive conservative province of Ontario, and the Liberals at the national level have worked together with private industry in order to secure good, solid, middle-class jobs for future generations of Canadians. And the federal Conservative Party says, whoa, but it's true to form in the sense that the National Conservative Party today is, as I say, that MAGA right, where we see this extreme right that believes that government doesn't have a role to play in things of this nature, Madam Speaker. That they don't believe that government should be assisting or subsidizing or whatever mega terms that they want to come up with, Madam Speaker. We on this side of the House recognize that as the climate changes, climate change is real today, that there is a responsibility of government to think ahead. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we have good, sound policies to support, a transition that's going to see more green type of jobs, which will attract, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, even more jobs into the future. This puts Canada well placed into the future on this issue.
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As predicted, the Parliamentary Secretary did not even come close to attempting to answer the question. Now, he said, oh, this is a great deal. These are great contracts. This is a great investment. Our question is quite clear, Madam Speaker. What is in these contracts for workers? And how we can know what's in these contracts for workers is if the contracts are released. If the government thinks they've done great work, release the contracts. Show your work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what they're saying is we did great work on these contracts. There's great opportunities for workers, but we can't show you them. We can't show people what's actually going to be in there or not in there for workers. And that is, may I say, rather suspicious. Which is why Conservatives are saying we want to see what's in these contracts for workers, so release the contracts. Now, Liberals have been consistent. They're always in favor of cover-ups. I'll give them that. They're consistent. They never want the public to see anything. But the NDP have flip-flopped and betrayed workers. Why the flip-flop?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member wants to know what is in the contract. What's in the contract is the opportunity for an industry to excel, to allow Canada to have a major footprint in the whole area of battery productions for electric vehicles. That other side needs to wake up, and many would say smell the coffee, Madam Speaker, but I'm not a coffee drinker myself. But I can tell you, there's a lot of good things that are going to come out of this contract, out of this agreement in which the provincial Conservative government of Ontario and the federal government, Madam Speaker, us, here in Ottawa, by having this agreement with companies like Stellantis and Volkswagen, we are creating tens of thousands of direct jobs. In terms of indirect jobs, Madam Speaker, it's even more than that. And the footprint that we're putting into place is going to speak volumes in terms of the potential growth of the industry.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government is out of touch, and it's Canadians that pay the price. That's exactly what we're seeing with the carbon tax. It has a negative effect on everyone in different ways, but I'd like to focus, if I could, on the farmers who grow the food. They are seeing some of the worst impacts of the carbon tax. As more time goes on, farmers and ranchers have been facing higher input costs, including for the fuel that they need to use. They're getting crushed by rising fuel costs, and they're caught in an unfair position of absorbing costs at each and every stage of production. That's why Conservatives brought forward a common-sense solution that we thought would receive the support of all parties. Bill C-234 would provide an exemption from the carbon tax to all on-farm fuels. And everyone supported the idea and voted with us, except for the majority of the Liberal caucus, of course. Most of them voted against it. But fortunately for Canadian farmers, Bill C-234 passed the House of Commons anyway. That was back in the spring. Eventually, the bill reached third reading over in the Senate. But it really seems that the Liberals cannot accept that their coalition partners in the NDP supported our bill. At the last opportunity, some senators appointed by the Prime Minister have been trying to shut it down. We've seen delays in passing it, but more recently there are amendments that have basically gutted C-234. This is right in line with the Liberal approach to this bill. If they can't stop it from passing, they want to at least make sure they'll provide the least amount of benefit possible to the farmers who grow our food. We know that the activist environment minister doesn't want any more carve-outs to his carbon tax, no matter how much it hurts Canadians. Madam Speaker, I originally called on the Prime Minister to tell his appointed senators to stop the blocking of Bill C-234. It seemed likely that the Environment Minister or the Minister of Agriculture might respond in question period, but instead, it was the Minister of Innovation, who I know is a very influential member in his caucus and in cabinet. And there are rumors that he might want to be their next leader soon. I hope that he will use his influence to exempt farm fuels from the carbon tax, or better yet, axe the tax altogether. And I would humbly suggest that if he included that in his leadership race bid when the time comes, that he might be the one to come out on top. But the situation with Bill C-234 has changed in some ways, but there's still a chance to pass it as the House of Commons intended. That needs to happen so that we can provide relief to our farmers and make a difference for Canadian families. It's not too late to fix the problem if only the Liberals really wanted to do that. But that's the question. What do they really want to do? Week after week, I've been bringing up different examples of how much the carbon tax is crushing farmers and ranchers. But the Liberals are not going to support giving them some relief if it means that this is what they want to happen. Is that part of the plan? Are they trying to make farming unaffordable, especially for the up-and-coming new generation of farmers? I hear about this regularly in my office, Madam Speaker. I got people, when I go out and I host town halls, or if I'm just out buying groceries, it's amazing how many people come up to me and talk to me about either their situation with their family and their son that wants to take over the farm, or their daughter who wants to take over the farm, what that's going to look like, but also what the costs of that are going to look like, especially after 8 years of this Liberal government, and the fact that everything just is costing more and more and more. And is there a future for young producers? And I think that's what's at the heart of this question. That's at the heart of why Conservatives want to pass Bill C-234, to get that carve-out for all on-farm fuels, both for the farmers of the present, but also for the farmers of the future. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could stand up today and confirm his support to repeal the carbon tax for all on-farm fuels, as Bill C-234 was originally intended and written to do.
Here. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would tell the member that the Government of Canada has and continues to support our farmers in many, many different ways. And what we continue to see, the member started off, I think, by saying, the Liberal Party is out of touch, is the way he started off his comments, Madam Speaker. And nothing could be further from the truth in terms of if the member would only take a look in terms of the mirror and the Conservative Party. You want to talk about being out of touch, Madam Speaker? Listen in terms of what Canadians have to say about things like the climate and our environment. Listen in terms of what it is that they have to say about the type of behavior that they are seeing more and more of every day. And what we are witnessing, Madam Speaker, inside the chamber, and I've talked about it earlier this morning, is a pattern that's coming out of the Conservative Party, and the member himself spoke on the issue. And that is the issue of deception. Madam Speaker, for example, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada travels the country to tell Canadians that he's going to get rid of the price on pollution, thereby making life more affordable. Madam Speaker, that's just not true. It's not going to make life more affordable. In fact, Madam Speaker, it's going to put less disposable income in the pockets of Canadians, a vast majority of the Canadians. So on the one hand, if he is saying that it's making life more affordable, and then in reality it's not, Madam Speaker, what does that remind you of? What it reminds me of is Donald Trump and MAGA politics that is creeping in from the South, using the leader of the official opposition's office in order to be able to bring in that style of politics. The member opposite just stood up and he's saying, well, you know what, on gas, on diesel. That's what he somewhat implied in some of his comments that he made. Is regular gas and diesel applied on farm fuels? For the carbon tax for farmers?
In some cases it is.
Madam Speaker, they don't qualify that because that doesn't fit their agenda. And that's what I mean in terms of misleading, Madam Speaker. What we have witnessed is a Conservative Party today is more concerned about bumper sticker politics than they are about good, solid public policy. There was a time in which, and it wasn't that long ago, 2 years, just over 2 years ago, every member, including the member that just spoke, Madam Speaker, actually voted or had an election platform that said if elected, they would have a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. They said that in every 338 constituencies from coast to coast to coast. New leader comes in, and they do a flip-flop, and then they start spreading misinformation, Madam Speaker. That's the type of leadership that we have seen within the Conservative Party today. And you got a little bit of a dip of that by the person that just finished speaking, as he tried to give the impression as a government that we're not there to support farmers. When, Madam Speaker, I was in opposition when Stephen Harper gave it to the farmers, the wheat farmers, by getting rid of the Canadian Wheat Board. And Madam Speaker, as they applaud, he denied them the legislative right to have a referendum on the Canada Wheat Board, Madam Speaker, and he didn't think twice about getting rid of it. What about the piles of wet grain that sat in the prairies as boats weren't getting into the Vancouver, Madam Speaker? Where was the prairie members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, standing up for the farmer there, or standing up for the government, the Harper government, to actually stand by the laws of Canada and allow for a referendum on the Canadian Wheat Board? Instead, they ditched it, Madam Speaker, on their own personal political agenda. They don't stand up.
Member for Cypress Hills, Gracelands.
Well, I can assure you that imprisoning farmers was a Liberal idea because they simply want to have grain marketing freedom. Like, how absurd is that? That's the Liberal Party for you. Now, Madam Speaker, farmers have always done more for the environment than this government would ever dream of. In fact, the parliamentary secretary admitted in his remarks that all that the carbon tax is an income redistribution scheme. You notice that the Liberals don't have any statistics to talk about how emissions have gone down thanks to the carbon tax, because the truth is they can't quantify it. So the only thing that they could talk about is the income redistribution scheme that the carbon tax has become. So I just want to make my final point here, Madam Speaker, that, again, it was farmers who came up with zero-till technology, or just the farming practice in and of itself. It was farmers who came up with that, not this government. It's farmers who came up with the 4R principle and have been practicing their farm for the last number of decades. It wasn't this government's idea. Farmers have and always will do more for the environment than they ever will.
Hear, hear. Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and unlike the Conservative Party, they actually, the farmers recognize that climate change is real. Unlike the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, and unlike the rest of the world, Madam Speaker, contrary to the Conservative Party, there is a movement to have a price on pollution, whether it's in Ukraine, the European Union, many American states, and so forth. It's only the Conservative Party that wants to bring us back to the Stone Age. You know, you think Fred Flintstone is the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, this is good, sound policy. It's not about, they talk about taxation. Well, they just don't understand it, Madam Speaker. They try to simplify it. At the end of the day, there's a good incentive. People will get more money in terms of net from the rebate than they will pay on the less amount of fossil fuels that they use. If the member doesn't understand that, well, that's not my problem. It's his problem, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, it's a good, sound policy. The Conservatives can take another flip-flop.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's an honor to be able to stand in this House and specifically to follow up on a question that I asked the Prime Minister, which fell under the agricultural file. But the question, my response today, I need to tell the story of a woman named Dawn, who up until recently ran a multi-generational greenhouse called Shirley's Greenhouse, named after her mom. Now, I chatted with Dawn the other day, and she shared something very tragic, that it was Liberal policy, specifically the carbon tax, but also the fact that when she ran into, as a single mom, some challenges in her life, that all of a sudden the planned resilience in her agricultural operation had evaporated because of the increased costs for two reasons. One is the increased costs associated with the carbon tax, and two was the increased costs associated with interest rates, both of which have a direct impact from the actions of this Liberal government. Dawn shared her tragic story with me about how, after trying to make things work as a greenhouse operator and a multi-acre vegetable crop, she simply couldn't make a go of it. She has been forced to sell, and just recently that was finalized. She asked me, Madam Speaker, to make sure that I keep fighting for farmers, and that she proudly didn't put her logo on her trailer that she took around to farmers markets. She didn't just promote herself, but the sticker that she told me she puts on her trailer and her vehicles says this: no farmers, no food. And I think, Madam Speaker, as I could hear the emotion in Dawn's voice, she explained about how the carbon tax and bad Liberal policies directly attacked her and her ability to make her operation successful, even though it was a multi-generational operation. But, Madam Speaker, what is truly tragic in this whole conversation is that in the follow-up to this conversation, she had had another conversation with another politician only a few days before. That politician was the Minister of Agriculture, who in a video call, a video Zoom call, had met with a number of farmers from across the prairies, where Dawn shared her concerns directly with him about how the carbon tax was impacting Canadians. Now, Madam Speaker, I can get passionate in debate in this place, and there's a reason for that. It's because when constituents, when Canadians like Dawn tell their stories, and even in this case, she described how just days before my conversation with her this weekend, she had told her concerns to the Minister of Agriculture directly, yet they fell on deaf ears. Shameful. Madam Speaker, farmers deserve better. And what is truly tragic is that as the Liberals are attacking farmers by their refusal to support common sense Conservative Bill C-234, their attacks on fertilizer mandates and a whole host of other things, now, get this, the debates and discussions are ongoing about how they're going to regulate cow farts. I wish I was making this up, Madam Speaker. As the Liberals attack agriculture, the reality is this: it's Canadians that pay more. As farmers are forced to cut back, close their operations, reduce their ability to produce the world-class food that we need, it is Canadians that are forced to pay the price. And we see the direct impact of that in the cost of food. So, Madam Speaker, my question is simple. Why won't these Liberals listen to farmers like Dawn?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't agree with the member's conclusions as he tries to imply, again, misinformation, that it's just not true that the government of Canada does not support farmers. I suspect that if we go into the days in which I was opposition member, and I just made reference to the Canadian Wheat Board, and I can tell the member I was on Main Street by Portage Avenue when there were hundreds of farmers that were out there furious with the Stephen Harper government and believed that they were destroying the industry, at least in part, many of those farming industries. You're always going to find, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal government as a whole has been and continues to be exceptionally supportive of the farming communities, rural communities, through a wide variety, whether it's budgetary motions, whether it's through the expansion of international trade. No government has signed off on more trade agreements than this government, which has enhanced all sorts of opportunities for farmers. And you will find, Madam Speaker, on agricultural products, a good percentage of that is actually exported outside of Canada. And a good example of that, I would suggest to the member, is the hog industry. Hog industry in the province of Manitoba is doing exceptionally well, Madam Speaker. There's certain industries within our rural communities that where we can give more attention, and the government will continue to do so. But what I find somewhat sad is that the Conservative Party of Canada is trying to utilize the farming community, as they are for Indigenous communities now, to try to win the battle of getting rid of the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party needs to wake up and realize, as the world is moving towards recognizing climate change and bringing in progressive policies such as a price on pollution, that it's only the Conservative Party in Canada that seems to want to deny deny that sensible approach at dealing with climate change. And yes, we do have to take into consideration individuals like Dawn. So when she talks about interest rates, when she talks about the impact of carbon pricing, Madam Speaker, that we do need to listen, and where the government's into a position in which we can take action, I believe that the government is doing just that. But to say and use farmers like Dawn as a political tool to get rid of the price on pollution, generally, I think is wrong.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, it was Dawn that asked me to make sure that her story was told. That's right. Because it's farmers like Dawn that are paying the price of these Liberal policies. So this isn't some conservative political agenda. This is an agenda to make sure that Canadians can afford to eat, house, and heat their homes. Madam Speaker, you know, because that member refused to answer Dawn's question, I would like to reference something else. There's a veteran shared with me a gas bill. Fairly straightforward thing. Many people in this place get them. But in the context of the carve-out that those Liberals provided for 3% of Canadians, this constituent, a veteran on a fixed income, shared with me that his cost of gas was $55. Now, he lives in a rural area. The carbon tax and the GST on it, $44.65. So at a time where there's an affordability crisis...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like the member to maybe consider coming out to Winnipeg North and then explaining to why it is that the Conservative Party, through misinformation, is trying to say to my constituents that by the Conservative Party getting rid of the price on pollution, that life is going to be more affordable, Madam Speaker. Because in reality, that's not true. 80% of my constituents that I represent or more is actually going to have less disposable income if the leader of the Conservative Party prevails and ignores the environment and gets rid of the price on pollution. So where the member there talks about one or two cases, and I'm sympathetic to the cases, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about tens of thousands of residents that I represent with this Conservative policy that he's advocating will ultimately see their disposable income go down. Net.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.